Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Just be patient. Give me 1 second. Be patient with me. Just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right. I just needed to pin that message right there, before we get into it. All right. Okay. I don't even, honestly, I'm going to keep it a buck. I don't even know where I want to start with this. Um, Honestly, I don't even know where I want to start. So, I recently found out about Marcus Wolf and Michael Sartain. I found out about Marcus Wolf through the Lucario debate. That happened like a month or two ago. And I found out, and honestly, I don't really know a whole lot about neither one of these guys. I found out about Michael Sartain, through the debate that, you know, there was between Steve the Dean, Alex playing with fire, Marcus Wolf, and those other guys. That debate that I also covered too. So that's how I found out about Michael Sartain. I think he's a dating coach. Marcus Wolf is a PUA. Um, yeah, so I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily see a big difference between PUAs and dating coaches because they are both doing the same thing. Dating coaches helping you get women, PUAs are helping you get women. The thing is, I think PUAs is more so I can help you get women like right now. You feel me? Like I can literally help you pick up women off the street, not literally speaking, but yeah, so help you pick up women off the street, versus a dating coach, they're more so geared towards, longevity, finding a high quality woman and being able to retain those women. Like that is what a dating coach is, teaching you how to, you know, yeah, it's like I just said, like maintain and finding a high value woman, or a high value man, if you're a dating coach, you probably coaching men and women. You feel me? So yeah, bro. So I don't really have I don't have a big intro because I don't really know a whole lot about these dudes, man. I just know one is the PUA, one is the dating coach. That have two different styles of how they choose to help men. One guy does PUA, and then one guy specializes in cold approach, and another guy specializes in social circle. I don't know why I got a hard time saying it. Social circle, being the most high status guy. Um, you know, um, just being in a situation to where he's like the alpha male in the group, or he is like the highest value guy, and all the women is checking for him. Actually, I think Michael Sartain, as far as I've seen, we gonna dive deeper into this, right? And so I can get a better understanding of his philosophy on social circle, right? But as far as I've seen, I think his strategy is more it's better. And the only reason why I say it's better is because he it's like if like you're always gonna win if the women are checking for you, if you put in a situation where you are like it's you and like 10 chicks, you feel me, and all 10 of the women is checking for you. Like that's the best situation you can put yourself in because it's like you getting all the attention because you may be like the host of a event, you feel me? Like you may be in a situation to where you are the man. So Trafalgar, like and subscribe, guys. All right, hold up. I'm gonna actually highlight that Trafalgar Law. I got you. Yeah, for sure, man. But yeah, so I think Michael Sartain. I think his strategy is better. I think his strategy better, like real shit. I just don't think it's better, but it's not the most practical. You know, you going out approaching the women that you want, and it's the most practical thing because instead of building yourself up to where you can be the most, like be the high value individual, you know, you can just go out and approach the women you want. You feel me? If you see a table full of dime pieces, you can just go and talk to those women. You feel me? As opposed to, you know, doing a shit ton of work in order for you to build your social proof up to where you are like the highest value guy. That shit could take years, bro. You know, but it's more rewarding. So I don't necessarily want to, you know, speak as if I know a whole lot about social circle and social proof and, you know, all these different things that Michael Sartain talk about. I'm not gonna necessarily speak as if I know his strategy on how he do shit. But just based off what I've seen so far, this is what I've ascertained, right? Well, based off what I've ascertained, this is the information that I've come up with. So my answer. So yeah, with that being said, let's go and hop into it, you know. Share screen. We're going to switch that back to that. We're going to make this full screen. All right, now we are going to switch it to this. You know, y'all like, comment, subscribe. You feel me? Fuck with your boy. I got an announcement too. Hold on, let me switch my screen up for this. I got an announcement probably in the next week or two. I'm not doing no more cold approaches until I get some spy glasses. Cause I know you guys are tired of seeing ass and legs. You know, you guys want to see the chick's face, so you know they're actually attractive. So I am going to start, you know, wearing the spy glasses, right? So FYI, I'm not doing no more cold approaches until, you know, I get those glasses. I'm about to order some probably within the next few days, so they should be here within the next week or two. So yeah, announcement. All right, with that being said, let's switch it back. And we gonna hop into it. Hold up. First, let me put my headphones on so I can hear it.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
What's up, guys? We are live. So we have a really good debate for you today. We got Michael Sartain and Marcus Wolf. Both are semi-regulars of the channel. You guys know them. And I think this is going to be good. You guys are used to seeing a bunch of shit show debates on this channel where there's a dude in a leash arguing with some other crazy motherfucker and screaming at each other. This is not going to be like that. This is going to be an actual intellectual discussion / debate. We're going to talk about game. There's not going to be any weird, like, fucking screaming or people crying or babies dying or whatever. None of that is going to happen. It's going to be a good, solid discussion between two guys who I legitimately respect, and I think both have a really solid game.
Another thing, shout out to Alex Playing with Fire for hosting this. So yeah,
but they pursued in different ways. So I think the best way to kick this off would be for you, Marcus, to do an intro and basically explain what, because we're going to be discussing two things. We're going to be discussing social circle game versus cold approach. And the second thing we're going to be discussing is natural game versus more structured game, which is kind of what you teach. You teach a combination of natural and structured game, Marcus. So so I think it would be a good idea for you to kind of outline your thoughts on social circle game and also on natural game, and just list out any disagreements you have with Michael when it comes to his philosophy, his teaching, or his concepts.
Cool. Sounds good. I mean, firstly, I'm disappointed there's no one at Choker here. Was looking forward to that in the debate, but that's fine.
you guys, let me know if I need to adjust my volume. Let me know if I need to raise my voice, or let me know if I need to raise the voice of my system audio. You know, so let me know.
point.
He's a little quiet. Can you hold on, Mark? I'm having a little trouble. Can you turn him up? Is there any way?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn him up. Say something.
Sorry.
How's that?
A little quiet. Can you hold on, Mark? I'm having a little trouble. Can you turn?
Can you hear me?
No. Yeah, you're good now. I'll also turn down Michael a little bit to balance it out.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, essentially, my views on this is that social circle game is pretty good and effective, but I think it requires a certain level of foundational skills. And so the way I see it, if I have a beginner student that is like 2 leg count, wants to get good with women, eventually wants to like land a relationship, then I think social circle game is actually really awful at teaching those skills that are required, because it's turn me up. All right. Because essentially I think there's a few things. Number one, it selects for a certain type of goal, which might not be the goal you're after. Number two, it reinforces what I would consider negative traits. So I would consider maybe becoming a little bit supplicating, a little bit nice guy. It reinforces that. It doesn't allow you to take risk, which I think is really important.
Something I want to speak on what Marcus just said. See, I'm all about going after the women you want. Now there are exceptions to where the women that could want you could also be attracted to those women as well. But me personally, I'm just speaking from my own experience. Most of the women that was attracted to me or that wanted my attention and validation, I didn't really find those women that attractive. That was probably like anywhere between a 4 or a 6. And I say 20 to 30% of the time, the women that I found really attractive, like those women actually chose me. You feel me? But that was a rare exception. Like I said, it was 20, 30% of the time, the women that chose me, I actually liked them, or I found them attractive. You feel me? But I'm just saying 70 to 80% of the time, I always preferred to go after the women that I wanted. So that is one thing that I like about what Marcus just said. You cold approach and you're going after the women you want versus the social circle part of the game what Michael Sartain teaches. It's like you have to just strictly go like choose the women that choose you. Like if a woman is showing you that attention and validation, these are the women that you have to choose. And if you don't have no type of social skills or at all, then it's like you might even fumble those chicks. You feel me? So it's the situation. Like the women that choose you, like I just said, they could be attractive or they could be unattractive. But it's like I don't know. It's like you're in the excuse me, I'm stuttering the shit. You're in the same position as a woman, because women, they have to. Well, they don't necessarily have to do this, but women prefer to wait or for the man to choose them or for the man to approach them. That's the same situation that Michael Sartain is teaching, or that's the situation that his students are in, where it's like they're waiting on the women to choose them. It's just like what's his name? The guy recently covered. I forgot his name. I can't remember this dude's name. Hold up. Give me 1 second. I forgot this man's name. I recently just did a video about this dude. Casey Zander. Yeah, Casey Zander teaches the same stuff. He teaches you should attract. And women, that's their mindset. Women, they have the mindset to where I should attract men. You feel me? So that's I'm not putting myself in a position to where I have the same mindset as a woman, to where I'm strictly waiting on men to approach me. I mean, not men, but waiting on women to approach me, as opposed to me being a man and going after the women that I want, being more aggressive and assertive. So, and like I said, that's not like you just chilling and not having to do anything, you feel me? And the women you want coming up to you, or the women that you don't want coming up to you, I think that's a very, very good strategy. It's a better strategy because you don't have to put forth any effort. I just think, like Marcus said, you're just not really getting the woman. You're not gonna attract the women that you want. But yeah, let's get back to it.
In developing skills in the beginning, and it requires a lot of time to upkeep, and might not be transferable to if you met a girl at work, or met her in a cafe, or you went and traveled and was, just holidays and meeting someone. So I think if you have good skills or you're a promoter and you're like into this anyway and you're into networking and creating a social circle, or you're really good at game, then it's amazing. I just don't think it's good for teaching beginners.
Okay, cool. Let's let Michael respond to that.
Yeah. So
I agree with that 100%. Because if you're a beginner, you're not going to be socially calibrated. You're not going to be socially adept. Things that you're not going to be able to read social cues, body language. Like, you're not going to be confident enough to keep eye contact. All these different things play into you, being socially adept, bro. You feel me? So if you don't have these qualities or these skills or whatever, you feel me? It's like, then even if the woman is choosing you, then you're not going to be a super confident guy, because you don't really have no foundation. So I actually agree with Marcus just said on that too. So yeah.
I actually disagree, Marcus, because I don't think anyone's ever taught social circle game before me. I think it's been taught incorrectly, or whatever people have been teaching is not actually social circle game. To going back to what we were saying before, like, so for instance, for my whole program, the social circle game, it starts like this. The first thing is we fix your Instagram, create a hot list, identify high status events, and then choose female teammates for you to do that with. You go step by step in doing it. And most of my students are very, very new and have unbelievable success. In fact, Marcus, I'd say the majority of my clients are people who took pickup courses and had a horrible, horrible, horrible result from them. The majority of my clients come from that situation. And many of them who don't have very good game, what they do is they come into my program and they learn how to become immersed around a lot of women. So what happens is, for instance, in the US military, they fire live rounds at you if you're in the infantry. They put you behind a berm, and then they fire live rounds at you. At first, it's very exciting, and after a while, you become used to it. I teach my clients how.
What's good? What's good, Ronan? What's up? What's up with you, my guy? What's up with your family? Glad for you to stop by, man. Salute, salute.
To become very, very used to being around stunningly beautiful women so that they are incredibly calibrated when they're around it. And that's not conjecture. I can show you hundreds of clients that have done this before, and most of them were newbies in the beginning. So while I understand the misunderstanding, that's absolutely indefatigably not true. People who are not, and the other thing you said is it takes more time. Cold approach takes more time than social circle if done correctly. That's the thing. It's almost like buying a certificate of deposit in a bank. It consistently gives you interest over time. And that's what good social media does. When you say social circle, that means social media. Social circle means social media. So we teach you how to curate your social media so that it's constantly attracting women for you while you're not having to do any work. And again, if you'd like, we could probably spend the next half hour and I could show you client after client after client after client after client that was able to accomplish this easily, and almost all of them were beginners.
Okay, cool. So we're now getting into the open panel part of this discussion. So you guys can just go back and forth. I will only step in if one person is getting repeatedly interrupted and can't get awarded, which I doubt will happen. So have at it.
Cool. Yeah, so I mean, we can get into the time in a second, but I want to go back to that whole idea of immersion with hot women, because I think.
All right, Ron, you said just behind a barium, which is on target pulling during live fire range days. Oh, okay. That's what you're doing right now? It sounds like you shooting off rounds or some shit. What's good, Long Strokes, bro? I seen that call in you had with Lucario, man. I gave you $5 for that, bro. I like niggas that come up and speak their mind, and say some real shit, like real talk, bro. Cause don't a lot of people call into this show and actually speak their mind and have, like, it's just, I don't know. I just don't like that, bro. Like people, like, you're not right about everything, bro. So call people out when they on some bullshit. That's even good. They'd even go for me. I'm not right about everything, bro. So I like the fact you did that, man. Real shit. He isn't qualified to speak on military techniques of training. That's funny. He said he was in the military, but I guess you probably got more experience than he do, Ronan. No, when I was in the Marines, but I do bullet therapy days every month. Oh, okay, man. I haven't had to hold, well, I have one, but I haven't had to hold a gun, for about 6 years. Well, I'll say about four and a half. since I moved from back home, moving out of Memphis, I ain't really had to hold a gun. So I have one, but I prefer not to use it. But let me see. I've never had any like heavy like artillery or whatever, like no AK-47 or no shot. Well, I had a shotgun, but not anything heavy. You feel me? So let me see. I think that's pretty much it. I'm gonna get back to the video.
If I'm just trying to have a real client in mind here, right? So if we have a client, Bob, his 2 leg count, he's pretty awful with women, he's a bit of a loser, doesn't have many friends, your typical what you'd consider like a pickup client, right? Or like
can we make him like 4'11"? Why don't we make him like 4'11"? Can we do that? Let's make him short too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of like the average guy, right? So if you want to make him
we could do the below average. We could do the below average guy too if you wanted. We could do that. We could do the below average guy. Why don't we do that? Let's do the below average guy.
Sure, below average. But I think if we think about like majority of students or clients that are coming to us, right? I think if they just happen to get good around not being nervous around hot women, I don't think that equates to being good with women. It's one
but
thing,
that
like,
is one of the things that can equate.
Yeah, it's one of the things. But I think
help.
there's so many guys that I think everyone here watching this can think of that is probably comfortable around a hot girl but isn't good with them. We can think of promoters, we can think of photographers, we can think. I used to be a male nurse, right? I had many friends that were like in nursing that were around hot girls all the time, awful with women, comfortable, they could be their friend, but awful with women. So I think if the main objective is some form of immersion therapy, which Pickup does anyway, right?
Up,
maybe not the best with a lot
of
programs.
No, Marcus, I'm sorry. Pickup does not immerse you around hot women. Pickup immerses you around women at Bungalow in Santa Monica. Pickup does not. Marcus, if you came to Access in
the reason it's not necessarily that I don't like to, because I love talking to. Hold on, let me change my outlook for this right quick. Wrong one. It's not that I don't like doing it. It's just that I don't have to. You feel me? Because it don't take me 20 to 50 approaches to get one woman. I only need to approach 3 women, and 3 attractive women at that. Not just 3 raggedy bitches. I'm talking about gym fit women just to get one woman. So it's because I've built a skill over time, and I built my confidence over time that allows me to approach the women that I want to have success. You feel me? Now, if I'm at a gym, not at a bar or a nightclub, maybe I have to up the numbers on that. But then again, it's more so me just walking to a table, group of women, and just talking to those women. So I like approaching a lot of women. It's just that I keep going until I just get my desired outcome. Really, if I approach 3 women and get one woman, that's good enough for me. You feel me? So, yeah, man. The fuck did I just do?
in Las Vegas, you would not be able to get on stage with the hot women. I'm sorry, I don't know you because I'm on there every week. Pickup does not immerse you with hot women. It does not. Or Social Circle immerses you with hot women.
So you're saying that hot women are only on the stage?
No, I'm saying the majority for immersion, for like a majority, a significant amount of hot women. Yes, you need to be being on stage is the way.
Y'all, give me 1 second. I screwed up. Let me reset my stuff right quick. Give me 1 second. Jesus Christ. All right, good, man. I'm fucking up, man. Golly. All right, let's get back to it.
You are significantly around hot women on a regular basis. Marcus, if you came to Access in Las Vegas, you
To get good around not being nervous around hot women, I don't think that equates to being good with women. It's one
no, but
thing.
that
like,
is one
there's
of the
so
things
many-
that can equate.
Yeah, it's
That's
one
one
of
of
the
the
things.
things
But
that
I
will
think
help.
there's so many guys that I think everyone here watching this can think of that is probably comfortable around a hot girl but isn't good with them. We can think of promoters, we can think of photographers, we can think. I used to be a male nurse, right? I had many friends that were like in nursing that were around hot girls all the time. Awful with women, comfortable, they could be their friend, but awful with women. So I think if the main objective is some form of immersion therapy, which pickup does anyway, right? Maybe not the best with a lot
I
of
don't
programming.
know, Marcus. I'm
then-
sorry. Pickup does not immerse you around hot women. Pickup immerses you around women at Bungalow in Santa Monica. Pickup does not. Marcus, if you came to Access and
Did he just say pickup don't immerse you around hot women, bro? Bro, if you go to a bar or a nightclub or any setting where it's going to be a lot of women present, bro, even in the gym where women like go there and work out with each other, like a woman bring her best friend, bro, it's like you can approach women in groups. You feel me? Like all those women could be bad, bro. It could be a group of bad white chicks at a table. I just tell me how I know this shit. I know this from experience, bro. Like Marcus, not Marcus, but Michael, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. And it's like from social media, you are like you're not even in front of the women. You can potentially get those women off the site, but when you cold approach a group of women, you are directly in front of those women, and based off what you say and how attractive you are will determine if you're able to get these women or not. You know what I mean? Especially if you actually got something to offer the women, like not even offer, if you have something going on in your life and you can have the women be a part of it. You know, maybe you got a podcast, maybe you do OnlyFans, maybe you let me see. Maybe you do photography. It could be different things in your life that you got going on that you can have the women be a part of, right? So that could be even more incentive for the women to join, to be a part of what you got going on. But I don't necessarily think Michael Sartain know what he's talking about in that regard, bro. But yeah, let's get back.
in Las Vegas, you would not be able to get on stage with the hot women. I'm sorry, I don't know you because I'm on there every week. Pickup does not immerse you with hot women. It does not. Or Social Circle immerses you with hot women.
So you're saying that hot women are only on the stage?
No, I'm saying the majority for immersion, for like a majority, a significant amount of hot women. Yes, you need to be being on stage is the way you are significantly around hot women on a regular basis. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
yes.
I think to argue that that's the only way you can be around hot women is crazy. You can just go to yoga.
No, of course,
classes.
of course, it's not.
You can go to
Again,
salsa classes.
again, Marcus, you're gaslighting me. That's not what I said. For the third
Wait,
time, I
wait,
did not say
Michael,
that's the only way. I did not say that's the only way.
Let him finish though, and then you can respond.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there's multiple ways to immerse yourself. I agree.
Agreed.
That if you can
I'm
get
glad we agree.
Okay, well, let me finish. If I can agree that if you can get guys into a party with 100, 500 super hot women, yes, they're going to be immersed around hot girls, right? Of course. But I think that's a lot of effort if that is just your goal to immerse.
All right, we got Victor. How do you approach and not care about the outcome? That's my problem. Bro, okay. When you approach a woman, you automatically going in thinking about the house, you know, the cat, the dog, the white picket fence, the 2.5 kids and all this stuff. Don't go in thinking about having a future with this woman. Don't go in thinking about having sex with this woman. Don't do none of that, bro. Don't even go in trying to get this chick's information. Don't do that, bro. Just go in, have a conversation, just compliment the woman and just be about your way, bro. See, you need to go in outcome independent. You feel me? Like, don't give a fuck about whether you get the woman or not, bro. And just so you can have a more guaranteed outcome, like the outcome shouldn't even be you getting the woman at this point. If you scared of like rejection and all this different shit, right? That shouldn't even be the outcome. The outcome should be, okay, I'm gonna go in. They just say I go into a bar or nightclub. I'm just getting off work. I just want to chill, sit back, relax, enjoy the view, enjoy the vibes or whatever. And you see a beautiful woman, you like, hey, look, I just got off work. You know what I mean? I'll just here to grab a few drinks or whatever. I see a fine woman like you. I just want to have a conversation or whatever. What's your name? Where you from? So on and so forth, bro. And be like, I really enjoyed the conversation. God bless you. Have a nice rest of your day. Don't ask her for a number. Don't ask her for a social media. Don't do none of that, bro. Don't do it. If it's a situation where you are scared of the outcome or you like outcome dependent, then don't even ask her for information, bro. Just get comfortable talking to the women, bro. So that's one thing I would say. And you got to know that, bro. It's billions of women on this planet, my nigga. Like, it's more women than it's more men, bro. So don't even, like, bro, come on, man. I done pretty much said all I'm going to say. Maybe I'll think of something else to tell you later on down the live stream, but that's really all I got for you right now, bro.
Most people around hot girls. I think pickup immerses you around hot women anyway. You can go to a club, you can go to yoga class, you can do all of that. And honestly, for a beginner, if you're picking like an under average 4'11" brown guy, he's probably not after a 10 anyway. I think he's going to be super happy if he manages to get like a girl that is an 8, that respects him, that is super nice, that isn't on Instagram all the time, that isn't trying to get to all these bikini parties, someone that just respects him and he's like cool around him, right? So I don't think like this argument of you have to be around 500 hot girls to be good with women fits, right? I just don't see how that would be like your main objective.
Beautiful. Because if you can bench press 300 pounds, you can bench press 200 pounds. So for my thing is, if you are comfortable around really attractive women, which one more time, I do not think pickup gets you really comfortable around attractive women, because pickup doesn't put you around as much attractive women as cold approach, as social circle does. Social circle puts you around more attractive women more frequently than cold approach, period. And I can show you, we can go photo for photo if you want. There's no.
I agree 100%. I agree with you 100% with that, Ronan, bro. Real talk. You don't want to be those chicks are more like materialistic or whatever. Like, they're a liberal, like, I don't know. Like, I mean, you can want to be comfortable around those type of women, bro, but you got to know the type of women you want and the type of women, like I said, man, the type of women that you want. Those aren't the women that you want long-term, maybe short-term situation, maybe, but it's like, those women could have pimps behind the scenes. Those women could have like nefarious intentions or whatever. You feel me? Like, I don't know. Me personally, I just don't. At this point in my life, I don't really give a fuck about hanging around OnlyFans 304 type chicks, bro. You feel me? Like, I got shit to lose, so I don't want to hang around women that just finesse niggas out of money. That they ain't really got nothing to offer, so they just use their body, to get what they want out of life. I don't really prefer to hang around women like that.
Argument. So if you're more comfortable around 10s than when you're around an 8, you're not going to be uncomfortable at all. And the 4'11" brown guy, let's just pull up the 4'11" brown guy, because I got a bunch of them in my group that do really, really well with women, that have no problem at all.
Okay, sorry.
You want to do that? We can do this all day.
I don't think there's a need for us to like pull up photos of students around hot women or not.
The thing is, Marcus, I think there is a need for us to pull up photos of students. I think there is, because
I'm agreeing with you that if you put a brown 4'11" dude around hot women, over time he will eventually get more comfortable. Like, I don't think anyone needs to see photos of a brown guy with an Instagram photo around hot women. I think we can all agree
but
with
you're
that.
saying that it's a lot of work to get him there, and I'm telling you it's not. It's not.
Well, we can talk about the work that goes into social circle versus cold approach in a second. But just on that point of like lifting 300 pounds versus 200 pounds, I don't think that's quite an accurate analogy, right? Because I think it's more lifting 300 pounds and now trying to squat. I think there's a lot of guys that are going to be after different things. And so if you're a guy that's just after like some Instagram girls or girls that like attend these parties, then that's one thing. And if you just want to be comfortable around them, that's another thing. Now, if you actually want to be changing who you are as a person, becoming actually more dominant, more self-aware, more socially aware, be able to actually manage relationships, actually get good with women, not just like comfortable around or immersed around them, then I think you need something more like cold approach that can actually give you the ability to fuck up and actually teach you these skills.
I don't understand how that's going to...
See, here's the thing with me, right? See, you being around a whole lot of women. Hold on, let me change my outlook for this right quick. Matter of fact, let me go to my stream deck and do this because I'm tired of doing it from my monitor. Do it off my stream deck. All right. So, like I was saying, man, like you, and I think I spoke on this already. I'm gonna say it again. You being around a whole lot of women, bro, and not really have no cold approach experience at all. It's like, bro, like this is so self-explanatory, man. Even if the women choosing you, bro, you gonna fumble and fuck up, man. Like you don't have no real experience dealing with women, bro. Really, you just relying on basic social skills. You probably don't even have basic social skills, let alone having game. And game is you having that not. It's like it's social skills, and then it's having game, which is having like a dope mouthpiece to where you can say what you need to say in order to get your desired outcome. You feel me? In a smooth, charismatic fashion. You ain't gonna have that if you don't cold approach, bro. So yeah.
Wait, Michael, real quick before you respond, I kind of took it for granted that everyone knew these terms, but I think we should quickly explain it for the normies. So, Michael, can you explain what social circle game is? And Marcus, you can really quickly explain what cold approach is.
Yeah, so social circle game, it comes from the concept of networking as an evolutionary adaptation. So when I talk about social circle game, because I'm the only person who's ever taught it this way, is the idea of evolutionary psychology, the way that Dr. David Buss teaches it. Homo sapiens were created to have networks, and the people who had the strongest networks had the most access to resources. So, for instance, the leader of the tribe. So one of the things we teach in Men of Action is leadership. I'm a retired U.S. military officer. I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. I teach leadership qualities to the guys in my program. That's part of the social circle that I teach, which is why when he was saying before that that cold approach teaches you leadership and those things, no, social circle teaches you leadership more than cold approach does. What I'm saying before is in the concept of social circle, it is bringing people together. The main concept is it comes from evolutionary psychology, the concept of mate choice copying. Mate choice copying is the idea that in a two-gender species, when men are surrounded by more women find them attractive. We found this in several two-gender species, but especially amongst Homo sapiens. So what we do is because in social circle, we teach men in order to be comfortable around women to have female teammates. The female teammates get them access to different locations. They calibrate them to other females. And most importantly, they introduce them to other women. Those things allow them to be able to meet more attractive women quicker and easier by doing less work, not more work. And that's what social circle is. Social circle is people connecting to other people, and the network grows exponentially. We do is because in social circle, we teach men in order to be comfortable around women to have female teammates. The female teammates get them access to different locations. They calibrate them to other females. And most importantly, they introduce them to other women. Those things allow them to be able to meet more attractive.
So it's something, hold up. So it's something that I really don't understand. Like you are being in a situation where you have female teammates, like he said, but it's like, how are you getting in contact with these female teammates? Is it through cold approach? Is it through online? Like, how is it happening? You feel me? Like, in order for you to get those female teammates, you need to have some sort of foundation, like I said, some sort of foundation on having social skills or whatever, or having game, so hopefully he laid it out, because he need to say how are you getting these female teammates in order. And I agree, you can use women to get more women, but it's like, how are you even meeting these women in the first place if you don't even have experience dealing with women? So yeah, these dudes are like new or they rookies. So yeah, let's get back to it.
Women quicker and easier by doing less work, not more work. And that's what social circle is. Social circle is people connecting to other people, and the network grows exponentially without you doing much work. So people who are really good at social circle, all their friends meet their girlfriends through them. All their friends get their jobs through them. All their friends meet their mentors through them. All their friends get their sponsors through them. Several of their friends will find their employees through them. And that's what I am. I'm a connector of people. It's not just about dating, It's about all areas of life. It's the reason why I can get big guests on my podcast. It's the reason why I get invited on big podcasts, is because I use social circle in order to be able to do that. And that's what I teach my clients.
Well, you did make it on PWF, so it must be working.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I work my ass off.
In a nutshell, it's networking with successful people and hot girls. I think that's kind
correct.
of
Yeah, perfect.
Marcus,
I think
really
I think for a lot of
Okay, so I will say this. Social circle is you just being in a situation where you can get into close proximity to high status individuals. You feel me? So not even hold up. And not even just men, that's men and women. You know, so I do like that aspect about social circle, to where you're not just with cold approach, you're going after the women that you want. I mean, you can go after the people that you want in general. You know, maybe you see a high status executive or whatever, right? You may want mentorship from, so you may cold approach them to get that mentorship. So it could work both ways for cold approach. But I think with social circle, it's like you're getting to your desired outcome or your desired destination a whole lot quicker. You feel me? So that is one thing I can say about social circle. But it's like, in the context of dealing with women, it's like business is one thing, but love, sex, relationships, that's something completely different, because it's a lot of emotion tied to that, right? So it's not going to be that cut and dry. So yeah, man, like I think cold approach is a better situation as far as going after the women that you want in particular, bro. Because y'all know how fickle and flaky women are. Just because you have women in your social circle now, like, you cannot get picked by none of those women, period. And the women that do pick you, you just won't like them. But yeah, let's get back to it.
you guys wondering, yeah, it is essentially, Michael, you can correct me if you're wrong, but setting up a network where you can invite like hot girls to your parties or to like other people's parties. You were one of the only males there, or like, you know, there's less of you. They see you as
we want like 7 to 1.
Exactly.
Seven
right?
to 1
So
is
the
usually what we look for.
ratio,
7. Yeah.
They see you as like an authority at the party, which builds attraction. You hopefully close girls that way, right? Now, cold approach is going to be a little bit different in that it's cold, right? So you see a hot girl, or you see a girl that you're into, you want to talk to, you're going up to her fresh. Now, obviously, I don't think there's any disagreement here. If you had a choice of a girl seeing you at a party with 50 girls really into you and you're the only guy there, it's going to build more attraction. But that's not my argument. My argument is what builds the skills to make you good with women as a beginner. So cold approach allows you the
You want me to tell you something I just noticed? And I know I'm pausing a lot, but y'all know this is something that I talk about, and this is something I guess I specialize in or whatever. But let me change it again. I just noticed another like difference in cold approach and social circle. In cold approach, it's like you are building comfort from scratch, right? You getting the chick comfortable around you. You feel me? Like you're building attraction from scratch, as opposed to social circle. It's like you're in a situation to where you will have women already comfortable around you because they know you, because this person know you. So it's like, since this person know you, it's like you're cool. You know what I mean? Like, there's social proof. So it's in a city, but the only difference is these people that is quote unquote already have comfort around you. You probably won't like none of those women, as opposed to cold approach, to where you are building comfort around a woman that you want in particular. So yeah.
opportunity to fuck up over and over again. I can have that average student go up and actually practice being a little bit more loud. He can practice going for the close, going for the kiss. If you're in a social circle situation where you've spent 6 months building up this circle, building up these friends, think about it essentially being in a gym, right? Or being in a school. If you fuck up there, you do the wrong thing, you make the wrong move, then you have negative pre-selection. So that's where it becomes an issue, and that's where guys tend to be a little bit more safe. They tend to be a little bit more nice. They come off as very friendly. So that I would say is my difference, little distinction between the two.
Yeah, just to quickly summarize, cold approach is approaching a girl on the street, at a bar, at a park that you don't know, and striking up a conversation with her, and maybe getting a date or pulling her. Okay, anyway, now we find that. Let's let Michael respond, because he was going to respond to your earlier point.
Perfect.
Yeah. So again, Marcus, it's not anything that anyone else got wrong. It's just that no one's taught social circle correctly before ever, because they just didn't understand the concept. I host the 3 biggest bikini competitions in the world, and Bilzerian asks me to bring girls to his events. So I backward rationalized, or I reverse engineered what men who were doing really well with women did. And then that's where I came up with these concepts. So one of the things I did is I would ask numerous really, really, really attractive women. I would say, hey, the last 5 guys you had sex with, I didn't ask them what they were attracted to, because women are clueless when it comes to that. I said, the last 5 guys you had sex with, where'd you meet them? And they would always go, female friend, female friend, female friend, female friend, Instagram. That's where they would find them. When I asked them about dating apps, really attractive women told me, I only use dating apps in order to get guys to subscribe to my OnlyFans. Again, they would consistently, super hot females would.
You want to tell you what the problem is? The problem is, it's like that strategy, it works. It's a better strategy to get women. You feel me? The only problem is I don't think that strategy is going to work good for like new people. Like Michael, that is a strategy that he has perfected over a period of time, I should say, right? So that could work for him because he's this high status guy. You know, he hang around dudes like Dan Bilzerian and other high status dudes, or quote unquote niggas like Wes Watson, even though I don't really fuck with that dude really. But I guess people know who he is, so whatever. But so he hanging around these dudes, and he's able to, you know, get you your desired outcome as well, because this is something that he specializes in. The only problem is it could take you a while to get to a point. Okay, let me give y'all an example right quick. This dude, Andrew Tate. I heard Andrew Tate say, if you are not even, like, if you're not a millionaire type of dude, you feel me? If you a fat, sloppy, lazy dude, like you can't even, like, bro, you can't even hang around this nigga. Like, he won't even acknowledge you as a capable individual. This is words came from out of Andrew Tate mouth. He only hang around guys that are like him or like similar to him, right? Where he's a rich, millionaire in shape guy. So if you're not that guy, you can't even be in his same circle, you know, via social circle, right? Hold up, had to fix that. So that's what I'm saying, man. And I think social circle is a good game because it's like you're getting results outside of women. Like if you want to get a high ranking position at your job or whatever, if you know the boss is like I don't know, like if you know somebody that knows somebody, you can get a high ranking position or whatever. But I'm just saying, man, like you have to have some type of foundation built. But yeah, let's get back to it.
But introduce super hot females to each other. My girlfriend, who is a bikini model champion, was introduced to me by 2 other female bikini model champions. That's how it works. Really attractive females introduce you to really attractive females. Now, going back to what you were saying before, does it allow you to fuck up? You're right, Marcus. The old way that social circle was incorrectly taught, that is correct. That's not the way that I teach it, though, because we include so much social media and we put people in situations where we teach them how to break rapport. But the problem is, one of the concepts that's happened is pickup teaches guys that the only way to close is by showing intent and by hitting on a girl. And the reality of the situation is, in social circle, so rarely do I ever have to show intent. Women show you intent because of pre-selection that you've established. And again, I have 2,000 people in my group and 600 paying clients right now that will all tell you that this concept works. And almost all of them started as beginners. So I understand where you believe what you believe, and I get it. But the way that social circle was taught previously, that definitely not the way that I teach it. It is not that way whatsoever. You absolutely can take chances. The difference, what we do is we teach compliance loops, which leads to, there's a couple things. Number one, logistics is so primary to social circle. Logistics. I look to my left, I could throw a football and hit the Aria. I'm on the strip in Las Vegas. Alex, you live in Brickell. Like, we live where the shit is happening. Number one is logistics. Number two is social media. This is where pickup got it wrong. I used to have pickup coaches because I used to work for Mystery back in like 2008, 2009. I used to work for Mystery and Matador and them, like back in the day. Where they got it wrong is they didn't use social media. And I would tell them all the time, I'm like, guys, you've got to start using social media. This is a way for you to show maximum amount of social proof with showing a minimum amount of effort. And Dan Bilzerian talks about this in chapter 2 of his book, The Setup, where you show minimal amount of effort with maximum amount of return. Okay. And number 3, having females that get you invited to cool places, that calibrate you and introduce you to other women. This puts your game on easy mode. That's why these things are so easy. But the idea that you don't gain a skill set is just incorrect, because you have to manage large groups of women to go with you to different things. Those women then compete for you. You take them down a compliance loop, and the escalation does not happen until you cross the threshold. And just so you know, Marcus, like, I do teach cold approach stuff in my program. It's just when I teach it, it's one of the deeper things in my program. The majority of my program, 98%, is social circle. You do have to do some cold approach in order to meet people face to face. But one of the secrets that I teach is when pickup started back in, like, say 03, there was no real social media. So the distraction of girls always being on their phone wasn't a big issue back when I was doing, cold approach back in 19. And I'm 45 years old.
I like the fact that he said in order for you to, like, he teaches cold approach in his program, bro. That's how important cold approach is, because, like I said, you are building a foundation, bro. So yeah.
Back then. Now it's a huge distraction. So we actually teach cold approach using social media, where we actually do what's called a Snapchat open. We get the girls to connect with us on social media. So if they're going to pay attention to the phone, they're going to pay attention to us, and it creates a connection that stays permanently. And then the next thing we do is, hey, do you want to come to this charity event we got coming up next week? Do you want to come to the bikini competition? Do you want to come to the Maxim party? And because we all share lists, we can all get all these girls into these different events. We have open threads with thousands of women. And that's the reason why this works so well. We use a virtual assistant to do all of this. And it takes, you were saying, like 6 months. I can't imagine doing this 6 months. 25 days at the most is how long it would take to do something like this.
I think it's important we try to stick to, like, one point that we argue back and forth if we can, because
Sure.
I've written down like 5 things that we can get to. But let's start with the first one, which was, where are we? Yeah, that essentially everyone you spoke to that was super hot were introduced by a female friend or by social media. I just don't think that is true for the large majority of women. I think there's going to be a certain ratio where most people meet in warm spaces, right? Traditionally, before social media, before Tinder, most people met in warm spaces. You'd meet your partner at college, you'd meet at fucking yoga class, wherever you're going. I think that's fairly common, that you're going to have like a group of friends, and you're going to meet people through that, and you're going to get introduced, and that's fairly common.
But a group of friends, that is social circle.
Exactly.
That a warm space is social circle.
Exactly. I'm agreeing with you here, right? So I do think that's very normal. I think there's also
hold up. Let me switch my screen up right quick so I can say something. And I 1,000,000% agree with you on that, Ronnie. Real talk. But I need to switch my screen up right quick. Let me tell you how dudes are able to sell. These dudes make the impossible possible. You feel me? So, okay, example with Marcus Wolf. Now, I am a dude that cold approach, and I like the fact that Marcus Wolf is teaching dudes how to cold approach. But let me tell you, this dude, Marcus Wolf, teaches that even when a woman tell you, no, I don't fucking like you, that, you should still pursue her and try to flip the dynamic, right? Okay, just like the video I did with Auburn Preach, where this dude approached this woman and the woman was not interested. Do you really think that dude could have done anything to flip that situation around to where the woman could have found interest in him? I apologize. Do you guys really think that could have happened at any point? With the video that I recently did with Auburn Preach, where the dude cold approached a woman, he was harassing her. That's what I'm talking about, bro. A lot of these dudes, they make their marketing tactic is to make the impossible possible, man. And that's not realistic, bro. So yeah.
a large proportion of people that are meeting through dating apps. That's definitely on the rise. I think it's very, very rare for if you just speak to someone to be like, yeah, I met my boyfriend, he came up and approached me in the club, or he approached me during the day, just because most guys don't have the balls to actually do cold approach. I think if you go out to the club, you basically might see some drunk guys going around being like, hey, you're hot. But to actually go to a club and find someone that has learned cold approach and is applying it, and
And by the way, that's not even Marcus Wolf. That's every single like dating guru on the internet, damn near. All of these dudes try to find ways to sell you like tactics that don't really work. It's like they show you proof and evidence that it do work, but honestly the shit don't work because they gotta find a way to make money. And they do that by selling the anomaly. You feel me? You know, just like the black guys on YouTube, the black guys that I used to criticize a lot, they have their way of selling hot air. You feel me? Marcus Wolf got his way of selling hot air, and Marcus Hartain got his way of selling hot air, and other individuals too. So that's the situation because it's all about money. In order for you to market yourself effectively to where you're going to garner attention, you have to have you have to find your own unique way of selling your hot air. You know what I mean? So honestly, I'm just talking shit right now. Maybe I could be right. Maybe I could be wrong. I don't know these guys well enough to have that critique, but this is just my opinion. So yeah.
And using those techniques, I think is rare. So I'm not surprised at all. I don't think this is the indication that, oh, because this is how the community is meeting each other right now, and it's the largest proportion, that this is the best way and this is how we would do it. I just don't think that stands.
Let me just quickly clarify this because this is kind of my thought I had, because I agree with both of you, but I think the big thing is that you guys live in totally different parts of the world. So Michael, what you're saying, I believe is true in Vegas. And Marcus, what you're saying, I believe is true in Europe and Australia. I do think there's a different culture element that's important to keep in mind. But anyway,
and that's a good point that I'd bring up as well. I think there is a selection bias with social circle games. So depending how you're running it, of course. But with Cold Approach, I can go out to a library, I can go out to a cafe and meet a certain type of girl. I can go out to a club and meet a certain type of girl. But if I'm an average student that's maybe looking for a little bit of an introvert, you're not going to find that in social circle. Social circle requires you to find girls that are wanting to go to parties, that are wanting to increase their Instagram, that are wanting to meet more people. And then not only that, but then you need to find a girl that's willing to make a move on you, right? Because essentially social circle, a lot of the time what gets taught is not actually showing too much intent, not making the move, it's waiting for the girls to come to you. So now you're selecting for girls that are a little bit more dominant in that space, that are actually like going for what they want. So I think that is one of the issues I have with social circle as well for a beginner.
No, I don't believe
it's nothing necessarily wrong with a woman wanting to come to you. You feel me? Like you wanting the women you want, and the woman wanting the man that they want. There's nothing wrong with that. I would prefer a woman to want me. You feel me? Where I don't have to do a whole lot of work because I know it's genuine interest there. But at the same time, the woman have to be attractive. I have to find her physically attractive, and from physical attraction, you know, we can escalate to different parts of attraction. Maybe she's mentally stimulating and all these different things too. You know what I mean? So, you know, she's like not a headache to be around. But that's what I'm saying, man. Like they both have good strategies. I just think that cold approaching is just way more practical than social circle. You know, but yeah.
The introvert part, so one of the things you have to understand is, because you see the bikini competitions, I throw like 27 different types of events. When I'm doing an animal rescue, like the one I'm doing the day after tomorrow, a lot of the girls that are coming there are there because they want to help rescue animals, not because they're extroverted or because they're trying to grow their social media.
But
because I do one that's we find them on social media, we find them on Instagram. But like what you're going to tell me next is that hot girls aren't on Instagram.
No, that's not what I'm going to say. I'm going to say
right.
that this is very much, I mean, we have to be commonsensical here. This is very much still going to select for girls that are wanting to attend these events through social media. They're getting hit up by guys, right? I think that, and most of these events, to be honest, when I've spoken to your students, when I've spoken to other guys doing social circle, it's not animal rescue events, right? Most of them are going to be some photography type thing. It's going to be some modeling type thing. It's going to be connecting people up that way. That's what I've heard. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I've heard from the students
that's
that I've
spoken
to,
and
from most people doing social
circle. So we do 6 babes in toylands a year. 2 of them are for domestic abuse. 2 of them are for animal rescue. And then we do the Model Citizen Fund, which is we build backpacks for homeless people. We do Smash Global, which is an anti-bullying charity. The vast majority of my events are for charity.
So these charity events, who are you hitting up? Like if I'm one of your students and you're saying, okay, Marcus, you're running a charity event, who am I messaging on Instagram?
We're messaging everyone. It just like we're messaging girls. What was
Like when you say
What's the
everyone,
question?
I'm just thinking like, what do you mean by everyone? I literally hit up.
So we're not just picking girls that have large social media followings. We're picking girls that are physically attractive.
So how do you find
And
the physically attractive girls on social media?
beautiful, dude. Great question, man. So that's going to be
Thank
step
you.
number
That's a great
2 in the
question.
Men of Action course. If you guys want to check on the free server, step number 2 is called build your list. And a couple things you're going to do. First, you're going to go through a girl that is your perfect archetype, and you're going to look at who she follows, and that's how you're going to build a list. We usually use Google Sheets, and then we're going to have 4 columns. One is first name, last name, email, and then we do Instagram. Usually start with the Instagram one. You're going to copy and paste all the Instagrams of people that are like the girl that you like. So you're going to look for your archetype.
Mhm.
It's not, so one of the misconceptions is that we go in Vegas and every girl there has big fake tits and they're an escort on OnlyFans. It's not like that at all. We find very like a huge spectrum of girls, especially when I do like a charity ball, like for instance, the teddy ball we do in San Diego. The teddy ball, we bring teddy bears for homeless children and for children that are in hospice, children that are like in the Make-A-Wish Foundation. We actually collect toys for those children. It's usually super attractive social media influencers that help us raise money and help us collect donations for those things. That's the majority of my content is what it comes from, things like that. That's where you see me on the microphone.
So essentially, right, if I'm a guy that wants to get immersed with hot girls, I could just go to these charity events, right?
Yes, which is social circle. Yes.
Yeah, but I could just go not running any social circle at all, right?
Marcus, not only could you go, I'm personally inviting you to all of them.
Not me.
I'll bring
not
you
me.
to every single one of them. No, Marcus, I want to get you to come to all of them.
brown guy. I'm a 4'11" brown guy when I say me.
Okay, that's fine.
Because this is my point. If you're just inviting anyone with any social media following, and it's just like some hot girls that you think might want to go, then essentially, right, all you're doing is setting up a club environment, right? Like I could just go and get immersed with these hot girls anyway.
I don't understand what the question is.
It's not a question.
So if you're saying that I'm selecting for attractive women, then the answer is yes.
I can understand if you're saying, okay, bikini babes competition, and we're just going and we're really selecting. It has to be someone that's like modeling. It's someone that really wants to get this. They're super hot. They have a high social media following. They go into these events. But if you're organizing like a charity event for dogs, I think you mentioned it was. I wasn't familiar.
Yes, Animal Rescue. It's this
Animal
Thursday.
Rescue. Perfect, right? And you're just inviting like any girl that essentially is into Animal Rescue. Then my question is like, what is going to be different then from if I just went to a club with hot girls in it, or I went to a yoga class?
Great question. So most clubs don't have a lot of hot girls, and this is a big difference between Europe and the United States. The average woman in the United States is 171 pounds. We have a severe obesity problem in this country. So when you say, what do we select for? We select, when you're saying, do we select for introverted, extroverted, social media, big following, small following, young or old? The only thing we select for is physical attractiveness. So like, these are the girls coming to Babes in Toyland on Thursday. And like I have hundreds of girls that have signed up. These girls are all there for Animal Rescue. The only thing they have in common is that they were physically attractive and they're there for Animal Rescue. Some of them, like this girl right here, she has a PhD in pharmacology. She's very introverted, but she also happens to be a Maxim model. So that's the thing. This girl right here is also very introverted. She has a master's degree. Like it's not.
By the way, I'm just listening to learn to see if Michael can teach me anything new about social circle. So yeah.
We don't select for girls based on, do they have a large social media following? We select for girls, 1, are they physically attractive? And 2, do they want to help us with Foster Friday Foundation, which helps all the homeless animals that are in Clark County? This is the majority of what I teach as far as.
Wait, Michael, are you trying to share your screen right now?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is it not sharing?
No, you got to give me a heads up. Yeah, I can.
Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, I can. Cool. If you want to bring it back, I can add it to the stream. Yeah, I got
you see right there.
Yeah, you're good now.
Yeah. So like these girls that are coming to the Foster Friday Foundation situation, this is the charity that we're doing on Thursday, right? And some of them are older, some of them are younger, some of them have regular professions. Like I said, we have one girl with a PhD in pharmacology and another girl who does OnlyFans. Like it doesn't make any difference. We're creating a situation to where there's 2 or 3 really attractive girls for every guy in these situations. That's what my events end up becoming, right? This girl has, she's a marriage and a family therapist. Like a lot of these girls are Maxim models, and a lot of these girls are just regular girls that wanted to come help us raise money for Animal Rescue. But the point is, and then this is my girlfriend. The point of this whole situation is, the point of the entire situation is that we wanted to create a situation where there's a massive ratio of girls compared to guys, which makes it easier for you. The setup, that's what, again, That's what we try to create is a setup to where you have, again, if you want to get better at basketball, you play in the NBA. You don't play in the G League.
Whoa. No, you don't. Hang on. Sorry. If I am a beginner to basketball and I'm an average guy, I'm not going to learn shit in the NBA. I'm going to go to the NBA.
You can't. No, but you can train and you can get better with better competition.
Man, if you want to get better at basketball, you can't, bro. You saying how the hell you gonna get in the NBA, bro? You gotta already be an established player. You gotta already be a noteworthy player in order for you to get in the NBA. If you want to get better at hooping, you gotta train with somebody that knows the sport. You got to get with a coach. You feel me? So maybe if you want to get better, that's one thing. But if you want to get good at it, which means you have no experience doing it at all, bro, you got to get with a coach. So, yeah.
So you and I are going to disagree on this because I can just show you ultimate examples. If I throw a guy, that's what we try to create is a setup to where you have, again, if you want to get better at basketball, you play in the NBA. You don't play in the G League.
Whoa. No, you don't. Hang on.
If you want to get better, it's like I just said, if you want to get better, you like you want to get with a coach. You don't want to play in the NBA. You got to be at a certain level in order for you to get in the NBA. So that was a horrible analogy.
Hang on, sorry. If I am a beginner to basketball and I'm an average guy, I'm not going to learn shit in the NBA. I'm going to go to the NBA.
But you can't. No,
the goal is for you to get in the NBA, bro. That's the goal. You're trying to get in the NBA. You're not trying to learn anything in the NBA. You got to get in there in order to get with the coach to learn from the coach. So yeah.
But you can train and you can get better with better competition. You and I are going to disagree on this because I can just show you ultimate examples. If I throw a guy into the deep end with really attractive women, I can make him better with really attractive women. The reason why Pickup has never been able to teach this is because Pickup does not give you access to the Playboy Mansion or backstage at the Maxim party. If you do that on a regular basis, you'll find that those dudes are just better with attractive women because they're more regularly around attractive women.
I guarantee you, if you take
let's put some money on it. Let's do it. Let's do some money on it. Let's pick a guy.
Yo, let me finish. If you take a below average guy and just throw him around hot women, he's not going to learn to get good with hot women. Like you gave the analogy of the NBA example, right? If you just throw me in the NBA and are like, go for it, I'm never going to learn shit. If I actually am a beginner to basketball and I want to learn, then what I should do is start off at the beginner.
Okay. I would, what, long stroke, I would say that's more so the exception. You feel me? Like he was so much of the exception to where, we going to skip the D League. You going to put you straight in the NBA. But the point is he was already at a certain level to where he could get in the NBA. They seen I don't know. It's just like somebody, okay, King 6'8" the great, right? This dude 6'8", he's an attractive dude. You feel me? But let's just say he don't have no experience cold approaching or no experience doing social circle. But the fact that, he a 6'8" dude, you know what I mean? And the fact that he an attractive dude, he ain't no ugly looking dude, that it's like women are still going to check for him because he is more so the exception. But most guys aren't that. But I will acknowledge that, if you are an exceptional human being, you can, the rules can be bent, real shit. But yeah.
Level, have a really good coach teaching me the foundational skills, having the ability to fuck up. Now, if I go to the NBA and you give me the ball to make a shot, right? There's so much pressure there. I'm just going to do the shot that I'm always used to. I'm not going to practice what my coach told me, which might have been instead of throwing the ball fucking underarm.
Now, Adam, I agree with that. Hold on, wait a minute. Now, Adam, I actually agree with that. If you are in a position to where you are constantly around hot girls, then you will, if you have to interact with them, then you will get used to talk. That's me, bro. That's literally me. I tell y'all this all the time. I say when I first started cold approaching, I was talking to the most attractive women, and then every woman that I found less attractive, I didn't really even care to talk to them because I'm already dealing with a certain caliber of women. So, Adam, I 100% agree with you on that. You feel me? Not even just social circle, just a cold approach too. The thing is with cold approach, it's like it's easier for you. It's like in either situation, you are building a foundation because you around those women. You feel me? But it's like the only thing with Michael Sartan's situation, he wants you to be in a situation to where the women are choosing you, as opposed to you going after the women that you want. The women are choosing you. Like that's his whole ideology on his approach towards social circle. I got a hard time saying this shit. It's like a tongue twister, but it's like you will get to that destination a whole lot quicker if you approach the women that you want, right? Because it's more fear attached to it. You feel me? So that's the situation. You know, if the women already found some type of interest in you, it's going to be easier to talk to those women, you know, as opposed to you going after the women that you want. It's like a cold situation. You don't know them, they don't know you. It's a whole lot harder. And the thing that is harder to do, in my opinion, is going to be more rewarding, right? To a point where no matter if the women choosing you or if you choosing the women, there's not going to be a whole lot of fear there. As opposed to if you only rely on social circle, it's like you going after the women that you going after the women that you want, and you want to rely on social circle. There's going to be a whole lot of fear attached to where you're not going to know how to properly maneuver in that situation, you know. So, and yeah, man, I actually agree with what you said though. You know, like if you constantly talking to the baddies, then talking to women less attractive, it ain't gonna be shit, bro. So yeah, man.
Because I don't know what I'm doing, is actually like add a little bit of a flick to it, which I'd never try in the NBA, right? I'll just do what I'm used to. So cold approach actually allows.
Yo, I'm gonna drop the link if anybody want to come on. You know, just feel free to hop on for sure.
Allows you that ability to fuck up, to practice, to learn, to get better. But if you put me in a party with a bunch of 500 hot girls and I'm an average or below average guy, then I'm going to be so worried about fucking it up, especially if these are the girls that are going to be at the same parties over and over again, right? That's something I'm really going to be worried about. I'm not going to be able to take my shot or practice anything new. So I think the idea of like putting someone in the NBA when they're a beginner is crazy. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Okay. So then you don't like the NBA analogy. The analogy would be to take them to Babes in Toyland in Miami, where they're around a lot of very beautiful women, and all of them come up to me and be like, "This was an incredible experience, and I learned a lot."
Okay, so if I just take,
we won't use analogy. We'll just use specifics.
No, let's use specifics. So if I give you one of my students, right? He's just come to me last week. His name's Bob. We're going back to Bob, the 4'11" or whatever, you know, normal height guy that's horrible with women, and you throw him in this party. Like, what is going to happen? What is he going to do? How is he going to learn?
Beautiful. So he would start at the beginning of the course. Step number 1, we go over breaks and rapport. So we go over ways we make them talk about themselves. We treat them all the same, make them talk about themselves. These are concepts that we have. And we also have the concept of value arbitrage, connector, suggester, and content.
And you throw him crazy. I wouldn't do it. Good coach teaching me the foundational skills, having the ability to fuck up.
I can make him better with really attractive women. The reason why Pickup has never been able to teach this is because Pickup does not give you access to the Playboy Mansion or backstage at the Maxim party. If you do that on a regular basis, you'll find that those dudes are just better with attractive women.
No, I would say Pickup give you access to attractive women, though. You may not get access to the high status women, you feel me? Like a Beyonce or like a Kim Kardashian and all these different women. But not social, but PUA can give you access to attractive women regardless, bro. So, yeah, I mean, that's the goal for most dudes, just to get access to attractive women. So, yeah.
Because they're more regularly around attractive women.
I guarantee you, if you take
let's put some money on it.
If you
money on it. Let's do it. Let's do some money on it. Let's pick a guy.
Yo, let me finish. If you take a below average guy and just throw him around hot women, he's not going to learn to get good with hot women. Like you gave the analogy of the NBA example, right? If you just throw me in the NBA and are like, go for it, I'm never going to learn shit. If I actually am a beginner to basketball and I want to learn, then what I should do is start off at the beginner level, have a really good coach teaching me the foundational skills, having the ability to fuck up. Now, if I go to the NBA and you give me the ball to make a shot, right? There's so much pressure there. I'm just going to do the shot that I'm always used to. I'm not going to practice what my coach told me, which might have been, instead of throwing the ball fucking underarm because I don't know what I'm doing, is actually like add a little bit of a flick to it.
What's good with your family? What's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, fam?
What's going on, man? What's good with you? Adam Hudson? It's been a minute since you hopped on the panel, bro.
Yeah, been a little while, man. I had to hop up here, man. I wanted
For
to get
sure, man.
my
Hey, I don't know. You got some stuff going on in the background. You driving or some shit?
no. I'm going up this escalator. I'm about to get up
Oh,
off.
okay.
Hold on.
All right.
It sound loud now?
This still kind of loud.
Okay, let me take these headphones off. Hold on.
I think Ronan about to hop on too.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you good now?
I'm good now.
Yeah. You excellent now.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, for sure. So,
Yeah, man.
So let me say this right quick. Now, this is gonna be, this is gonna be something that's not related to the actual conversation. You know, just you going in on this nigga Miles.
Yeah.
How come you been going? I've been wanting to ask you this. How come you been going on Miles, bro? I think Miles has gotten a little bit better over the years, but he's still on some asshole type shit. But yeah, I'm just curious to know.
Oh no, he was just overdue to get roasted. I mean, he just needed that. You know
He's
what
just
I mean?
overdue to get roasted. You funny for that.
Yeah, he was overdue. You see how he be talking down on everybody?
Oh yeah,
So
that's a fact, bro.
he needed to get talked down about. You know, he ain't perfect. You know, he got a lot of flaws. So we just gonna bring him to the forefront. So
Bro, you sound like a robot a little bit. I don't know. I think you like your connection, like.
oh wait, okay, hold on.
It's like going in and out.
Okay, hold on.
No. You sound good right now.
I'm good now.
Yeah. You good now.
Oh, okay.
Like
No, he just.
No, I was finna say like you know Jay, right? The guy just brought up on the stage.
Who?
You know the guy just the dude I literally just brought up on the stage right now, Jay.
Yo.
Yeah. What's good, Jay? Like he went off on Jay like Friday. Miles went off on him Friday. Just recently, right?
Damn.
And Jay was finna give him that energy back, but Miles was like, nah, you know what I mean? Jay, you there, bro?
Man. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, it was
Didn't Miles try to like go off on you, bro?
Nah, he was I mean
he was like raising his voice and shit.
Shout out to Miles. I know he listening, or somebody on the team listening. Shout out to Miles. Shout out to Lakari. I know y'all listening. But I was just it's just he was trying to make his point, but he was getting a little frustrated because he feel like, you know, y'all or me, you know, why do I call a show and still get mad at Steve? But my thing is, y'all niggas are gaslighting because Steve played games where he'll call you a bitch and you a hoe and you a stupid motherfucker. Then be like, I didn't say nothing wrong. I'm like, nigga, you a goofy, bro.
Yeah, pretty much, terrible. Man. Yeah, I mean, I'll say this, bro. I just don't call into any shows with his face on it. And then, I mean, if that's the case, I mean, I'm cool. Like, that's the situation right now. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Steve no more. As long as I just stay away from him and the show that he be on, I ain't really got nothing to say about that dude, bro. He gonna keep being who he is, regardless of what anybody got to say about him, you know. But I just really wanted to ask Adam Hudson, you know, why he was going in on Miles, and I pretty much got my answer. He was just overdue for a roast, you know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, I think you burnt the meat a little bit. On the first video, you burnt the meat just a little bit, bro. Like, you know, it was a little bit too much salt on it, you feel me? But
now what would you say? What would you say burnt it? What was the comment that you would say made it too much?
I mean, honestly, it was the thumbnail and the fact. Well, it was like the end of the video. It was the end of the video and the thumbnail. You know.
Oh, okay. You're talking about it's pretty much his lady. Me going in on his lady.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie, his lady is not that bad. It's just that why you just don't show her. So, I mean, I like black women,
but you know,
and she ain't horrible, but she ain't. I give her like a 6 at best. But yeah.
Well, you know, I was just trying to give her some shine. You know what I mean? He's not giving her no shine on his thumbnail. So, you know, I was just trying to bring in the views, you know, give his lady some shine. nothing wrong with Miles' lady. You know what I mean? I just wanted to, give her some shine. You know what I mean? That was
I
Yo,
got you, bro. All right. What's
yeah.
yo, what's
hold
the
on, wait,
backdrop?
what
I mean,
now?
I'm trying to connect the dots. Like, what's the backdrop on it? I don't want to assume too much, but I'm trying to connect what's going on with the situation. What happened? Just real brief, if you can.
Oh no, I
What?
just did something. I just roasted. Talking about with Miles.
Yeah.
Oh no, hold on. What the hell is going on with this phone? Oh yeah. Nah, I just roasted him. Made some roast videos about him. That's all.
Oh, okay. That's what's okay.
All right, pretty much. All
But
right,
I
we
did
got
want to
to
chime in. Oh wait, go ahead.
now. Nah,
No,
go
go
on
ahead.
chime.
Let him talk.
Nah,
Let him
go
talk.
nah, yeah. Now go on chime in, and then I guess we can get the Ron, and then we can get the J. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. We definitely got to introduce Ronan. Yeah, what's going on, Ronan?
What's going on, brothers?
What's
Go
up,
ahead and
player?
get your
What's up?
points
What's
out,
up?
man. What's going on, Jay?
Yeah.
Man, Ronan
Okay,
ain't
yeah.
been
Because I
on
did
in
want to talk
months.
about the subject too.
Brothers been busy, but go ahead.
I'm
Get your
already
points out.
knowing, man. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I want to chime in on the subject too. I did want to chime in on the subject of the video. Yeah, I had a situation before where I had with the social circle situation. I had a
Yeah.
friend. I had a friend named James. My boy James, my homie James. He knew a whole bunch of fine females,
Mm-hmm.
and so I would start kicking it with James. So I'm kicking it with. So James was inviting me. Every week he would call me and say he had some females to kick it with. So for a while I was like, nah, I'm cool. I really didn't like James like that. So I was like, nah, I'm cool. One week I said, you know what? He keep on every week he say, hey man, I got some females come through. So one of them weeks I said, all right, okay, let me see what's going on. So I show up. I'm kicking it with James. He was like, you want to kick it with Darcy and so and so, and now Darcy was a popular girl in the city. So I'm like, Darcy? He like, yeah, I know Darcy. Yeah, I call him right now. I have Darcy and all the girls pull up. I'm like, all right, yeah, call him. So Darcy, all the girls pull up. We chilling. Now I'm nervous, because I'm not because Darcy's fine. Darcy popular. These are popular girls of the city. So I'm like nervous. I'm like, oh shit. Now Darcy, she ended up roasting me. So Darcy roasted me because they can kind of tell I'm nervous and stuff. So they roast me. So, it didn't end up going too well with the girls. So that happened. Then the next week, he like, okay, I got some more girls. Like, come through. Some more. I'm like, okay, I'll come through. It's another batch of fine chicks. I'm still a little nervous, but I'm a little bit better this week with dealing with like the fine girls. So when I'm kicking it with James, he know a bunch of fine girls. I start kicking it with fine girls. Eventually, I get comfortable kicking it with the fine girls. And then at that point, Fire Girl just became like my level of like, okay, once I got used to it through the social circle.
Yep.
And then after that, the average girls would see me with the fine girls and they would just like me automatically. Cause they felt like, okay, this guy, he messed with the hot chick, so I'm nothing. So I'm aspiring to get with him. So I agree with Michael on that one. Like once you get used to talking to the bad chicks, then the average chicks you looking at her like what she is. You're like, man, she trash. I'm used to talking to
Looking at her
bad chicks.
like
This chick's yeah.
exactly like you looking at her like, I can take it or leave it, pretty much. So
Yeah, you like she trash,
yeah,
like, and so it come off in your demeanor, and they already see you with the bad chicks, so they come with the deal. They come with the bad chicks. The average chicks come with the bad chicks. So I agree with Michael on this one.
hey Adam, let me ask, hold up. I'm gonna ask you this question. You can elaborate on the question, and we can get to somebody else. So now, was there a situation where, like, okay, well, I don't want to say now. I'm gonna say back then, or after you got over your fear of just being around attractive women, could you go out and approach those attractive women, or was it like easier for you to just have attractive women around because somebody else brought those women to you? You feel me? Like which situation is harder? You approaching those women, or you just being around those women because somebody gave you access to them?
You saying are you asking what's harder to approach them or just be around them? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, like you just like you walk in the house and your homie got like 3 baddies in there versus you see the woman that you want, you approaching that woman. Like, which situation is harder?
Talking about
In your
harder to
opinion?
have a relationship with the woman. Like, what
No,
you mean harder?
I mean just talking, approaching these women, not being in a situation where you nervous and shit. Like just you being around. Like, is it easier for you to approach a woman and talk to them and have a conversation with, you know what I mean, versus the women, like you going to your homie crib and he got the women there for you already. You feel me? Like, which situation is easier?
I don't think it's a easier in that situation. I don't
No,
think
I
it's a
mean,
easier.
like you see a woman you like, right? And then
Hmm.
you approach those women or that
Yeah.
woman, right? Versus,
Mhm.
like, what I say this. You sitting down in the crib and your homie bring 3 baddies around, and then the one of the chicks choose you and say, hey, I find him attractive, I want to talk to him. And in both situations you ain't really got no experience, right? You ain't got no
Okay.
experience with being around attractive women, and you ain't got no experience approaching attractive women. I'm saying, out of those two situations, which one would be harder? You being aggressive, or you just chilling and just talking to those women? You feel me? Like, in both situations you nervous though.
Okay. I would say in the social circle situation, you can be laid back in that situation and still get chose. So
But do you think you can fumble the bag in this situation by you having no experience and being like nervous and all this shit?
you can definitely fumble the bag in that situation, but you could
Now,
be lame and all that. But if you in the environment and you got connections in that environment, they'll some of the hot girls are still gonna like you
okay, now let me ask you
because
this
you there.
question. All right, I agree
Mhm.
with that. Now let me ask you this question. Do you think it'll be more rewarding if you go after like the women that you want as opposed to the women that want you? You know, like, let's just say like you are in a environment, like a club scene or whatever, and you see women that you want, you have the confidence to approach those women and get these women right in a confident manner. As a Okay, like I think I said this early in the stream, where you don't, like, you strictly rely on I can't say this word for shit, social circle, right? You strictly rely on that. You don't do cold approach at all. Do you think the guy
Mhm.
that cold approach will have a better advantage because he put himself out there and he's more aggressive and assertive with what he want, as opposed to a dude that wait for women to come to him? Like, he attract women as opposed to you going for the women that you find attractive.
I think they both got pros and cons. I think with the because I've done both. I can only speak from my experience.
Mm-hmm.
As far as approaching, I got more. Like, if
Mm-hmm.
like when I'm cold approaching and not doing the social circle, I get more, but the
Okay.
quality don't be as high. But with the social
You
circle,
said
it's the
okay.
quality's high.
Mm-hmm.
I would say my experience was cold approaching. I get a bunch. I can get as many as I want,
Mm-hmm.
and then with social circle, I may not get as many, but the quality be higher. Like, it be better looking women, stuff like that.
And, hold on, you said with social circle, like, the quality isn't as high, but you can get as many. Hold on, I think I heard that wrong. I want you to elaborate one more time.
No, I was saying that from my experience,
Mm-hmm.
social circle, the quality was higher, like better looking women,
Yeah.
popular women, stuff like that,
Okay.
but not as many. Like, I would,
Yep.
I wasn't getting as many, but I would get the hot ones when it was the
Mm-hmm.
social circle connection.
Yep.
But with code approach, I can get a lot. I can just keep on getting them. They may not be as hot, but I get some cute ones. I get some cute ones. I get some decent ones, but I really wasn't getting the super hot ones. I only really was getting the super hot ones through the social circle stuff.
Okay. Well, do you think it'll okay, let's just say you only have experience cold approaching. You don't have no experience with social circle. You just have experience cold approaching the women that you want. Do you think you will do a
Mhm.
better job being in a social circle setting You feel me? Because you actually have experience cold approaching, and like that's your whole foundation.
I would say, I would say, I don't know if it will make. I don't think it will make you better. Me personally, I don't think it will make you better in a social circle situation.
No, I'm saying like
Because I
those.
think it's two
No,
different skill sets.
well, I say the difference is it's like with cold approach, you are like you have a skill that you've built over time as opposed to cold approach. You also have another skill, but that skill is more so passive. It's like you don't have to do a whole lot of footwork, right? You feel me? It's like you're letting social media and all that like do the work for you, but you're not actually going out in the real world, getting women that way. And I think getting women that way is more rewarding because by you having experience being around women and just being the most confident guy, the most domineering guy, you are going like the women will see that in you, in your personality and your demeanor, and that will like reflect. You feel me? Okay, I see that this guy is super confident, and I like him because of that. Versus a dude that just trickle down on social circle game, when he's in a situation to where he actually see a woman that he want, he might not even approach. You feel me? Because it's
Okay.
I mean, that's not something that he do on a day to day. But I do think social circle is a good strategy, to approach women. It's just that in that situation, you have to just pick the women that want you. You feel me?
Okay.
So,
I
yeah.
actually somewhat disagree. I somewhat disagree.
Go ahead.
Because from my experience, the social circle situation, it's either they like you or they don't like you. Okay, it's not no skill to me. It's not really no skill involved.
Well, the
It's
skill
like let
is
me
you
finish. Let
being
me
able
finish
to
that.
get
Let me
these.
finish. Let me finish what
Go
I was
ahead,
saying.
G.
So to me, from my experience, it seemed like the social circle, you could be lame and have no skill, but they just like you or they don't. You just it's luck. It's they either fuck with you or they don't. Even if you had a mouthpiece, even if you was Chris with your mouthpiece through social circle, through a code approach, and you super alpha male or whatever, they could not like you still, because that particular group just don't like you. So I think that with the social circle, it's more about luck. It's like, oh, that group just happened to like you, versus code approach is more, it's on you, it's your skill, it's how you move in a certain way
So
to
in social.
make what you want happen.
Mm-hmm. So in social, I can't say the word for shit. So in social circle, it's like there is no real skill involved in it.
In my
It's like,
opinion, I think it's mostly luck. I think it's just like basically some people like rap music. So if you just happen to be in a rap environment and you around people that like rap, that group gonna fuck with you. You know what I'm saying? Because you fit in.
yeah,
All right,
I got
but
you,
if you a
man.
rapper type of person, if you're a rapper person and you go to a rock group, they gonna be like, oh, we don't fuck with him. He not a rock type of person. So I think it's more you fit in. When you fit in, you win. But
I I
it's
got
not.
you.
I don't think it's really about having great social
So
skills.
it's not about like you being the most confident guy and all the different things. It's more so about who you are. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
who
Do you
you
fit
are.
in? Do you fit in? Do they just happen to like
Exactly.
you?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I
I
guess you're
think that's
saying
social
that
circle.
matters more. Okay.
I think that
All right.
matters more than like if you're a cool guy.
I got you, man. All right, Ronan. Is there anything you want to say?
I mean, run me down like you were running them down. Give me questions. You know what I'm saying? Because I could go all over the
Well,
place, man.
okay,
But I'm just
okay, I
saying,
got you.
these guys are
All right,
crazy.
What?
Oh yeah.
all right,
Yeah.
I got you,
Wait.
man. So,
I'm gonna drop down and listen
now go
though,
ahead,
because
go ahead.
I'm actually about to do. I'm gonna drop down and listen. But
I,
so I'm pretty. All right, family.
All right,
all right,
brother.
Adam, man. I appreciate you
All
coming
right.
up, man. Real shit, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate y'all.
Real talk, man.
All right.
Yeah,
All right,
break me
Ron. I
down
got.
like you done broke him down. Go ahead.
All
Ask
right,
me
Ron.
questions.
All right, Ronan. I got you. So, I think you came at it from a sales type of,
Yeah, that's exactly
like a
what they're
sales type
preaching.
of situation.
They're preaching sales techniques, man. I've been in sales for
Yeah.
almost 35, 40 years, bro.
Yeah.
They ain't saying nothing that I don't already know that you use in regular sales organizations and techniques, psychology of dealing with people, rapport building. All these things is all they're trying to teach you guys is how to associate to get the best outcome for what you're trying to sell, which is yourself.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think Jay have experience in sales too. I'm not really sure. I think I heard him speak on sales a while ago. I don't even know if he's still there. Jay, you there, bro?
No, I'm here. I'm just listening to the people go.
Oh, it sounds like you in the shower or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
So it's another question I want to ask you, Ronan.
Go ahead.
So Michael Sartain or Marcus Wolf, do you think their tactics work, like based off what you heard? So I don't really know a whole lot about these two dudes, really. So I
Right.
can't really have a fair critique. But based off what you know, do you think it's any type of like nefarious shit?
I
that
don't
they
know
doing to, like,
Marcus as
scam?
well, but Michael Sartain, I know, has done a lot of plastic surgery from his teeth to other things he's had done himself just to look more impressive and approachable. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily the most manliest thing now. I don't know what society dictates, but most women want their men rugged. You get what I'm saying? To be a
Yeah.
real man, all this sensitivity about, you know, getting hair plugs or whatever, shave the fucking shit off if you have to. You know what I'm saying? What's the big deal? You know, but at the end of the day, you know, is he talking facts and certain things on how to deal with women? Yeah. Is he setting himself up to be successful? Yeah, because, you know, if you get a social circle of all baddies, which all women are naturally going to compete against another woman. That's why they dress. They don't dress for you. They dress for the other woman in the fucking room. So if you're bringing a woman in, like he was bringing up all these different charities, of course he's bringing these women in with the precept that, hey, I got this charity going on. I want you to come in. I know you like, you know, dealing with animals or whatever. That's the cutesy part of it. The motivation for the chick is, if it's charity, guess what? There's going to be guys there that have money. They're going to be donating. So if you show up to my event, in return, whether you want to promote your social media content or not, guess what's going to be there? Guys with money. And what do chicks want? Guys with money.
Guys with
so
money,
that's
yep.
the draw to keep them in. I mean, back in the day, man, even when we were doing in the military, we coming into town. Say we were pulling to a Filipino port. Do you know the club owners of those Filipino bars would know when guys were coming, when ships were pulling in? You know why? Because they had to bring in more prostitutes, basically, so the town wouldn't run dry based on the amount of men that were coming in off those fucking ships. So if you hedge your bets, you're going to get the best performance. So one, if you bring baddies in, they're going to compete against each other in order to dress well, in order to be more presentable. But those women, what's the quality level of these women you're talking about? Are these women straight up hoes, 304s? Are they coming from the sex industry? Where are they coming from that he's getting all these baddies, especially in Las Vegas? And I brought this up in the chat.
That's where he's at now, right? He's
right. He's in Las
Okay.
Vegas. So club promoters even have a list of baddies. Okay. You go in and you're trying to say, I have a club promotion thing or a business. You have a list of girls that you can bring in at a moment's notice in order to blow up a scene for a club to bring in what? The money. The money don't come from the chicks. The chicks get in free. Where does the money come in? From the guys. So how do you get guys in? You give them a higher ratio. I'm going to guarantee you at least 5 to 7 chicks per every one guy up in the fucking club. There's going to be 9s, 10s. Why?
So
because they have that list. So it's all a business in a roundabout way, and it's all the pitch. All this stuff is about pitching, presentation, and building rapport. And then once you get your social circle, let's go about cold approaching. Cold approaching for you is effort. When you cold approach somebody, you're taking your own effort, your own know-how, your own experience, and you going out there running the numbers game. You got to talk to so many people before you get a yes.
Yeah.
Okay. When you have a social circle, that's a warm market. That gives you opportunity. At the end of the day, you still got to open your mouth in order to take advantage of the opportunity of the woman being in the room. Okay. Now, the best market of all is referral market. Why is that the best? Because now your clients, your social circle, and everybody else is boosting you up, saying you a great guy, you this, you that. Now girls are coming after you. You don't have to say a fucking word. They're coming in the room looking for you because you got that reputation. So there's different levels to this game. And yeah, he's covering and hedging all his bets. But at the same time, everybody can't walk into that situation and know what to do. Everybody's not going to be comfortable in those situations. You're an incel coming out your mama's basement. Even if they put you in a room full of baddies, are you going to be comfortable enough to talk to them?
That's my whole fucking point right there. That's my whole point. Like, if you the average guy coming off the street, you know, with no experience, it's like
that ain't gonna work for you. You're gonna lean up against the fucking wall and look. You ain't gonna do shit. You don't have to carry on the conversation. You're not gonna walk up to a chick and say, "Hey, can I buy you a drink?" The opportunity, like I said, a social circle gives you a warm market. It's an opportunity. Now you have to take advantage of the opportunity and actually open your mouth and start having a conversation. Be approachable, be likable, be dressed well enough, smell good. You know, these are the things, and have fucking charisma. You could be an ugly looking dude, but if you have charisma, guess what? You still have an opportunity.
Exactly.
If you can make her laugh, guess what? You have an opportunity. You ain't got to be this fucking Chad looking dude walking in a room to get the most attention. But when you walk in a room, you better fucking own it.
Oh, there you
Hey,
go,
dropping some
man.
game.
Real
Dropping
talk.
game.
All right, Ronan, I'm gonna move to Jay, man. I appreciate you dropping that wisdom for sure, man.
No, I'm gonna sit around and just come back.
I got
Go
you.
ahead.
All right, Jay, man. Is there anything you want to elaborate on?
I was just trying to see what you had to ask. I know you're talking about social. I'm fucking up too. I know you're talking about social circle and the cold approach. I was trying to see what you was asking the guys, so I can at least see if I can have an answer or a perspective.
Well, I'll say this. Like, I have very limited experience on like social circle. You know, I have done social circle. I've been in situations to where I had to get chicks, you know, for my homies and all these different things, and dudes brought women to me and all that stuff. A lot of those women just wasn't the women that I wanted. A few of them was, but it's like I ain't really fucking with it. So I just found more fulfillment, you know, going after the women that I wanted in particular. But the question I have for you is that which one are you leaning more towards? Are you leaning more towards cold approach, or you being in like a social circle situation? God damn, I hate saying that. Go ahead.
Yeah. And social circle is more so a group of guys who get women, or you got a couple guys and a couple girls in the social circle. Like which I'm trying to visualize that real quick before I give an answer.
Well, it's you. It's you being in a situation to where the women are choosing you. You feel me? Like the women are picking you to where you're not putting forth like a whole lot of effort, as opposed to cold approach where, like Ronan said, like you have to put forth all the effort, you know, in order to get your desired outcome. So that's the situation. Now notice. I mean, not notice, but the thing is with social circle, you know, those women may not be the women that you want, realistically speaking. You feel me? Now,
for sure.
In Michael Sartan's situation, the fact that he deal with OF chicks and he might be dealing with women in the sex industry, you know, those women may actually be attractive for the average dude. That's really not the case. But in your own anecdotal life experience, you know, like which one are you leaning more towards? You know, social circle. All right, go ahead, G.
Yeah, no doubt. For me, I'm more so cold approach because I have more control over who I want to talk to and how I want to go about it. As far as a social circle, like for example, if I'm on a basketball team and we all got our Letterman jackets on, and women choose me because I'm with the basketball team and I'm getting more opportunities, that's cool. That's like extra appetizers. I don't care about it. It's cool. But I know that at the end of the day, I can't rely on linking up with these guys to go get women. You know what I'm saying? I'm more about what the hell I want to do when I want to do it, regardless if anyone is around me or not. But also at the same time, if my reputation speaks for itself, like, oh shit, that's Jay, he played for Arizona. Oh shit, that's Jay, he played for the Timberwolves. Then it's like, oh shit. Sometimes your reputation precedes itself, and that's cool too. Same with the social circle. But for me, bro, I'm all about cold approaching, you know what I'm saying, first. You know what I'm saying? But don't get it fucked up though. Don't get it fucked up. I will use every tool in the goddamn toolbox to get it how I want to get it. Don't get it fucked up though.
All right, Ron. All right, Ron. I'm gonna ask you this question too. You know, put it back on you right quick. So this is gonna be the last question I ask before I get back to the live stream. But which one would you prefer more, the social circle or you cold approaching, you know, the women that you want? So yeah.
I mean, it's the same thing. My effort is my effort. If I get somebody by, you know, talking to X amount of girls in order to get that yes, then that's my hard work. That's my labor. And she appreciates me for who I was right off the top, off the rip. Okay. The opportunity is a social circle. Okay. That means somebody brought in a group of women and just put me in the middle of it. Hey, that's a lovely room to be in. But again, now I got to weed through that room to see what type of quality women he brought in versus this random ass women he brought in there that I might not be interested in. It's still some work. But like Jay said, the hot thing is the referral. You have the reputation and people know who you are and want to be with you because they know who you are. But the fallback on that is now you got to look out for the gold digger.
Facts.
Now you got to look out, well, what's her drive and her motivation on why she wants to meet you. You know, so
Facts.
the cold approach is always going to be the best way because she doesn't know much about you. You're getting to know her, and you can kind of feel out when you want to divulge everything about yourself, whether you're wealthy or not wealthy, what you do for a business, her angle on what she's going to do to leverage or take advantage of what your situation is, because that's what women look for anyway. You know, let's not deceive ourselves. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, that's all a factor too. So a cold approach is the easiest way to get a woman to get to know you before she has any access to who you are, what you do, the kind of money you make, besides assessing what you got on as far as clothes. Because that's all she can do. She can look at your watch, she can look at your shoes, she can look at your clothing, but she can't assess anything else about you until you open your mouth. Your level of intelligence, what she feels like you can teach her, whether she feels like she's above you, all those things come from your mouth. So the opportunity is there. Like I said, all these beautiful women are there in a social circle. But the minute you open your mouth, your value either goes up or it goes down.
All right, man. So, and that's actually a point I never thought about too. Like, you being like, so if it's a social circle situation, then most likely, like, some of the women there are gonna already know what you do and who you are. Versus like cold approach, you can
remember this is a donation. Like he sets up the donation thing. So these guys are obviously prominent people in the community or whatever in that local area. They're coming to donate money for a cause. So these guys got money. They're most likely going to pull up in something nice. You get what I'm saying? So these girls already know what's showing up is going to have deep pockets. So that's not hard for them to want to talk to you. So is that their driving force to talk to you now?
Yeah, facts.
That's
but they kind of brag, and I can understand the arrogance of, yeah, all we do is fuck hotties. I can understand, but you also got to understand as well, like you're putting women in a situation where they already know you got money, they already know you got the mansion, they already know you got da 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 da. Right. So like it's I get what they saying, but at the same time it's like, I mean, hey, player, I respect it. At the same time, that's why they don't like to. Well, I guess he seemed like he don't really talk about doing the cold approaching. But hey, there are levels to this game, and truthfully, if I was on that level, I don't want to be knocking on doors doing cold calls 500 times a day. No. I'm at a different level of the game. I'm finna hire somebody or put people in position to do certain things for me. You know what I'm saying? Because hey, I'm the one with the mansion. I'm the one with 3 million followers. I'm the one that got access to Chris Brown, fucking. All these presidents and Let me orchestrate my little circus. So go ahead though. That's it.
All right. With that being said,
if you were a closer, you're a closer. Like in the sales game, man. Before I broke my teeth. I cut my teeth, as I say in sales, making cold calls. You make so many calls an hour, you get so many yeses, you get so many nos, and you get better at that until you can damn near close 5 out of 5 that you call. But after a while, once you get into the other parts of the sales where you close, what do you make more money? Making phone calls or closing? So then what you do is you hire somebody to do your menial labor. Here, I'm gonna pay you $20 or $30 to make these 1,000 calls an hour or whatever. While I go close business, all you do is set me up an appointment. If I close a deal an hour and I know I'm making $2,000 an hour, I can pay you a fucking $20, $40 fucking an hour reason for making all these appointments for me. You get what I'm saying? So then you start parceling off your menial ass fucking labor. And then all you do is focus on what? Closing. So Michael at this point is in the closing business. Why? Because he's already set up his network. He already has your reputation, but he has a girlfriend. So at that point, he's a non-factor in the room. All he can do is help you if you're in that room to kind of, hey, he's kind of close with Michael, it looks like. Let me go ahead and chum up with this guy. But if you're a fucking lame in that room, you're a fucking lame in the room.
Facts. And this is why I was trying to. I was. This is my last point, real quick, Pete. And this is what I was trying to tell some other YouTube guys that like it's not the fact that I need to have an Audi outside, but I know how to use the Audi for me. Same with the guy using his network and thought what like, bro. I used to get girls riding the bus, riding the bicycle. Okay, cool. But bro, I know the power of putting myself in certain positions and attracting certain type of women. And me, they all still gotta get vetted. Everybody still needs, I still need a conversation with these women to find out if there's somebody that I'm compatible with. But I know that if I had to choose to go to a nice spot, do I choose to drive my 91 Honda or should I drive my Aston Martin? I'm going to make a decision for me. It's not about the women, but at the same time, I'm doing it for me, but I also know what it does for me. And I feel like when people say, oh man, guys with game don't need none of that shit, I feel like, bro, you are at a small level and you don't understand the big things of life. And I'm okay with that. But there's a larger game than life than thinking, oh man, if you had game like me, man, every day I go outside, man, I wear a shirt that's wrinkled. I wear sweaty ass shoes because I got game. I'm like, you might got game, but bro, there's other levels to this game of life, man. And I'm not saying I know it all, but I just know if you know how to present yourself, because again, we're the product. I'm the product. Right. So as me being the product, you want to put yourself in the best light possible. I'm not saying go trick for women. I'm not saying that, but bro, you are a product. Make sure your jeans are ironed. Make sure your teeth are brushed. Make sure your hair is combed. Make sure your shoes is clean. Wash your car, vacuum your car. Girl, may get in your car tonight. Make sure you vacuum it before you go to the spot. Get your cologne. Have some topics. Like you have to weaponize yourself the best way you can. And go out in the market and these women and holler at them, man. And I feel like, if you can afford to get you a BMW, make sure you can afford it first. Make sure you can do it. And if you want to do that, do it. But know your why. Know why you're doing it. You know what I'm saying? And if it attracts women, okay, cool. But also at the same time, don't always think that these women are fucking with me because of my BMW. Some women will be only fucking with you because of that, and some women just like you, and having the BMW is just a bonus. It's just a bonus, bro.
Yep. All right. Let's get back to it. I appreciate that. I appreciate that long strokes, bro. Like y'all get the likes up, bro. Like we got niggas in here like dropping some real gems, like real talk, man. Like,
which I'd never try in the NBA, right? I'll just do what I'm used to. So cold approach actually allows you that ability to fuck up, to practice, to learn, to get better. But if you put me in a party with a bunch of 500 hot girls and I'm an average or below average guy, then I'm going to be so worried about fucking it up, especially if these are the girls that are going to be at the same parties over and over again, right? That's something I'm really going to be worried about. I'm not going to be able to take my shot or practice anything new. So I think the idea of like putting someone in the NBA when they're a beginner is crazy. I wouldn't do it.
Yeah. Okay. So then you don't like the NBA analogy. The analogy would be to take them to Babes in Toyland in Miami, where they're around a lot of very beautiful women, and all of them come up to me and be like, "This was an incredible experience, and I learned a lot."
Okay, so if I just take,
maybe we won't use analogy. We'll just use specifics.
No, let's use specifics. So if I give you one of my students, right? He's just come to me last week. His name's Bob. We're going back to Bob, the 4'11" or whatever, normal height guy that's horrible with women, and you throw him in this party. Like, what is going to happen? What is he going to do? How is he going to learn?
Beautiful. So he would start at the beginning of the course. Was step number one. We go over breaks and rapport. So we go over ways we make them talk about themselves.
See what I mean?
We treat them all the same, make them talk about themselves. These are concepts that we have. And we also have the concept of value arbitrage, connector, suggester, and content creator. Connector in order to build connections. And then we also go over logistical questions. There's a bunch of stuff where we actually do teach guys how to talk to women in these situations and then build connections. And then big groups of girls, one group of girls with another group of girls, and we're connecting them together. So one of the main things that creates attraction from a guy who is very average is the ability to create pre-selection. So one of the things is I usually have my guys show up with 6 or 7 girls whenever they come to these parties. And that is something I can teach a beginner. That is absolutely. Marcus, $10,000 right now.
I'm sorry.
$10,000.
Definition $10,000 might be very different because I guarantee you every guy in pickup that is a beginner that would go to this party they would have so much negative pre-selection, it would be crazy. Okay.
No, but that's
wouldn't
that's because we teach them, right? We teach them how to show up with girls.
Marcus, maybe you can give an example of what a beginner looks like to you, because you guys might be defining it differently.
Yeah, so a beginner to me is someone that's a little bit, awkward around women, right? So if I put him in front of a girl and they had a 20-minute conversation, that girl at the end of it, if I went and got feedback, would say, yeah, look, this guy seems very shy. He doesn't seem sure of himself. The conversation didn't really flow. It just felt a bit awkward, right? Like that's how a girl would describe them. Now, if you want like traits from the guys, Alex, you've done a lot of speed dating on this channel, right? Like, I think if you take the average guy from there, right, look at the feedback that he's getting, look at the type of traits that he has. I think you could, if you want to use that.
Let's take a beginner guy. So with a speed dating, what a beginner guy looks like, it's either like 30 seconds in, he says, I can't do this anymore. And I have to like come in and give him like a mini therapy session because he's on the verge of like having a panic attack. Or he says something really weird.
Has that happened, bro?
I'm sure it has.
During a speed dating event? Like, see, I only really seen the speed dating event that I did. You feel me? I've seen snippets of other speed dating events. I think a QB was in one, Educated Tyrone was in one, other people I know was in one. I only seen the snippets of those, but I've never seen a speed dating event where dudes was finna have I ain't gonna say heart attack, but dudes finna have a panic attack because
man, think about these incels that sit in their grandmama's basement.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, but think about these incels that sit in their grandmama's basement. They hear these motivational speakers talk about dating and how they can get them out of their basement, give them an opportunity with these hot chicks that they dream about all the day, and they take them up on the offer. Just because they took themselves out of the situation of being in the basement, don't think they have the mentality of knowing how to talk to those chicks. So yeah, teaching them how to rapport build, teaching them how to be approachable, get them out of the shell why they were in the basement. It's a lot of psychology behind what you're doing, and the psychology behind the guy and why he felt like he needed to trap himself in the fucking basement in the first place. Just because you pull him out the basement don't mean he's going to know how to talk. I'm telling you, he's going to lean against the wall or sit down at a table all by himself and just look, just like he would be on a computer in his basement.
Hold up. I got to ask both of you guys right now, right? I got to ask you this question, Jay, and I got to ask you this question, Ronnie. Is it really that bad, man?
From what I hear, it is. You should tell me you're closer to their age than I am.
Well,
my generation, Generation X ain't never had a problem talking. Hello. we didn't have computers. We didn't have cell phones. We barely had pagers by the time y'all started coming around.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? You had a phone, you had a piece of paper and a pencil. And the game was get as many numbers as you can before the end of a date or an event, whether it was at the roller skating rink or whatever. Well, so we ain't never had a problem with talking.
Well, yeah, because you guys actually had to like communicate to one another and not over the internet. But like I know it's bad, but I didn't know it's like bad to a point where it's even hard for a guy to have a conversation with a woman over the internet.
Let's say
let alone in person. I didn't know it was like that bad.
Let's say this. You know why Jay Rillo, Floyd, this new guy, NYC, the future, even Milano. You know why all these guys are popular and why they get this money? Because you got so many incels sitting in the basement, living vicariously through them. And since they can't do it, but they're making money, they're sending these chumps thousands of dollars to go overseas to do something they can't do. Thousands. I mean, literally, NYC, the future made $800 in less than 2 hours.
That's crazy.
I've heard Jay Rillo make $1,300 in a night. It's crazy money these guys are giving out to live vicariously through these lanes that just have the ability to go out and do something they can't do.
That is wild to me. I'm in the wrong line of work. Maybe I might be a passport, bro. That's crazy, bro. I mean, okay, I can understand Austin Holloman. You feel me? It somewhat makes sense with him, but Milano, no diss to him and the other guys you named. It's like, really?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy.
They got 200, 300, 400 people in their room every time they go live, bro. You can barely pull in 20, 30 people at a time. And you giving out viable information. These guys are crashed out dummies They getting the views, they getting the people in the room, and they getting money. Explain that to me.
Man,
if it ain't that.
I don't know. I guess they like do they have women around or whatever? Like do they have women
No.
like China and all this
When
shit?
they're at home, they ain't got no women around them. It's only when they get paid to go out and do what they're doing overseas is when they get women, and that's because other dudes are paying for them. Even when Jay Riller loses money, you know how he's a performing artist. I give him that. He'll come in and slam his hand on the table like, damn it, she took me for $1,000. God damn it, I'm gonna need another 1,500 with a straight motherfucking face, sounding all goddamn depressed. And guess what? The chumps on the line will start kicking him money. Now you paying this dude after he spent your money. He ain't have to spend a dime. You pay for his flight, you pay for his hotel, you pay for him to get laid, you pay for him to waste money, and then when he wasted, he acts like he lost it by some other nefarious means. You give him fucking more money.
I don't know. I don't know. I think some men are just comfortable with just being spectators. I don't know. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me. Some guys, I believe most guys could be saved, but some guys can't be saved,
that's
bro.
That's the definition what you call an incel.
Yep. I guess the incels, it's like they're so far down the rabbit hole. It's like they down there in the abyss. They down there in like Hades or something. They can't see the light of day. It's like there's no hope for them. So at this point, it's like just be happy with just
survival
being a
of the
spectator,
fittest when it comes to your genetics. You don't want to reproduce, that's fine. Go ahead and let your genetics die off.
Yep, and there you go. So, Jay, you want to chime in on the question I asked, or do you need me to ask the question again? That's the I
might
actually find it.
I mean, you was pretty much just saying that I guess the guys were saying it's really bad with, I guess, communicating with women, or women just being interested in guys, or like what was it?
Well, I'm saying like how bad is it? Because Alex, he said on the on his live stream right now that dudes are so nervous or have so much anxiety when they're talking to women, not in person, by the way, over the internet, that they have panic attacks and shit. And I'm saying, like, is it really that bad, bro? I'm a dude. I used to stutter a whole lot. I used to be socially anxious and all these different things, but I got over that over a period of time. But it was never a point where I had a fucking panic attack, though. It was never a point where, I started twitching and all these different things. It was never that bad for me. So I'm saying, like, is it really that bad in today's age, bro, with like Gen Z and even like millennials? Like, is it really that bad, bro?
I think it can be, man, truthfully, because we spend a whole lot of time in school, and I don't recall no classes where, hey, come to how to talk to girls 101. Like, there is no course for that necessarily. So if you're not getting the game from your teachers or from your parents, then you either gonna just be going through life, not really knowing how to quote unquote interact with a woman and be sexual with a woman, da 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 da. So I think it can be bad at times, bro. Truthfully, because we all start at level 0. You know what I'm saying? But it's all about putting yourself out there, gaining that experience, and seeing what works for you and improving on it. You know what I'm saying? And challenging yourself and things like that. But yeah, I can see guys panicking. I can see women panicking. Like, the game go both ways. These women be scared too. So like I said, there's really no courses out there, and this is where I see a lot of guys can really make money in that market, because there's a problem and here's a solution. Let me help you. Let me guide you through these steps of getting over your fears, reducing that anxiety, and just having fun with it, bro. Stop worrying about the outcome as much, because it's a numbers game. So the fact that it's a numbers game, why you worry about this 1, 2, 3 little girls saying no? Like, it's so many women, it's so many opportunities. All you gotta do is knock on the door, and if they want to buy or take you out for a date, then cool, let's progress it from there. If not, hey, here's my card. You can call me back when you change your mind, or think about it. It's the more I think about it.
You want me to tell you what I think the problem is?
Go ahead.
And you said, like, there is a problem and, like, here's a solution. The problem is there is no process to determine, like, the real from the fake. Like, guys that are genuinely trying to help, guys that are qualified to help, that are certified to help, versus, the scammers and the frauds, right? Like, there is no filtering process. Like, if you're trying to get if you're trying to get like some type of like certification to do HVAC or something like that, there's a process you have to go through in order for you to, like, gain the knowledge and, like, show you move, right? And it's like when you your phone going off, bro. But it's like there's
Yeah.
no real process, and it's like since there's no real process, it's like anybody could do this. Literally anybody in the world could be a PUA or a dating coach, right? So since anybody
Facts.
could do it, it's like there's a lot of room for manipulation. You feel me? So it's like a lot of guys might be getting this information, but the information might not be legit, or it might not be real information that dudes could use, right? So that's the whole problem. And I know some guys are trying to help or whatever, and there are some genuine guys and sincere guys, but you don't know who to go to. You don't know the real from the fake. So I mean, that's another
Yeah.
problem in and of itself. Like guys having the solution to your problem, but a lot of guys in the dating field or the dating coach field, the PUA field, self-improvement field, just being exposed to being frauds and scammers and all that.
Mhm.
So
Now,
yeah.
now, when you say fraud, are you meaning like guys saying, "Hey, all you gotta do is carry this rock in your pocket and you'll get a baddie"? Like when you say fraud, what do you? Because I feel like every guy has a perspective of women. Like there shouldn't be 10 guys with the 10 exact same answers. So when you say fraud, what do you really mean about that? I'm just curious of your thought on that when you say
Okay,
fraud.
a guy that is using manipulation in order for him to convince you that he know what the fuck he doing. You know, like a guy could have a whole boot camp, right? But this
Uh-huh.
dude is paying chicks or even paying
Oh,
dudes to disguise and make it seem like he know what he doing, or like this shit work, like this boot camp actually work, when in reality you pay for the whole situation. Or another
oh yeah.
example, it could be a dude that don't have no experience talking to the opposite sex. You feel me? But
Mm,
you know, he's spitting his ideology on the internet, you know, trying to convince people like he know what the fuck he talking about. And because because he's somewhat articulate, you feel me, like people are gonna believe what the fuck he's saying. But behind the scenes, he only dealt with like 2 women. You feel me? He 30 years
yeah.
old and he only dealt with 2 women, and he think he can give you an accurate perspective on the routines and the behaviors and the patterns of women. You feel me?
Mm,
Like I
for
think
sure.
that's bullshit. Even though he only dealt with 2 women his whole life, so that's what I'm saying. Like anybody could be a dating coach. You don't even need to have no experience dealing with women, but as long as you have absorbed enough knowledge, you know, from other
Yeah.
dudes on the internet that don't know what the fuck they talking about, you still
Yeah.
can have a somewhat of a following. You feel me? That's the problem. That's why
No,
I'm
but
trying to show
I get
proof
you.
and receipts of the stuff I'm doing, so motherfuckers that know I'm not a fraud, and I'm trying to give some real information. But it's like
True.
the people that have, like the people that get promoted the most, you know, like what Rona was saying, the fact that they know how to market correctly, and the fact that they may
Oh,
be
for sure.
somewhat articulate, you know, and the fact that they may have their own unique like niche of how they market or whatever, then they can get attention like that. So I mean,
No,
that's
for
pretty
sure.
much all like
I,
that, man.
and that says a lot about the market, you know what I'm saying? Because, and I don't want to say the market is dumb. I know people like to say shit about like the masses are asses, but if you got people that are blind, which is quote unquote the market, then if I can say this shit and get rich, then is it really the scammer who is? I mean, the scammer is still the scammer, but it's like, well, damn, the scammer had game to say, you know what? These motherfuckers so dumb that I can sell them some shoes and tell them that it's a tire and they're gonna buy it. So it's
There
like,
you
well,
go.
okay, that's how they, and I can't be mad at that, but at the same time, I'm mad at the fact that you are misguiding and misleading these people. You know what I'm saying? I don't like that part about the game. You know what I'm saying? If someone is doing that, and I can see why you stand up and started your channel to kind of combat that type of stuff, and that says a lot about your character and your integrity as a man. So I can respect that. But that's like with rapping. Anybody can just say, you know what? Hey, I'm gonna upload a song, and then the guy be like, hubba 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 hubba, and he just go,
Hubla, hubla,
overnight,
hubla, hubla.
right? Overnight, he a millionaire. Now he famous, and it's like it kind of disrespects the guys from the '80s and '90s. Like, damn, this guy blowing up. But hey, there are people out there that's gonna buy that shit. And the same with the guys in the market where, like you said, he got this fake ass boot camp. People think he the man. He got all these girls, but little do they know it's all smoke and mirrors, bro. But
Mm-hmm.
it's sad that it's like that for some people. But who am I to knock your game? I just feel like, bro, why you gotta lie to get it? That's like a dude who gotta like put something in a girl drink to smash. He like, yeah, I smashed, bro. You put something in her drink, bro. You know what I'm saying? You spiked her drink. That's how you got the puss, bro. Nah, bro. I mean, she, I mean, if she was smart, she would have checked. I get what you're saying, but bro, You had to do that to get that. Come on, man.
Slipped her a Mickey.
Yep. There you go, man. Let's get back to it. I appreciate you for dropping that.
It's all good.
All right.
Weird and cringy that creeps the girl out, and that's like totally not calibrated. Like, so
Y'all do me a favor, get the likes up. Do me a favor, get the likes up. I don't necessarily, be demanding the likes and shit, but y'all do me a favor, get the likes up. You know what I mean? We got Ronan, we got Jay dropping gems, so y'all please get the likes up for sure.
the tits match the sweater, like some weird shit that makes no sense. That's what a beginner would look like, and I would say vast majority of people who do my speed dates are either beginners or intermediates. It's very, very rare that I see someone who's competent and can actually like do well. It's maybe 10% of the time, but yeah.
Yeah, no, my whole thing was there's ways of being able to get large groups of girls to go with you to these events so they don't have negative pre-selection. And those things aren't like, they aren't pickup techniques. You're like not fucking all 6 girls. There's ways of getting girls.
Sorry to interrupt. If I took, if I took one of my students, right, or even, dude, I mentioned I used to be a nurse, right? Like, you could even use me as an example back in the day. Like, I could rock up to clubs with 6 hot girls around me. But again, like, I might get girls looking over. I might even get them approaching me sometimes. But I'm going to fuck up that conversation. And once they find out that all these girls aren't actually attracted to me at all, they're just like friend zoned me. Even worse, if they feel like the girls that are friend zoned him are just using him to get to like a party, then that's even worse negative pre-selection. And I've seen this a lot, right? Like, even in Poland recently, there's guys here that run Social Circle. Every girl that I've slept with in Poland that have gone to these parties laugh at these guys behind their back. And once again, I'm not saying that Social Circle doesn't work. I've used it and it's fucking incredible. But you need a really good foundation. And I think for a lot of these beginners, they just don't have it.
Yeah, I think the confusion is that you think that we wouldn't teach a foundation on how to talk to women, or that you couldn't screw up.
Essentially, that's what I'm asking, right? So the argument here is like, what's more effective to learn to be good with women, right? I completely agree with you that the environment is going to be much better at a party with 500 girls. Like, if you have the time to put in, like, I would love to put in more time in Social Circle. I've done a lot of it. I've had a lot of great experiences from it. But again, like, for me, I'm traveling a lot. It's time consumptive. But the argument here is, what actually teaches you more? Now, I'm not saying that it teaches you nothing, right? You take Alex's students that are doing these speed dates, put them around 500 hot girls. They probably, as you said, they get a bit immersed. They'll probably become a little bit more comfortable. But what do you do to get them to the point where they're actually able to close these girls, have relationships with them, keep them around? Because right now, the techniques that I've kind of heard is like building a little bit of rapport. You're kind of introducing them to other people, maybe inviting them to other events. I'm wondering, where does the skills about actually building attraction with these girls come? Being more dominant, understanding yourself better, dealing with objections, having retention. Like, that's what I kind of want to understand, because it doesn't seem like that is taught, or is it like a focus? I mean, you mentioned it's 2% of what you teach, or what the game is, right?
No, so yeah, if you want to go over the course, it's 114 modules long. The parts about the events and the social circle part are like, that's 2 of the 10 modules.
How much he charge for his course?
And attraction triggers and things like that.
Probably
so how do you say game is only 2% then? Because by the way, correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I heard that in one of your.
No. What you heard before, what I said before is cold approach is 2% of game. That living a cool life where you get into better physical shape, you learn to dress well, you have a deeper voice. Like, when you start saying have a dominant personality, have a better speaking voice, that's not cold approach to me. That's Social Circle. No, Social Circle is working on it.
Okay, these are 2 different methods to learn game, essentially, is what you're saying. So for me, cold approach, once again, is the most effective way to learn those skills. And I don't see how just throwing someone with a bunch of old girls is teaching them. So I'd love to know.
I agree 100% with that, because it's harder. It's a lot harder to approach and put yourself out there. And the thing that's harder to do is going to be more rewarding, as opposed to you being in an environment where the women are already there. You know what I mean? Like, for you or whatever. Maybe
the best thing, Cole,
attractive enough. Yeah,
the best thing that cold approach teaches you? How to read body language, mannerism, to see how she's standing, how she's sitting, whether when you walk up to her, she's kind of leaning in towards you, whether she's leaning back and kind of interested. You get what I'm saying? You start reading people when you start cold approaching them. You can read their body language. Like, is this a good opportunity for me to step in? Maybe that wasn't the best time for me to step in. You start analyzing every little nuance about a cold approach when you do it yourself. You go in a room full of people, you still don't know how to read body language. You can walk into a group of girls. There's still a pack of girls. There's always going to be one that's going to be the chick that's going to be the gatekeeper in that group. There's always going to be one that's the one that's innocent, but you can't tell her from the other ones. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you got to be able to read body language. The only way to do that is through experience of code approaching.
There you go, man. Facts. I wish I could play the horn on that.
I got one, but
yeah, go ahead, man.
I had to find it. Hold on. There it is. There we go.
Okay. There you go, man.
What do you essentially what you're telling me? Correct me if I'm wrong. Essentially, what you're telling me is, I'm teaching him all the cold approach skills. I'm teaching him game. It's just going to be an environment with more girls.
Yeah. So what you're doing is you're bastardizing it and saying that
Adam, I agree 100% on that. If you want to okay, you want to be in a position to where like the women is choosing you and the attraction is like more genuine. Now you can get a girlfriend with either method, cold approaching or social circle, but I think social circle is a better way to get that raw, genuine interest because she see you and she find you like attractive initially, and you don't have to put a whole lot of work to like build attraction. You feel me? But cold approach is like what Ronan said. You can read social cues. You can like you able to hold frame and read body language and keep eye contact and all these different things. That plays into the male female like sexual dynamics and all these different things. So yeah, I think like you do need that in order to see if it's genuine interest there. But me personally, I would prefer not to do a whole lot of work for women that I want to be my girlfriend. I would prefer them to approach me and want my time and attention and validation and all these different things, So, yeah, like I want her to see me as the prize, like right out the gate, as opposed to me approaching the woman. But like I said, it could work either way. But yeah.
Those are cold approach skills. Like setting boundaries is not a cold approach skill. That is not that may be a skill in game, but you don't get to just like.
Go ahead.
When you say you want the woman to see you as a prize, do you convey that through nonverbal or do you want to convey that through the verbal? Like, what's your best method of conveying that to a woman for you? Just curious.
Well, I would say non-verbal and then verbal. You feel me? Like if I'm chilling, if I'm posted outside in front of a nightclub or a bar, or maybe I'm at the gym or like wherever I see women or whatever, like she see me and she start the conversation and like she let me know I'm cute and attractive and all these different things, and then from there, I say what I'm gonna say. I start the conversation, and then I become involved in the conversation too from that point moving forward. But it's like she's in the initial interaction, she's doing everything. You feel me? Like she's cold approaching me, So like that's what I mean when I say like I'm using my body, well not my body language, but I'm using indirect methods first, and then I'll go with direct methods, just using my mouthpiece and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Uncle Guns brings up a good point if you highlight that.
Let me see. Okay, I see. I'll read it out. Getting good at approaching women is easy. Oversaturating yourself with social skills. Get a side hustle in customer sales or volunteer in a shelter or charity. Women like conversation, not thirst. I agree with that 100%. Women definitely love running their mouth. Women love talking. They can talk your fucking ears off for 30 minutes to an hour off the first conversation. So yeah,
you know what they say in sales. The number one they say in sales is once you get to a certain point of the sale, you shut the fuck up. There's uncomfortable silence. The person that speaks first loses, because then you control the conversation after that. But if you shut up long enough, people will tell you 100% of what they're about. All you have to do is get them talking.
Jay, do you have experience in sales?
Yeah, but it's still growing. But yeah, Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's because I just went out there. Yeah, that's really because I just, went out there and started doing some things, selling candy as a kid, just having fun. But then I started to say, you know what, I'm always talking to girls. I've done something as a kid. Let me just create a little service. But even with my sales, bro, it's still a work in progress. But I'm not afraid to go out there and tuck in my shirt, dress myself up a little bit, go out there, knock on doors, and present my product and my service, and convey a message. And if they got somebody that already does it, hey, take my card. He may go to Jamaica. He may I don't know, quit. Hey, I might be a backup. Just keep my card and I'll keep it moving. And that's the same way with women. When you talk to a woman, I try to tell people it's kind of like sales. Again, you're the product. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you don't know if she got a man, aka another company dealing with her. So, you have to, like old boy said, with the body language. Oh no, I don't want to talk right now. Okay. Oh, well, I mean, I kind of like black guys, but okay, maybe she don't like black guys. Maybe she kind of on the fence. You gotta, it's things that got to be going through your head. You gotta really be catching on, thinking about things, seeing things, but you gotta have a plan where you want this conversation to go. Yeah, women like to talk all day, and that's cool. But at some point, okay, so yeah, okay. Well, check it out. This is what I want us to do. Since you told me all these great things about you, I got a great thing for us to do. How's this idea sound to you? And then you just go in for it. And either she's gonna go with it or she's not gonna go with it. But sales is great. I think everybody, like old boy said in this little chat, everyone should get into a situation where they are somehow, some way dealing with people and they are hyping up the product. And then you start to realize, yo, instead of hyping up this product, I can also hype up myself. I'm the best looking guy. I got great cooking skills. I got good dick game. I got good massage game. Like you got to hype your, like, first of all, you have to get into a position where you feel like you are the best. Yeah. You're valuable. You're magnificent. You are better than anybody else out there. But I mean, it's in a very cool, confident, smooth way, not being really weird, but you have to really feel real great about yourself. And whatever your lackluster things about yourself, bro, some things you can't control, but look at yourself as valuable. Think that you're powerful. Think that you can make some shit happen. And then when you go out in this world, your energy is like, really, girl? She's like, what? You're really gonna look like that? And she's like, what you mean? When I come around, I make everybody smile. And the girl may start smiling. Bro, you have to kind of, it's like the game is mental. To me, the game is mental. Right. Sometimes it can be other shit as well. But to me, I can see a girl sad, sort of, and it's just my assumption. She really could be great. I can think that she's sad, and I can walk up to her and be like, now, that when girls your height and guys my height come together, we both laugh, right? And I can just say the goofiest shit. And the girl be like, but the fact that you got the confidence and you got that energy, bro, you're finna open up a conversation just like that.
Right. And that's what I meant earlier when I said by owning the room when you walk in it.
Facts.
Yep. All right.
Okay, let's call them game skills, and I would say these game skills are better learnt in cold approach.
I don't think setting boundaries is better learnt in cold approach than in a social circle situation. I don't think leadership is better learned in cold approach than a social circle situation.
I would argue majority of game skills are better learned in a cold approach environment where you have the ability to fuck up, where you can.
You just keep thinking we don't have the ability to fuck up in these environments.
Well, okay. Let's set a scenario, right? You're at Babes of what's it called? Sorry,
it's called Babes in Toyland Charity.
Babes in Toyland. Okay, so if you're at that party and you escalate on a girl and she finds it weird and creepy, which is going to happen as a beginner, even for myself, right? Then she's going to be able to talk to that social circle, right?
Now, are you physically escalating?
Especially
are you physically.
I don't teach this, but as a beginner, probably, right? As a beginner, I'm probably verbally escalating wrong.
And so we both know that's fucking terrible game to physically escalate on a girl in front of her friends when you're a newbie, right?
And if you run terrible game, you're going to have really negative consequences in social circle. Whereas cold approach, you can move on to the next set. You can move on to the next score. You can move on to the next night. And so it allows you to be able to take that risk and figure out, hey, I just realized escalating physically is really awful and I should never do it.
Marcus, I think that's our responsibility as instructors to let them know that physically escalating in front of their friends is really fucking bad game. I think it's our responsibility as an instructor to do that.
There's a huge nuance here. We have to agree, Michael. There's a huge nuance because I think if in front of their friends, I'm like spanking her hand a little bit, or maybe I grab her hair as I speak into her. That physical escalation can actually be really calibrated, create a lot of attraction, turn this girl on, and show a lot of dominance. So that actually is great. That I can't tell the amount of girls I've pulled hair or choked in the club. Now, of course, I'm not going to teach my students that if they're a beginner, but there's
Marcus,
lessons they need to
I
be
will
able
bet
to
you
learn.
every girl you've ever choked in a club would have come.
Why is it always about
would have
money?
came home with you if you didn't choke her in the club?
Depending. I think
I will bet you.
You said, why is it always about money?
Yeah, this dude always wants to throw out a bet. That's a sign of weakness.
Okay.
Every single girl that you've choked in a club would have come home with you if you hadn't choked her.
I've got feedback off girls, right? And I've specifically had one girl tell me, I decided to come home with you the minute you wrapped your hands around my throat. Now,
beautiful. I believe that she may believe that after she had sex with you.
Let me just finish this point. I'm not sitting here and saying, okay, this magical like physical escalation did everything for me, but there's every little building block in that cold approach that's going to matter. So it might not just be the one physical escalation, but it might be me looking into her eyes a little longer than I'm used to, right? Now, when I first practiced this, I had a lot of girls ask me if I'm high. They're like, have you smoked? Because you just keep like staring at me weird. Now, if I do that in a party of 500 girls and they're like, dude, this guy keeps like staring at us and it's kind of creepy and weird, there's a real big negative consequence there. When I get girls asking me in cold approach, hey, you high, like, please leave me alone, you can just move on to the next girl, right?
Yeah. I mean, I just think that the issue is one of these situations where I don't trust when girls say why they do things. I trust that girls, when they explain to me that they do things. So what I found is, especially like I've talked to a lot of girls while I sleep with them, and then afterwards they'll give me some reason why it happened. And I'm like, no, the reason why it happened was because of this. So I think maybe a girl was attracted to you, maybe physically attracted to you, and then you choked. Yeah. I think the girl may have already been physically attracted to you. Then you choked her. Then she slept with you and backward rationalized that she's attracted to you. I'm not saying that could be it. That might not be it. What I'm saying is I don't trust women when they explain to me why they're attracted.
Yeah,
that's a bit of very hard rule. Rule number one is I don't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a mistake. I think that you really need to get as much feedback as girls as possible. And
I'll get tons of feedback.
Attention to it. Because look, I think you need to do some decoding. I think that's what we agree on here. You need to do some translating with some girls, right? Because they will say one thing and kind of mean another. But
there you go. Then you agree with me. Then it is translating. Yes.
Let me finish, right? But there's skills around this. So when I actually speak to a girl and get this feedback, the first thing I do is criticize her, right? I will say, I didn't like this about you. During sex, this would have been better. So I already put her in a position where she's not like, oh, I don't want to hurt his feelings. I prime her to be able to give me the truth, complete feedback. And I'm not just asking what's good, I'm asking what's bad. I've had girls tell me that the physical escalation wasn't what she liked. And so, yeah, girls might come up with different reasons. But when this girl said, look, you turned me on so much, and that's the moment I decided to come home with you, it doesn't mean that she was not attracted whatsoever. Of course, she has to be attracted, right? But there's a lot of objections that you have to overcome for a girl to sleep with you. You know that. And so
sure,
some physical escalation is going to lead to girls maybe saying, hey, you know what? I was attracted to this guy. Maybe I wasn't going to come home with him because I was worried what my friends would think. But when he did XYZ, I realized, fuck, this is going to be incredible sex. This is going to be a great night. And it might not even be like the sexual side. It could even be a compatibility side. But damn, I have to go home with him right now and fuck my friends, right? I don't give a shit about them. And so that's why I think it's really important not to just say, oh, girls will say certain things and blah, blah, blah. I think it's really important to get like accurate feedback from a girl and actually use that to apply into your game. And with cold approach, you can do that. You can trial new things, see if it works, see if it doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, but you're kind of negating your own point. You're talking about me not being able to do this with a beginner, and then you're talking about choking a girl in a club, which you would not teach. I clearly
said I wouldn't even teach my advanced guys.
Of course. That's my point. So maybe that's not the best thing for a beginner either.
We cannot take that exact example, but maybe we can take physical escalation. So maybe what the guy should be doing is at some point applying some physical escalation, right? It could be a kiss on the neck. It could be leaning in and talking dirty into her ear, right? It could be having a hand just on her lap. These are things that you should be doing in the club, or even in what I would argue is like my social circle events. I do this, right? So, but once again, there's a real big risk of doing this. If you're doing it in the gym, if you're doing it at your school, if you're doing it at these social circle events, there's much less risk if you go approach a girl on the street and then practice some of these techniques.
So what you're saying is we should be calibrated, right?
You need to learn calibration. And
Yeah,
so
you need
if
to learn
you
calibration.
already have
I need to go back a little bit because he brought shit up about the gym, and I don't need him spreading bullshit. Hold up.
be doing is at some
He
point
said you should
applying
not
some
be
physical
approaching women
escalation,
in the
right?
gym.
It could be a
saying
kiss on the
certain
neck,
things
or
or
it could be
doing
leaning in and talking dirty into her ear,
I'll
right?
debate
It could
him
be
on
having
that.
a hand.
Do this with a beginner, and then you're talking about choking a girl in a club, which you would not teach.
I
to a beginner.
clearly said I wouldn't even teach my advanced guys.
Of course,
choking girls in the
of course,
club,
of
right?
course.
I clearly
That's my
mentioned
point.
that.
So
But
maybe
we
that's
can-
not the
we
best
cannot
thing for a
take that
beginner
exact-
either.
We cannot take that exact example, but maybe we can take physical escalation. So maybe what the guy should be doing is at some point applying some physical escalation, right? It could be a kiss on the neck. It could be leaning in and talking dirty into her ear, right? It could be having a hand just on her lap. These are things that you should be doing in the club, or even in what I would argue is like my social circle events. I do this, right? So, but once again, there's a real big risk of doing this if you're doing it in the gym, if you're doing it at your school, if you're doing it at these social circle events. There's much less risk if you go approach a girl on the street and then practice.
I think he's talking about sexually escalating with a woman.
Yeah.
I would actually agree with that. You know, I wouldn't want dudes to sexually. Now, it's possible you can do it, but you have to be a seasoned veteran and actually know how to read body language and social cues. You just have to be a socially adept dude. If that's not the situation, then I would advise most dudes don't sexually escalate in the gym, because in my experience,
Plus, you better already know that girl. You better know her intimately, damn near.
Well, this the thing though, and from my own experience, you know, this is more so anecdotal, but you can sexually escalate with a woman in the gym and be grabbing her up and kissing her and all these things, but it has to be in context, right? It has to be like at the gym, but outside of the gym. Like maybe you standing in front of her car outside the gym and you start doing that, you know, or maybe you doing it in like a more enclosed area, like maybe it's like 2 a.m. and you know it ain't really nobody there, and you can do it, you know, in that situation, you know. And a lot of the time it's really not the women that you want, right? It's really like sub-5 chicks, you know. Shout out to the weird dude, we waffle sub-5, but it's more so women that you don't really find all that attractive that's more willing to do that, or, you know, that's more willing to escalate off the first interaction, you know, because they see that you are like you are their preference, right? So they're more willing to escalate with you. Now, like I said, they're not attractive, but I will say that it's possible to do. But if you don't have no social skills, man, I just don't do it. Or if you're willing to just go and, you know, talk to ugly chicks or whatever, you can do it in that regard too. Because if the chicks are hot, if they're attractive, 99.9, no, let me rephrase that. 99.1% of the time, you know, they're probably not going to be going for that, like real shit. Even if you are a physically attractive dude, you know, if you got the mouthpiece and all that shit, they still ain't going to be going for that. You know, you trying to kiss them and touch them and all this different shit. So, yeah.
Some of these
So what you're saying is we should be calibrated, right?
You need to learn calibration. And
yeah,
so
you need
if
to learn
you
calibration.
already have calibration, guess what? Social circle is amazing and you should do it. But if you don't have calibration, it's a really bad place to learn it.
Shout out QB Passport Flexing. What's up with my guy? QB up in this motherfucker. What's good with your QB? Yeah, it's been a minute since Ronan been on, but I'm glad he decided to join. Real shit, man. You know, Ronan the OG. Let me see.
Appreciate that.
Yep. Real talk. Salute.
I've been busy though, you know, running 3 shows a week, man, and doing research.
It's good,
and all
man.
that shit.
It's good. I only got time to do one, but you do like a show every other day for hours and hours, man, being on the grind.
Wednesday, Thursday, Fridays, we have shows.
Real, and congratulations on your 6K, man. Like you put the work in to get it. Real shit, bro.
I appreciate that.
Like,
thank you.
Like how long you been doing YouTube? Probably for like a couple of years.
The first year was kind of like lackadaisical, and then last year, around August, I kind of stepped it up. I barely had maybe 150 subscribers at that point. Last year around August.
Yeah, man. That's what's up, man. I appreciate.
Once I get that travel content in after April, man, then it should blow up to hit 10K.
Shit, once you get that travel content in, you can get $800 a fucking stream. You know.
We'll see. We'll see.
That is crazy.
Lord willing.
That is.
What's the show's about? Like what's your genre of?
Well, I do hit and runs. We usually do current events. We'll talk about something going on in either the travel community, celebrity community, just something. Period. Then we do Thursday night therapy sessions on Thursday nights. And then we have Lions Den, which is more about travel content.
Shout out
and
to the
different
Lions
things that are
Den.
going on. So Lions Den is on Friday nights. We didn't do one last night because it was Valentine's. We might sneak one in either tonight or by Sunday.
Real talk. Shout out to the Lions Den. So that's the show I watch. You know, sometimes I tune into the therapy session, but Lions Den is like the show I watch. So shout out to the
Appreciate
Lions
that.
Den,
Yeah.
man. Real talk. But yeah, go on pull up QB. Real talk, bro. I love for you to chime in. Real shit, man. All right. With that being said,
Yeah, Adam, I am.
to it.
That's where I'm. That's
Interesting.
I'll be there
I
in
disagree.
April.
I think
2025.
you can become calibrated by being around women, and actually, we're around so many women. When I say like when
But
I
how
went
do
to
you
Bulgarian's
learn,
last
right?
party,
They need to. Will they never make a mistake?
no, we make mistakes all the time. But I think what you think is that you make a mistake. What you're thinking is a mistake is physical escalation, which leads to an
No,
ick,
there's
which
one
then
example.
ruins. Okay, well then let's use that one example. Physical escalation, which leads to an ick, and then she tells all her friends that you're weird. I don't teach beginner students to physically escalate on girls until they go in the threshold into the bedroom. You can escalate verbally, or what I actually teach guys to do is get women to escalate on them verbally, not escalate like let's go have sex, but change the conversation sexual. I teach ways to get girls to change the conversation sexual instead of having guys do it. And it's very easy to do. And you're right. Do you fuck up is bad? I mean, like Marcus, you're smiling, but this absolutely does work. There's a game called Never Have I Ever that you can play with a bunch of girls, and they turn everything sexual, and you don't have to do anything. Are they fucking up? Maybe they're fucking up, but you know better than to think that if you play Never Have I Ever with a bunch of girls and one girl looks at another one and be like, yeah, I sucked 3 dicks at the same time and starts taking a fucking drink, they turn things sexual. And so there's ways for girls to create the escalation to where you're right. It's not as much risk, but you're saying you don't fuck up. You can fuck up. There's a lot of things you can fuck up as far as logistics are concerned. There's a lot of things you can fuck up about as far as like you hit on this girl and then you hit on this girl. But what we teach instead is why not go to the club with 7 girls, which is something that I teach people to do, then leave and come back to your place, which is right near the club with like another 14. And from there, you can learn because you're around a lot of attractive women for a long time. I think that's the way to learn, along with teaching breaks and rapport, not to qualify to other people.
That's crazy.
How to use FOMO and
What is
how to use FOMO and other things in order to get people to come to your events. We teach all these different concepts.
Is that like a acronym? I think.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's some kind of acronym, but I don't know what it means.
It's the acronym of fear of missing out. So like you can use that shit on well, I don't know the context he's saying, but for example, if you want to like play with a bitch mind or a woman's mind, like yesterday was Valentine's Day, right? So a guy could post him on a beach with 2 drinks, but don't show the girl though. But you just posting you're on the beach or whatever, and you know you can tell a woman might be there possibly, but it's just you doing certain things, trying to. Again, the game is psychological. You playing with people's minds and making them say, "Damn, I didn't text him back. He asked me, was I free this weekend? I curved him, and then I saw his story on Instagram, and he's in fucking Cancun or some shit. You know, just little shit like that. But I don't know the context. But the acronym is definitely fear of missing out. You know, fear of missing out for sure. I was just saying that these guys. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, I'm not hating on nobody, but I'm not gonna bring back no 19 girls back to the crib. What the fuck I need with 19 women at the spot?
He ran down 21 chicks, 7 at first, 14 on the back end. That's 21 chicks you paying to get in the club just to look impressive, man. Come on, get out of here with that. You ain't got to do all that.
I think it's because he's in like Vegas, you know, they all about social media cloud and all that different stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Like I'm in Nebraska, some of y'all are, I'm in a more conservative city, so I don't have to do all that to get attractive women because he's in that environment. He might have to do that. I don't really know. So yeah. I ain't maybe 3 or 4, but not 19. And I mean and not paying, you know, by the way, I ain't paying for no fucking 19, 21.
Right, you buying bottles, you going VIP with 21 chicks because they all looking at you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All of them
brought us up in here.
Oh yeah, but then they.
Hold up. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, but it seemed like a lot of their game is, you know, I guess maybe possible ego driven because they like to see the woman compete. So they put them in. They fix the game. And then while the game is fixed, the women are competing for his attention. So the guy Michael or whoever in the social circle, they can give one girl attention for 2 minutes and then make the other 3 girls jealous, and then he switch girls, talk to her for a little bit, then he give her a shot, then he dance with this one. Like, it's when you understand the game a little bit more, as far as women being insecure sometime and women trying to, like, you know, get time and stuff like that, you can really play like cheese with a mouse. Like, you can really play with them a little bit.
I mean,
You
back
know
in
what
the
I'm
day,
saying?
you know what we used to do in the club? And I used to be in the club all the time. I knew all the dances. Chicks always wanted to dance with me. I would dance with a fat or ugly chick at first.
Facts.
And then I would show her all the attention in the world. Girls on the side be trying to want to dance with me. I ain't paying no attention, but I'm giving that girl 100% of my attention. But the minute I get done and walk her off the stage, or I'll walk her off the fucking dance floor, I'm getting snatched up every time I walk somewhere. The whole fucking night after that one fucking dance.
And that's
One
game.
dance. Yeah.
And that's game.
That's definitely game. That's definitely game.
You ain't got to bring 21 chicks in the room. Just show one chick good attention and show that you got some swag in the room, like you know how to dance, because girls always equate you knowing how to dance. So what you gonna do in that bedroom?
Absolutely.
You gonna put that shit down. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So if you're a good dancer, you're already up.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. 19 girls back at the crib. I mean, but maybe they like to do the foursomes and shit like that, the threesomes. So maybe they setting it up for like a lot of
Bro, you're gonna wind up giving yourself a heart attack if you popping blue pills to take care of 19 girls, man. Ain't nobody thinking you got all 19 and you dropping them. Stop.
Hey, they pop that blue chew. It's over, man.
Until you over.
Man, I wouldn't even waste my time with 19. Nah, hell no. But we got QB Passport flexing. What's good with you, my guy QB up in this motherfucker?
No, I'm chilling out here in Guadalajara.
He chilling.
Yeah, you know, do the whole Valentine's Day with my girl soon.
For sure,
just
man.
Chiming in.
Appreciate you jumping in, man. This is right up your alley. You
right, I know. I used to roast the dating coaches hard, but they really haven't been on attack on passport roles as of lately. So
that's because they're all trying to become one.
True.
That's funny.
Absolutely, you're right about that. But everything what you guys kind of talked about, dancing and making yourself known, my technique sometimes when I would go in the club, usually the girl that I talked to, maybe the first or the second one or the third one would be like fairly very attractive. And then as the night goes on, if I talk to other women that maybe is not as attractive, they automatically assume that, oh, was that your girlfriend? Oh my gosh, I saw you talking to her. Like, you're talking to me now? Like, they're impressed.
Right.
And so that does work to your advantage. But you got to start high. Now, I know of another guy, he would go to the clubs and he would talk to some decent sevens and, low eights. But at the end of the night, he's taking home a BBW 3.
That's because he waited too long, man. That's what we call beer goggles. He waited too long at that point. We used to call that beer goggles in the military. You so horny and hard up, you waited too long, and the chicks you really wanted, they already got ghost, and the only one left in that room is that BBW. True. But now you got that hard leg, and you drunk.
Right.
You need to get one off.
Not only that, but sometimes I would tell him, like, dude, if you was just a little bit more patient, like you talked to this girl and she was into you, and sometimes I would talk to the friend, and then they see you, dancing with the, a hand-me-down Megan that's 350.
God damn.
Yeah.
Is she 7 foot?
Nah, she ain't that tall. But the girl would be like,
350 at like 5 foot. That's wild, bro.
Goddamn Sasquatch.
Right, the girl would be like, "I was feeling your boy, but he's with this fat girl. Like, ill."
Yeah, that's wild, bro.
But
QB, it's a question I want to ask you, like after you done giving your spiel about your story. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. One more thing I want to add: that messes him up. I'm like, bro, when you talk to a decent girl and then you drop all the way damn near to the floor with something that's not even tolerable, that other girl that you were talking to at first, she just lost her attraction towards you. But the opposite can work. You can, like, as Ronan kind of mentioned, talk to, maybe an average girl, um, and then work your way up. And then probably go back to that average girl at the end of the night. But guys just need to understand social awareness and go for quality, not quantity. And I'm done with that.
All right, man. So it's a question I want to ask you, QB. I didn't pretty much ask everybody this question that joined the panel. So I don't know how much you. I don't think you do cold approach like that. I don't know about social circle or whatever, but I want to know if you had to choose between either or, which one would you pick and why?
Great question. I think at this stage of my life, I'm gonna lead towards social circle. And here's my argument. Not that I'm not against cold approaching, but when you establish a good network of friends, it's automatic in results to the women they want to introduce you to. I've been in so many situations where, the cousin invited me to the party, and hey, my cousin, she likes black guys. She really likes you. She wants you to dance with her. I'm like, okay. And then other times when I go out to the club, there's some dude saying, hey, I know you're an American, come hang out with us. And then from there, they would introduce me to girls that they're hanging out with. So the social circle can work, but it to really maximize it, you have to be a guy with a outgoing type of personality. You can't be an introvert to really maximize social circle, because not everyone's going to be friendly towards you. And so that's where social circle has an advantage over code approaching. But guys that cold approach, I will say this, and then I'm going to finish up here. You should cold approach women that show interest in you. I'm against the blind cold approach where you just randomly walk up to a girl and she doesn't even notice you, and approach her immediately. That will lead to more rejections than an actual successful encounter. But social circle can definitely work to your advantage, but you have to be an outgoing type of guy. Otherwise, um, it's really, useless. And again, it's you seeing value. Like, one more example: if I'm at a nightclub or establishment, and I realize that these guys got money or whatever, I can chip in with those type of dudes, and the social circle will work because, hey, we'll go half on bottles or whatever, versus trying to make friends, paying for those dudes to hang out with me and tell them, hey, go get me chicks. That's not going to work, because I've seen it where guys have done that. They will pay for their friends. The friends will bring girls to their section, and the guy that paid for everything is still not with the woman, and he's trying to do social circle. So
That's
that's
crazy as hell,
where
man.
you have to have social IQ and social awareness if you're going to maximize social circle. And that's my answer.
All right, now I will say this. As far as you said, like, if you approach women blindly, then it'll lead to more rejections. I will agree with you on that, only because most dudes aren't really being the best version of themselves, right? If these
Hmm.
dudes actually lived up to their potential, if they were actually attractive, then they would have more success whether the woman paid them attention or not. You feel me? Because not only are they, more confident physically, you feel me, but they also have a different mindset because they built their confidence over a period of time. So it's like that confidence is going to reflect the women that they talk to. But if you are not really like self-improving and living up and being the best version of yourself, then it's like you don't really have a reason to be confident. You feel me? So that's going to reflect in the women as well. So I would, and it could be a situation where you approaching 20 women, you approaching 50 women, and you're not really getting a whole lot of success. You feel me? I did a live stream yesterday where dudes was telling me in the chat, I approached 20 women, I didn't really get none. I approached 50 women, I didn't get none. It was another live stream I did where a dude approached 200 women and he ain't have no success because he probably got a flawed strategy, or he's probably just not that physically attractive, right? So like that's my whole thing. Like if you are the average guy and you have no experience and you're not really that attractive, then I mean you're pretty much going to be at a deficit regardless of whether you wait for choosing signals or not, because you ain't gonna be getting no choosing signal because ain't no women gonna be checking for you. And if you cold approach, you ain't really gonna be getting none because you don't really have a whole lot of experience. So I would say for the average guy, you need to start somewhere. So
Correct.
yeah, man.
And for the average guy to add on that, you can definitely maximize your appearance, not only just with working out, getting leaner, style that matters as well, dress attire. And so I'm a huge advocate. Like I don't like to go to Pookie and Ray Ray type nightclubs. I like to go somewhere where there's a dress code, because usually more often than not there are going to be more women in those establishments and more quality women as well. So if you're an average guy but somehow you can social max, and again you have to have that outgoing personality. If you're a shy reserved guy, none of this stuff is really going to apply to you. You can have a lot of success dating women because you are in that environment. One of my subs that went with me, really quick story, to Veracruz. This was a few years ago, and I still talk to him now. He definitely fits the Johnny Depp look, and women do find him attractive, but he misses out on a lot of opportunities because he lacks charisma and he doesn't have an outgoing personality. And so that's where before a lot of black pillars would really say that looks will overpower confidence and charisma, but you really need both. They're just pretty
Facts.
much as equal for the most part. Um, Again, you can be a good looking guy, but if you're reserved or shy, women can sense that and they get dried up immediately. They're like, "Oh no, I'm not. There's no way. I'm gonna either sleep with this dude, hook up, or want to give this guy my number." So, because women, one more thing,
Go ahead,
women
bro.
will make it obviously known that they're into you in many different ways. But you as a
That's
man,
where
you gotta
looks
go.
matter. See, that's and I apologize for cutting you off, QB, but that's where looks matters, right? Like if you are her preference, if you a physically attractive dude and you tall and all these things, looks matter in that regard. And you might not even have to say a whole lot. But yeah, go ahead, G.
Yeah. So if you have the shy personality and she's giving you the clues like, yo, I'm ready to lay it on you, and you can't sense that, your looks don't mean shit. You're powerless. I always tell this,
That's
especially
a
with
fact.
dating
Yeah,
with
I
dating
agree with that too.
with dating coaches. I say, look, man, I really don't have to approach a lot, because I know within a minute of the conversation, just the way she looks at me, whether she's interested in me or not in a sexual manner. And so that's really where you have the knowledge and understand that, okay, if I walk into an establishment and this girl gives me this settle type of look, I really don't have to say anything. It's not really my approach. Is okay, how do I escalate that to where I either get the number or get back to my crib with her, and that's really it.
Yep. There you go, man. For sure, for sure. All
Mhm.
right. Yep. All right. So we got obstacles to opportunity. We got him and we got Adam Hudson. He joined back. Shout out to Adam Hudson. Shout out to obstacles. So
What's good, obstacles? This is my
Yep.
brother, Simplify, another Marine.
What's up? I appreciate your service, obstacles, for sure, man. So is it anything you want to chime in on? You feel me? Or no. Let me ask you this question. I think I already asked Adam this question. I'm gonna ask you. So social circle and cold approach, like which one do you side with? You feel me? And if so, then what? Like, tell me why you side with either or. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably. Oh, let me. You know what? I'm gonna do my setup. So let me do my setup, and can you come to me like in 5 minutes?
All right,
Yeah.
go ahead. All right.
So I ain't on
We
the
gon-
struggle video thing. Yeah, let me go ahead and set this up real quick.
All right, we gonna skip to Adam. What's good, Adam? What's good, family?
What's
Okay.
going on, fam?
What's going on?
What's
I
good?
think I already asked you this question, right?
No, I don't think you asked me which one I prefer.
Yeah. Which one would you prefer? And tell me. Well, I think you said you prefer cold approach, but maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, and I prefer cold approach.
Okay.
Yeah, I prefer cold approach. Yeah, I say cold approach because social circle got too many rules. You know what I mean?
I gotta
It's too many rules. You said
not
what?
too many rules. It's not too many rules. It's an opportunity. This is the thing. Cold calling.
Wait, hold on. Let
it's
me
your
finish. Actually, hold on. Tell you why. Now it's too many rules. Meaning, like, okay, as a cold approach, if I'm cold approaching, it's my world. If I get the girl, she comes to my house. It's my rules. It's on me. But I think that with the social circle, it's all these other agents in the situation where you can't piss this person off. You are, if you piss this person off, then you didn't. Now they didn't said this about you, and now the group is like, oh, I wouldn't really fuck with him because he did this and that. So I like cold approach because it's like I make the rules. It's my situation. I can do whatever I want. So I prefer cold approach.
All right, Ronan, it's you, man.
Well, no, all I'm saying is just to reiterate how I feel. The code approach is like he said, it's on you. It's your effort. It's your ability to walk up and talk to somebody you're interested in, whether she's in a crowd of women or not. A lot of guys are scared to even approach women if they're in a crowd because there's always gatekeepers. They're scared to get by the gatekeeper, whoever that is, and usually some fat bitch. I'm just saying.
A
A
land
social
well.
circle can either be formed by you or friends of yours, and it depends on what level they're at. You don't know who their friends are. If they're a high level echelon type of dude where he's got money and wealth, then there's going to be classy women in that social circle. But what does that do? That gives you opportunity. So it gives you an opportunity to have that type of woman in front of you, for you again to still have to open your mouth, have some charisma, have some game about you, and some confidence in order to make those next steps, in order to secure a date or whatever you're trying to do in that social circle. And then, like I said, it's always a referral, the name thing, where you're already well known in the circle. Everybody knows your reputation, and now they're coming after you because of it. That's the hot mode. That's where now you're vetting them. Like, why the fuck are you interested in me at this point?
All right. So, is there anything you want to follow up with, Adam, or are you pretty much good? Or you pretty much said what you had to say?
Yeah, nah, I pretty much, like I said, yeah, I definitely prefer the code approach situation. With somebody that's been in both and has some good results in both, definitely code approach for sure. Because with the social circle, I've had like cool situations, but let's just say, okay, like this is what I don't like about the social circle situation. Let's just say you do get with a female in the social circle, and let's just say you did something, you made a mistake with her, or you made her later on, or just anything. You just can't You know what I'm saying? The thing is, you can't fuck up. You can't, do nothing fucked
Yeah,
up.
you
It'll
sure
fuck the
can.
whole shit up. Yeah, see, and see, that's what I don't like about social circle. So, see, so for example, like a situation where a woman feels led on in the social circle, then now you have a bad reputation within the social circle. See, but if it's a code approach situation, and you make a mistake, well, that's just with that one person. You could just throw her away. You know what I mean? And okay, well, let me go start new with this female over here. So that's why I prefer that.
Okay.
So it sounds like in social circles, you gotta already have a foundation. You gotta already have like a certain level of, like, you gotta have a average social IQ in order to prosper in social circle, right? If not, then you will end up slipping up at some point, and everybody just pretty much gonna be looking at you crazy, like, what the fuck you doing, pretty much. So is that the situation you saying, Adam? Is that
I
what you're
would
saying?
say, okay, the difference is, okay, with social circle, you just can't fuck it up.
Okay.
So it's more so about not fucking it up. Now, so that's the thing. You don't have to be great. I don't believe you really have to be great socially. You can be an average guy and not really have that much special about you, because, like I said, it's about who you know. You already got that halo effect on you. If you know somebody that they know and that they like, and then they're gonna associate you with them, so you already got the halo. So it's all about not dropping the halo. That's really what it's more about with the social situation, is just not fucking up. Now with
Okay.
the Coda Pro situation, you gotta be a cool person to make that happen. That's you having skill and having, courage and, discipline and stuff like that. That I believe you do have to have something cool about you to make that happen.
Okay, let me
But
say
with the
this.
social, you just so yeah, yeah,
Uh, and my
yeah. But
bad for
like I
cutting you
said,
off,
with the
but let me.
social situation, you just gotta not fuck up.
Okay. Okay, so do you think it's harder to, like, maintain the okay, so it's harder to get your foot in the door with cold approach, but with social circle it's like harder to, like, maintain, right? To maintain that circle of people that you got around you.
Yeah. That's the skill, I would say, in my opinion, and from my experience. Yeah, it's about maintaining that situation, not necessarily being this cool guy in the situation. It's about not fucking up. That's what I would say. So maintaining, I believe, it will be the skill in that situation.
Okay, bet. So is there anything? Oh, okay, we got obstacles to opportunity. Let me highlight you. Is there anything you wanna elaborate on that anybody said, or that or the guy said in the live stream? Is there anything you want to say?
No, no, no. I don't want to elaborate on anything because I think everybody's got their way on the way they approach women and deal with the marketplace. I know the original question you asked me before was cold
Yeah,
approach or social circle. Am I right?
yeah.
Well, for me, I think I'll go with anything that happens as an opportunity. I think I wouldn't call it cold approach. I would probably label it warm approach.
Well, no,
So
no, no.
I'm
I
more
mean, like, you
so
approaching a
okay.
person that you don't know. Period. Like, you approach a woman you never met at the gym. You approaching a person
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. It
Like
was
that
just I
situation. I go ahead, bro.
No, 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 I get what you're saying. Cold approach. Yeah, I don't know the person. But net, what I'm just trying to kind of color into the situation is it's a warm approach, meaning that there was some type of trigger, there was some type of signal that the person gave to me. And then I went ahead and executed. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. You saying it from the situation that like you have the same talking point as QB pretty much. So I mean, okay, this woman don't notice you. Period. Like, let's just say she's doing her, like she at, like, you at the gym and she's in like, you squatting. No, not you squatting, like she's squatting, right? And as soon
Hmm.
Yeah,
as
that's a bad
she
example.
finishes her squat, right, like as soon as she finished squatting, right, you approach
Hmm.
her, but like she don't notice you, like, right out the gate. You feel me? But you approach her, and then as soon as she see you and you see her, and then you start a conversation from that point moving forward. But in that whole situation, like, she never notices you. You feel me? She don't notice you until you present yourself in front of her, and then you start a conversation from there. But it's not a situation to where like you walking around and like both of y'all like lock eyes. You feel me? It's like y'all don't know each other from a can of worms. But yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right. Well, if that's a situation, then it'd probably just be best that I lean into social circle, because at the end of the day, I'm gonna have those opportunities with women that do notice me. I'm not gonna bother most women that don't notice me, unless I'm just being also nice. But that wouldn't count because I just talk to women regardless. I don't always try to holler at them. A woman could even try to holler at me, and then I just keep it pushing. Like everything ain't, once a woman exposes herself or gives the opportunity, or if there is one, you don't have to take it. Sometimes you can just banter with a woman and keep it pushing.
Facts.
And if a woman wants to find you,
I agree with that.
ahead.
I 100% agree with that. Like you don't have to take every opportunity like where you see a woman. It's more so like you sharpening the sword. You are like critiquing yourself or whatever, or like you're like getting better with each woman you talk to or whatever. Just to like stay consistent with your skill. But I'm saying like me personally, I already said I'll probably not. Well, I never even really gave my answer on this. You feel me? And I'll probably give my answer, after like we're done talking right now. But you pretty much said you prefer not cold approach, but a social circle because I guess you're around like more women or whatever. I don't really know like your definite answer. But go ahead.
Yeah, okay. No, yeah, I mean, my last girl came from social circle, a good amount do. I mean, other men that I have and that I know, they know me, they know my personality, so they do the observation, they do the filtering for me in a way. Same thing as women. I got a good amount of women friends, so I think that's important, imperative too. And so they're like, oh, I know somebody. I think it'd be a great, and especially I'm in Asia, so a lot of people do social circle, social circle dating.
Okay, you in a whole other country,
But yeah, I'm a whole nother country. But at the end of the day, I mean, I'm going to do anything. And I just think it's just the situation always dictate. But net social circle, I more so do filtering out than I do accepting. So I think most people's approach to the market is probably they'd be in bulk with in mass. But I just try to attempt to filter more out. But again, like you kind of said, once you make yourself the best man, yeah, you're going to have a slight uptick of the opportunities. But at that point, you need to filter out very well. If your filtering out is not good, then you're going to end up in a situation regardless. And again, I'll add on the back of that, every situation with a woman is not about you. So it's not so much, oh, my game sucked, I failed. I think a lot of guys do that. A lot of times a woman just in her mood, like what if she bloating and this and that? She got crazy stuff going on. Maybe she's in a point where she don't even want a man like you. Like, oh, you look too good. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you probably get a bunch of broads. Like, they not trying to mess with quote unquote F boys. And so it's like, it's how they perceive you, what they're on. And so when you're looking at it and saying, I missed it, unless you did something strange, right? Like if you spit out, you had stuff all up in your teeth. Like, I get it. Then yeah, you took a L and you was weird and you came off at the wrong time in the wrong position where her butt was over and you came up behind her like, how you doing? Like, all right, cool. You messed up in that way. But net, if you talk to a woman, she's like, nah, it could be into her because some women are just on certain times, certain phases of their lives and stuff like that. So I don't tend to look at it as that always. I'm kind of like looking in the market and seeing like, okay, this is where I took an L or nah, that's just a woman. She on, whatever she might be on. Because a lot of women are like that. They're like, man, I ain't dating you, bro, because you just look too good. Or I could see a guy like you not wanting to wipe me up. So that's
okay.
The game.
So pretty much what you're saying, like you can like even though like you did everything right, like you presented yourself in the best way you could, and she may not choose you. So in that regard, you shouldn't feel no type of way about the woman not doing anything unless you was genuinely weird and awkward in the situation, or maybe you had you knew your breath was bad and you still approached the woman, or you had some of your teeth, or maybe you had a messed up haircut. So in that situation, that's what I'm saying. Like in that situation, like I mean, I did everything right. She just genuinely feeling me, so it's really like nothing I did wrong. Right. So yeah, and
not even feeling me though. She might not be even feeling herself. So again, we just be out there just thinking about us. Remember, it's two human beings in this type of hookup, right? This potential. So it's not even, she might be feeling you, but she don't want to go there. You get me? Or she don't even feel good about herself at the time. We ignore all of that. Like there's a human that
Yeah.
exists in this negotiation. And we just like, man, that don't exist. Man, she ain't feeling me because of this reason. She might not just be in the mood also. So it's like, then you
Yep.
meet up and you be like, dang, remember you curved me? She'd be like, oh, well, and there might be something to it, like, oh, well, at that time, blank, 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 or etc. So I'm just saying, like, a girl would be like, I don't even think I looked good. I thought I was looking all ugly. My hair was makeup was all steroid. You like, well, I don't care about that. And she like, well, from her perspective, you get what I'm saying? She don't want to go
Mm-hmm.
and continue it under those circumstances. So it's a lot of factors that I think we just don't even map out and think about where it's like, dang, I did something wrong. It's about me. Not necessarily.
Yep.
It could just be with the shorty.
Okay, so I'm glad I asked you that question because I think the first question I asked you was like you said you prefer social circle based off the example that I gave. You pretty much said no, I wouldn't do it because of what you said. Now you know I guess like you're giving a different perspective of why you would choose Cola Pro. So I'm glad I sort of cleared that up. Now let me give my reason why I would prefer Cola Approach, and then I'm gonna go to Daniel Victor, and then we're gonna go back to the video. So the reason why I would prefer Cold Approach over Social Circle is pretty obvious because I've done Social Circle, and maybe it's because I have a bad group of friends or whatever. I don't know, but it's a situation to where I always have to be the one to get the women. You feel me? Or anytime they bring women around, the women aren't really that attractive. I don't like them like that, So I'm choosing like the pool of women that they choose, but those women aren't really up to my standards. So it's like me personally, like I have a certain caliber of women I like to date or I like to deal with. So I just think it's more beneficial for me to go after the women that I want in particular as opposed to the women that want me, And it's like Adam said, you got a whole lot of freedom in that too, Now, I will say this. I think Social Circle is like a better strategy than Cold Approach because you don't have to do a whole lot of work, and like you have the opportunity to pick the women that you want. But the thing is, Cold Approach is more practical. You feel me? And it could take a while for you to get to a point where it's like a lot of obstacles to opportunity. Like you're at a point of your life to where you probably could get the woman that you want because you've built that over a period of time, right? To where you probably do have a group of women in your life that you could pick from, and all those women are the women that you want. Or you have friends that have women in your social circle, and those women are attractive as well, right? Or those women are just the women that you would prefer to deal with. But for the average dude, like they don't have that not mindset, but they don't have those opportunities. You feel me? Like that's granted to them, and that's like the whole situation. Like 10, I say 15 years ago, 12 years ago, I didn't have that, So, I mean, that's pretty much my point on that of why I would choose.
Hey, yo.
Hold on.
I got a question.
Wait. So let me get to
No
Daniel, and then we can go back to Jay, and then we can go to the video, cause yeah. All right, what's good, Daniel Victor? What's up with you? Let's go to Daniel Victor.
What's up, guys? What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing?
Good.
What's good with you? So this dude, he's actually in the Philippines, but so Daniel,
Yep.
between Cold Approach and Social Circle, I'm finally able to pronounce it right. Between those two things, which one would you prefer and why?
Well, here's the thing. I used to prefer cold approach over social circle, but now the way I see it, I think that social circle is a lot more effective because if you want to get high quality women, social circle is the way because you will be able to show pre-selection and high status around social circle. Whereas cold approach, you're just gonna approach women right off the bat and just expect for the best. Hope what you throw out sticks out. You know what you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
with social circle, you actually tend to show a lot more pre-selection personality and high status because you are being able to navigate the group very effectively. Whereas with cold approach, you're just hoping that whatever you say stakes with the woman, and you you're just showing intent, and you're just playing the numbers game. So I know that call approach. If you practice it a lot, it's not gonna be a numbers game. But from the start, it is gonna be a numbers game for you because you're not that good at it yet. But if you're practicing social circle, it's gonna be a lot more efficient. It's gonna be a lot more effective. It's gonna be a lot more effortless, and you're gonna be able to pick the woman that you want from that group. So I think that social circle works better for me.
Okay, man. Now let me say this. I think the benefit in social circle is like you don't have to necessarily be the most attractive dude. You know,
Yeah,
like you
exactly.
can be, yeah, like you can be the most valuable guy, and you can get women off being the most valuable guy because maybe you the guy that orchestrated the whole situation, and like and like the women might choose you because of that. You feel me? So I mean that is another benefit too. But we gonna go to Jay, and then we gonna go back to the live stream. God damn. All right, Jay, something you wanted to
Yeah.
elaborate on, bro?
I was just curious, when y'all say social circle, are y'all saying like this is a group of guys, like for example, let's say there's a group of guys in the city of Houston who do construction. They make over six figures. They like to hang out at this certain spot where they get VIP treatment. Da 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 da. We talking about social circle in that aspect. I'm trying to understand what version of y'all talking about when y'all say social circle, where everybody know these guys for getting money or success, or I'm trying to understand it so I can
I'm
really
well,
ask a
well,
question.
well. Me, I'm using Michael Sartan's example of social circle where you are pretty much the high value guy in the situation to where the women are choosing you. You know, as opposed to Cole approach to where you are going after the women that you want in particular. So that's the
Okay.
situation, and maybe you could be the guy to orchestrate the situation, or maybe you could or, or maybe it could be a situation where you go in your friend's house and he just so happened to
Hmm.
have three or four women around, and you can, and maybe one or maybe two of those women are like you in that group too. So it's just you being in a
Yeah.
situation where it's
Like
like
say
two
six
dudes
degrees of
and like,
separation. You start a party, and those friends invite friends that everybody associates with each other. You just happen to be put in an environment.
yep.
Oh yeah, no,
Or
yeah,
I
no,
mean,
that's cool.
or hold on, wait. Or you could orchestrate the whole event too, like either
Mhm.
or. So yeah.
Yeah, nah, social.
Yeah, and you will be able to get a lot more quality women based off social circle because you're gonna
Hold on,
be showing off your status with
wait. Hold on,
women.
Dan, hold wait. I want Jay to finish, and then we gonna get back to the video because I've
I
been off the
appreciate it. It's all
video for
cool.
a good
All right.
Yeah,
like
nah,
45 minutes.
in that context, then yeah, that'll be cool. I can just be chilling. My boy sent me a text, yo, this Thursday, I got some baddies flying in from Miami, some flying in from Dominican Republic. Pull up at us, pull up on us. Bet. If I ain't doing shit, bet. That's real cool. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like if you're relying on that, that means that your drought is only pertaining to that phone call. So if you're only waiting on the phone call, then that might suck. That might suck.
All right. So obstacles like with I'm gonna mention this example earlier, like with the example that I made earlier about the woman not necessarily like noticing you and you still being able to get that woman. I think that was more so anecdotal. That was based off my own personal experience. You know what I mean? And I tend to get women more frequently in those situations because I put myself out there and because, I've built a certain level of confidence, over a period of time, putting myself out there in front of women. And because I do that, it's like the women feel the energy off, like that energy like reflects in my confidence, right? So I'm able to get women off there. So I think that was more so like subjective. Like I don't think most guys cold approach. So
Hmm.
yeah, man, I think that's the situation. Like when was the last time you cold approached a woman?
Who me?
Me? Oh,
Shit.
Yeah.
oh.
Probably
Hold on. Today is Saturday. I think I
And
did it
not
last
no,
Saturday.
wait. No. I'm talking about what's his name?
Oh,
Obstacles
okay.
to opportunity. I'm talking to him. I gave an
That's what
example
I thought. I
to
was
him.
like, maybe I'm tripping. Let me mute myself there.
Yeah. So like as far as you approaching the woman and that woman not noticing you right out the gate, like she's not giving you choosing signals, but you still cold approach the woman, like whether you got the woman or not. Like when was the last time you did that?
Man, if I really wanted to, like if I was really digging her and just wanted, I would do it.
No. I'm saying like when was the last time you did it? Like was it a week ago, or a month ago, or a couple of days ago? Like
You got a lady now.
Yeah, nah, I got a shorty. So
wait. Damn. I wish I would have preferenced
No.
that. I didn't know that. My fault, man. I don't want to,
No, you good.
you
But
over, man.
no. Even I got a shorty. She know I'm open to talk to women if I want to. Like it's not. She don't control that. But
Exercise your opportunity.
I'm not a player. That's just my life. I want to live that life. I only got one. You get what I'm saying?
I got you,
So
man.
at the end of the day, I say in a conversation, like, bro, if I got 20 things that you want as a man, right? And usually men are simple. They want sex, silence, and a sandwich or something.
Yeah.
Then we at a deficit. So there's some other things I could be able to do, and you ain't got nothing to say about it. But net, I think it's been a while. There was one shorty, and we just had a conversation. We're cool, it's calm, but it just didn't pan out because of her lifestyle or whatever. So, but net, it wasn't too far ago, like maybe two months ago. But again, like you said, right? Like it just didn't pan out. I didn't like the way that she was. And again, it's not bad that she was living that lifestyle. It just wasn't a match for my life. You get what I'm saying?
I got
so
you.
that was it. Yeah.
I got you, man. So,
But also, I agree with you with the social circle and the lifestyle. Again, I'm not saying, unlike what these guys are probably saying, I'm not too sure, but you don't have to be that high value man yet. Also, I was still able to pull women off a social circle just because, man, I was enjoying life. I was a Marine, a goddamn diplomat. I wasn't there. I was still a brokey, but I was very ambitious on the way, right? And so while I was executing on my life plan, there were women in the journey. And of course, people could see that, right? You don't have to be a millionaire yet. I wasn't a freaking millionaire. I was just a Marine, getting things done, making things happen. And then Shorties was like, I want to be around him. I want to be in his circle. They're having fun over there. And so I think it's not even once I get my $1 billion, now I can sit down and just pluck girls from the sky. I think also upon the growth and moving and shaking, girls come from the social circle also too.
I got you, man. I appreciate
And
your
also,
input, man.
I'd like to say this too. The reason why I pick social circle over cold approach is because it's bigger than just women. If you want to advance your career and you want to be a lot more high status and you want to build a network of elite guys with entrepreneurial mindsets and you want to advance your career, social circle is going to be way more effective than cold approach because
you can do that in
you're
cold
gonna be
approach
able to
too.
network with a lot.
You can
Yeah,
do
you
that
can
in
do that
cold
with cold
approach
approach
too.
too. But here's the thing though, is that if you want to build a high network of elite of elite guys with social circle, that's very effective in order for you to get rich, in order for you to get wealthy. So that's why I prefer social circle over cold approach. I'm not just thinking about women because I'm way past women at this point, and I'm trying to become a high value guy so I can get a lot more options when it comes to women. I'm not just trying to chase women off the street 24/7. So that's the reason why I pick social circle over cold approach.
Well, yeah, you can do that too off like cold approach. Like if like if you walking downtown and like you in Hollywood or whatever, and you see a fucking celebrity actor, you cold approach him. You can make something happen with that. You know that.
Yeah, but that's gonna be a lot more. That's gonna be a lot more difficult. That's gonna be a lot more difficult because you're throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. You're not showing any value yet. You're not showing any selection yet. You're looking like a homeless man trying to walk up to a stranger. That's what that's what you're looking like. So if you show pre-selection and you show high status and you want to build an elite network of high status men and wealthy entrepreneurs,
well,
then
maybe you
I think that
approaching
social
them.
circle is a lot more effective.
Well, yeah. I can see what you're saying, and I'm gonna get to Ronan too, because I think he was trying to chime in. But I can see what you're saying. Like maybe like you walking down the street, and maybe you got some other high status dudes around you, but you cold approach this individual, and they may see that you are a high status dude because you got other high status guys around you, and they may be more open to talking to you or being involved with you because of that. So yeah. So Ronan, you got something you want to add before I get back to it?
I think sometimes the social circle has a lot to do with the environment you grow in and maybe even your cultural standing. Some of your social circles can be built around cultural standing. Like you have like back in the day, even down south, they called them cotillions. There were wealthy individual families, black families that had these big balls, celebrating the black woman becoming 16 years old, but also exposing them to the older black men of different families of wealth, meaning trying to arrange family connections in order to maintain wealth in a certain environment. So social standing when it comes to different cultural environments also throws into a factor. Where Daniel might be referencing is being in a certain culture or a certain social environment where the people and even obstacles can speak to this. And when you're hanging around a lot of wealthy individuals, you got a lot of quality individuals that are surrounding them as well, and there's 6 to 12 degrees of separation. So when that room is full, it's full of quality individuals that probably already have their college degrees, they're well traveled, well spoken, can speak on several different levels of different types of subjects and everything else. So that puts you in a better environment to cultivate a relationship with somebody of means or a quality, one or the other, versus some people that might think of a social circle and no offense, they come from the hood. And when they put out a call for their social circles, a whole bunch of hood rats and 304s and people just struggling to try to make it. You know what I'm saying? So in that environment, that social circle is not necessarily going to be an advantage. It's going to be a disadvantage. Might even get you shot. You know what I'm saying? Depending on where it is. So I think it has a lot to do with cultural environment, where you are in status of where you're at right now and where you want to be, and your circle of friends. Your circle of friends also contribute to your social circle.
And also, you can create an event and different kinds of environment within social circle. You can't do that with cold approach. With cold approach, you try to approach every woman that you're in in the environment that you're in. However, with social circle, you tend to create the environment that you're in. You throw high status networking events through social circle. You can't do that with cold approach. There's just no way you can do that with cold approach.
I disagree.
Really, you
Hold on.
disagree? Why?
I go and state your disagreement. We're gonna get back to it, man. I want to get
Yeah,
back to
that's
it
cool.
live. All right, go ahead, Jay.
Yeah. No, I mean, at the end of the day, you still can, convey a message to a stranger. I mean, just because one guy doesn't have the Bugatti outside and, rented out a venue that holds 4,000 people, I feel like you can still convey a message to a woman or even a guy and let them know that there's opportunity here. I think you'll be great for it. I see success in you. I see a lot of great influence in you. I want you to attend this event. Like, I mean, certain things help, yeah, but you said that you don't see no one being able to do that cold approaching, and I disagree with the fact of you have to have all of this to do that. I feel like you can have nothing and still do that.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say, Jay, is that you can throw high status networking events through social circle. You can't do that with cold approach. I'm not saying that you have to do any of this in order for you to be effective, but the thing is that you can do a whole lot more through social circle. You can do a lot more varieties through social circle than cold approach. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Well, now, I
You,
mean,
you,
you can do it through cold approach too. It's just going to be a little bit harder because it's like
yeah,
Michael
exactly.
Sartain.
It's gonna be a lot harder
Michael
because with social circle,
Sartain, he
it's gonna
he
be a lot
orchestrates
more
like
effortless.
he do everything like Michael Sartain. He do everything off the internet, right? So he's able to source more women. He don't do that through cold approach. He don't meet women in real life and like ask, "Do you want to do events?" And I actually think that's a good
Yep.
strategy to like find women on Instagram and on dating apps or whatever, to bring a part of your situation. So I do think that like either strategy could work, but one strategy is easier than the other because it's like me, for example. I do a little bit of photography. I did OnlyFans, right? And I did and I do and I got like a podcast. I'm trying to bring women on, so I've strictly, literally, only been trying to do that. I've done all that through cold approach. No dating apps really, or no Instagram. Like all of that through that, and it was extremely hard to do all of that, right? But when I went on dating apps and when I went on Instagram, it was a lot easier because because the women already knew what I had going on, and they was like yes or no, are you trying to be a part of what I got on? And they some said yes, some said no, but I was still able to get results as opposed to in real life. It was a whole lot harder. But some women were
That's what
still
I'm
down
trying to
for it.
say, True
I just had
Prodigy.
to find those women, and that's why I say like social circle is a better strategy. It's just that it's something that you have to build. Like it's something that you have to
Yep.
like you have to have a foundation of cold approaching, so you can get your social skills on point before you can even get into like social circle. Like with cold approach, it gives you that foundation, So yeah, it's like cold approach is a more practical way as opposed to social circle. It's like you got to do a whole lot, and just to have all these women around you. You know what I mean? Like you got to have game outside of talking to women face to face. But yeah.
But you just proved out my point, though, True Prodigy, because you just point out the fact that social circle
No,
is
no,
a lot
no,
more
no,
effortless
no, no,
than
no, no,
cold
no, no.
approach.
I just said that social circle is a better strategy. I'm just saying cold
Yeah.
approach is more practical because you are in front of these women. Like if you walk into a bar and you see a table full of bad chicks, you just walk right up and talk to them. You know what I mean? Like you are in close proximity to these women as opposed to dating apps or as opposed to you vetting a shit ton of women on Instagram, right? You feel me? If you a guy and you assertive and you dominate and you have some social skills, it's like you can just put yourself out there, and depending on how much you put yourself out there, you can get your desired outcome. You feel me? Depending on your level of game or whatever. So I'm going to say that social circle is a better strategy, but cold approach is more practical. But yeah, y'all got it.
Yeah, and I
No,
tend to agree
I
with
think
that.
but
I tend to agree with that. That you need to have both essentially if you want to be effective at game. You can just be a one-dimensional guy. But I do believe that social circle is a lot more effective and a lot more effortless when it comes to pulling high quality women, especially hotter women. They're like 8s, 9s, or 10s.
All right, we
So
gonna get.
social
Hold on,
circle is
wait.
a lot better.
All right, I got you, Dane. So we gonna get to obstacles. He wanted to say something. We're gonna get back to the video after him. We gonna get back
to the video, man. I got your back. Get to
I
your
got you.
video.
God damn, it's like everybody long winded, like, for real talk.
I'm sorry, vanity and guilt. Those were the terms that I was
Everybody has
looking
a lot of
for. We use those
criticism.
terms. We also use pre-selection. These are different attraction triggers that we teach, along with physical fitness, along with physique, along with using social media to show that you're relevant, along with social media to show that you are you're competent. Those are different things that we use, and those are all different attraction triggers. Those are all different scales, attributes. Like if you play FIFA or if you play Madden or some video game, like speed, acceleration, all those things, we work on every single one of them when you do social circle. And is it harder? Yes. Do you have to be a more complete player? Yes. But in the end, what happens with cold approach, what I've seen is we have a guy right here, we have a girl right here, and we have a guy right here. This girl is like up on VIP on stage, and he's using game and words to try to come up to her level of status. Whereas what I teach is we come up to their level of status when they meet. We meet on even ground because the social circle, I'm on the same stage she's at. I'm in the same party she's at. I'm in the same VIP she's at. I have the same friends, and her friends that she looks up to, they're already following me. And so from that standpoint, I don't have to use words and game to get up to her level. I'm already at her level. And that's what I teach in social circle.
Yeah, and once again, you kind of mentioned that you need that level of foundation, and if you don't, it's not going to work. If you take someone, once again, I don't mean to hate on Alex's speed dates. I think
Either way.
No. Like, to be fair though, I think it's a great thing.
Alex, can I do one of your speed dates? I want to do one of your speed dates. I've never done it.
Yeah, you should jump on it and watch. I think it's a great thing he does, right? Because these guys can come on these speed dates, and guess what? They can fuck up, right? They can fuck up in front of everyone, and then they get feedback off the girl, they get feedback off Alex, and they learn and develop. And we can see, I think Alex may have done it before and after, guys develop and improve. Now, if you take one of those guys, put him in a group of girls, and play Never I've Ever, he's not going to get laid, right? Unless one of those girls suddenly somehow has attraction for some guy with zero calibration and just fucks him, right? But then what girl are you really selecting for? Which is not going to happen anyway. Yeah. I've had so many students do group pulls, right, from the club. They sit around in the fucking living room. They're having shots, playing silly, sorry, I won't say silly games. I'll play it as fun, but playing these games, right? And no one's getting laid. Okay. The girls are there for an after party. There's barely any attraction for the guy. It's just a bit of fun. And then everyone goes home alone. And the student is there thinking, this is amazing. I feel so validated. I was at home with a bunch of hot girls. And I'm sitting there being like, listen, you should have made a move. You should have tried to make something happen. You can at least learn from it. Right. So once again, I'm arguing here the beginner and the skills that you're developing and the games that you're teaching is going to be much more efficient in a cold approach environment. I still think that I agree with you. Once you have all those skills and foundation, do social circle, it works. But up until that point, there's better ways to learn.
This week is Vegas immersion here in Las Vegas. There's 20 of my clients are here, and they're going out tonight to different clubs. Tonight they're going to Omnia, last night they went to Jewel, tomorrow night they're going to Uncle Beach Club, and they are going to do cold approach the whole time they're there. But the cold approach they're doing is different. It's not intense man to woman based cold approach. It's cold approach where they invite people to other things. They use logistical questions in doing so. And you're right, they're not taking a ton of risk. But what happens is the next night they go out with 10 girls. The next night they go out with 20. The next night they go out with 30. And at that point, women are actually competing with each other for them. So I do think there is a skill set in creating a social circle, in creating a network of people and getting those people to come out with you. Like if you were to look at the skill set it takes to throw an event or the skill set it takes to get 6 girls to go with you, the skill set it takes to get 6 girls to go with you somewhere requires so much compliance. It's a very difficult skill set. So to the idea that you don't learn anything, I just don't think is true. But what you're saying is at a higher level, social circle where work and at a beginner level, the problem with that is like I used to think the same things till I started teaching this. And then I just find that when these guys just do what I ask, they learn so quickly because it's our responsibility as instructors to walk them through these minefields and show them what the problem is. But the difference is the way I do it is because every week there are around 70 or 80 hot girls, they get through these repetitions faster. And I'm not that worried about them fucking up. It's really not that big of a deal. I think when you're thinking of social circle, you're thinking of like one group of people that live in one area, and that's the whole thing. And like, for instance, my social circle would probably be around 5,000 people. I can fuck up and it's not really that big of an issue. So it's not quite the fuck up thing that you say it is. What I'm more concerned is how do you gain access? How do you get large groups of girls to go with you? How do you show competency and relevancy on social media? And then that brings more girls into your life.
Okay, so what skill set are we teaching Bob, right? So you're saying he's bringing 6 girls to the club. How is he getting those 6 girls to the club? Because to me, what it sounds like is you're basically making friends, right? You're making friends. And my issue with this, right? I think female friends are amazing and you should have them. But if you're actually learning to build attraction with women, right? You're reinforcing these friend habits. So a lot of guys that I actually coach and see is that this is one of the problems, is that they're awful with women, except when it comes to like maybe being a little bit friendly with them. So I think a lot of my
y'all do me a favor, get the likes up. Please do me a favor, get the likes up.
Students can probably get 6 girls to a club. Not that difficult, right? All these like people that are going and approaching on the street, they could say, hey, I got a table here, organize with the fucking promoter and get a free table. And like they could do that, right? But then what I'm worried is you're just reinforcing these very like friendly skills as opposed to actually teaching attraction skills. And so they become a bit supplicating, they become a bit too nice, they become a bit too validating, and it's just reinforcing it over and over. So it's like, what are you actually teaching Bob? Because sure, he can get 6 girls to the club, but I don't think he's doing anything then. I don't think he's closing. I think these 6 girls think this guy's my friend. If anything, they're probably thinking free table. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, such a great question. So the thing is, there's a big difference. And again, horrible bad dogma that was taught in the pickup industry. There's a complete difference between a girl friend zoning you and you friending them. Having a female friend where you tell them straight up, like I have 2 really close female friends, CJ Sparks and Kindly Myers. They're both in relationships, and they both before when I was single, they would introduce me to girls all the time. There's no, and when I talk to them, I'm like, yo, what up, motherfucker? There's no supplication at all. Kindly won't let me pay for shit. There's no supplication. The boundaries are clearly defined and they understand. They're very much like I used to do this all the time. I go out with a girl, like one time, Babes in Toyland, like 5 years ago, I was talking to this one girl and I knew Kindly was like over here. So I go talk to her. She's doing like a photo shoot off in the corner or whatever. And Kindly, I just give her a nod like this. She goes up to the girl and she goes, oh yeah, you'll do. And she goes, you need to do whatever this man says. And the girl was just like putty in my hands afterwards. These girls help you with other girls because they understand they're on the same team. I'm the quarterback, she's the wide receiver. I'm the quarterback, she's the tight end. There's no friendliness or supplication. Boundaries are clearly defined in the Men of Action mentoring group. Absolutely, under no circumstances do we supplicate. We don't spend money on women either. That's another thing, very, very important. Under no circumstances do we use money to get any of these girls to come to events with us, ever. If you want to do it later after you're done with my program, that's on you. While you're in my program, you don't use money. And so when you do so, what happens is the skill set they teach, Marcus, that I teach is women trust me and like me so much, they're trying to hook me up with their friends. That's
dude,
one of the
I
skill
get
sets.
that, right? Listen, I run some social circle back in Sydney when I was there, and hosting sex parties, hosting boat parties, having orgies everywhere. Like this is easy, and like I've got a lot of female friends that respect me as a man and will set me up with their friends nonstop. I think Alex, my business
Are you supplicating to them?
Sydney,
But you're not supplicating them, right?
Let me explain. I've had my business partner Alex come to Sydney, and he closed like 4 or 5 girls that were just my friends that were like, "Hey, this guy's cool," but that is us, okay? Without talking you up too much here, you are a very attractive guy with high status, with a well-paying career, right? So you've got your shit together, and I can see the qualities you have why women might want to be friends with you. Of course, same with me, same with Alex. But why do they want to be friends with Bob?
So great. So the reason why they'd want to be friends with Bob is because Bob is a connector. So there's a great book by Malcolm Gladwell called The Tipping Point, where it talks about the term of the connector. So in every case, I teach my guys to be the person everyone gets their job through, everyone meets their partner through, everyone finds their employees through, everyone finds their mentors through. I'm the person people come to when they want book recommendations. That's something you can teach 4'11" Bob. And when you do so, now girls are like, I want to go to the Maxim party. I know I can go through Bob. I want to get into Babes in Toyland. I know I can go through Bob. I know I'm going to go with Bob, and Bob's going to have 12 other girls with him. I know that when I go with Bob, shit will be handled. Bob is competent.
What's up?
Hey, I'm about to bounce. I ain't want to just walk out and not say nothing. I respect the show, man. Hey, y'all have a good night. A lot of information was given. Y'all keep doing your thing in this world, man. Keep going up, keep improving, keep being better, man. I appreciate it. Shout out to True P, man.
All right, Jay.
All right, Jay. Take it easy, bro. Thanks for joining the panel.
When I go with Bob, things are taken care of, and I don't have to wonder about where to go. I'm led. If you ever see me, like when I go to Dan Fleischman's parties, I walk around and there's like 12 girls behind me, and Anthony DeRico, he'll walk around and he'll have another 12 girls behind him.
Again,
because we know how to lead groups.
But
Anthony DeRico's the 5 foot tall dude that I showed you in the video. The 5 foot tall guy.
Let's be real. Bob's a party planner, right? Bob got a table through.
Bob gets invited to parties. He's not a party planner. Yeah.
Okay, but he's inviting these girls. Like the one quality that Bob has of the girl is like access. So the girls are like, okay, Bob can get me here. It sounds like a very usy type relationship. What I prefer is more of these qualities where it's like, you know what? Bob's really fun to hang out with, right? Now that would be one. These are the skills that I'd be teaching him in cold approach, and he'd be learning quick in cold approach because he has the ability to fail, right? So if Bob's cool to be around, he's fun to be around, he's dominant, he speaks loud, he's got a good tonality, he's able to walk around the club like he owns it a little bit. These are more of the qualities. He's socially aware, he brings like an emotional experience to these girls. I think these are more the qualities that I'd want to be known as a friend for. I wouldn't want to be like, hey, I've got lots of friends. Why do they like you, Marcus? Oh, because I can connect them and get them to parties. I'd prefer them to say, yo, they like me. I'm a cool guy. I'm fun to be around, right? I'm really interesting. The girls respect me and just want to be with me. If we were not connecting, if we were not going to a party, would they still hang out with Bob? I don't think so, right? If Bob was just at a cafe, if Bob was just at a cafe, right, and he couldn't give them access after a year of this coaching, I don't think they're hanging with Bob. Sorry to
for sure. So, no, for sure, Marcus. So there's 6 different event types that we teach, and like the one I talked about, we used to call it the Corona container because it was during coronavirus, is one of them where they come back to your place and they just hang out with you, and it's not to take you to a party. So there's different places in the funnel where girls, Marcus, I don't mean to give you a hard time. It's just you're the 700th cold approach guy to come after me and come with the same arguments over and over again. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to, like, again, I'm not coming after you. It's just right. But that's what.
Pause that for a second.
I'll just play it.
I'm constantly having to defend this, and then I keep showing.
Go ahead, Ron.
He did not dispel what Marcus was saying. He ran right over top of it. We got 6 different bullet points. This is the guy that has 140 goddamn modules. 140 modules on trying to coach somebody.
Mm-hmm.
That's insanity, bro. You know, and there's always an answer for this and that and the other thing. You know, he's making up every excuse in the world and not really addressing the issue that he brought up. Bob would be the party planner. The girls would come for access. And then after the access is gone, if Bob didn't have the charisma and everything else to talk or deal with these women, which these women are just supposed to be friends. So why are you dragging along 12 friends just so you can look more impressive to the woman that you're trying to be with? Why aren't you treating or teaching this guy how to be a standalone guy and be able to meet people on his own without trailing 10 to 15 women behind him? You get what I mean?
Yeah. I think that might be, now this is, I don't know if this, you know, this talking point I'm finna make is gonna make sense to y'all or not, or y'all gonna agree with it. But I think he is a dude all about status and, you know, being that most highest value guy and all that. I think this I think this coaching business that he's doing is like adding to his, like him being a high value individual. Like I coach all these guys. You know what I mean?
I'm a
teaching these
mentor
guys
to
how to
over
be men.
1,200 people.
Exactly. I think he's using it to also get women in the funnel. So yeah.
I think if I could add an opinion, I think, man, I don't know why men keep doing this. I think it's stupid. Different guys from all different levels do it differently. I think the code approach, man, my advice is best for the masses. No, mine's is for the normal guy. Man, shut up. Look, everybody needs advice. It all works. So I think at the end of the day, what the other guy's saying makes sense, and what Michael's saying also makes sense. And then they're just two different things. Do they not work? Yeah, I think it works. But he's like, yeah, I'm just showing them how to be a more genuine guy. And yeah, most people might take that route. Versus Michael, it sounds like it is for the top guys, like you guys said, but they need training too. A lot of top guys, just because you top, don't mean you ain't going to get raked over the leagues.
Yeah, you still.
So all of them is necessary. Versus the guys who's like, I'm cold approaching. Let me get at these social circle. It ain't for the normies. I give the advice best for the masses. Like, okay, maybe you're right, maybe you're not. But at the end of the day, I think both still make sense once you kind of dive into the details of what they're saying. Both of them are good strategies, and different men will take different approaches.
All right, we got Darnell with the $10 super chat. I'll read it, and I guess, Ronnie, you could address it. Well, I'll let you read it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Darnell, for the $10 super chat. Much appreciated. So Darnell's question to the panel is, what's the panel's view of men dating in their early 20s? I tell young men not to date until in their 30s, or have at least 1 year's salary in the bank, whichever first. Some people disagrees. Am I wrong? And he says, why or why not? Is the second part of that.
Well, me personally, I would generally agree, because as a man, you are held accountable for everything. You know, you have to be the responsible one. Like, nobody's going to come save you. You know what I mean? So it's better, if you are going to date, to put yourself in a position to where you can take care of yourself and the women that you choose to date, you know? So, yeah, but there's exceptions to where if you have a certain level of game about you, then you could get the women to take care of you. But that's more so the exception. You know, generally speaking, I would say, like, wait as long as you can, you know what I mean? Like, have everything in order first before you decide to, like, have a family, or like pretty much that's pretty much all I got.
Okay. You want to go next, obstacles, or you want me to go?
I mean, I can go you. It don't matter.
Go ahead.
I didn't want to be long-winded.
No.
I think man, I can't say like do it when you're 20s, because I think people are going to do what they want to do at the end of the day.
Right.
But what I would say is, okay, most people are going to do it. Here's my advice. Stay on your path, stay on your purpose, wear protection, strap up, keep your boxers on. Like, it might sound crazy, but protect yourself at all times and never concede. Stay focused on your mission. And I think as long as you did that, I dated in my 20s, but I never prioritized dating in my 20s over my career, over my goals, over my education, over my money. So it's like people ask me about investing. It's like, No, I can't invest until I get money. No, even when you're broke, I need you to send $1 and learn about the platform. Because when I put $2 million on your desk, right, you hit that big lick, maybe you get a crazy bonus. That's not the time to start investing now. You got no expertise. You never dealt with the platform. You don't know anything. So again, I think it's about getting yourself in the market, having those experiences, but of course, never prioritizing that. Like, man, I'm trying to get a girl pregnant at 21. Like, now you wilding because you probably ain't got your life established.
Exactly.
Damn,
And
why
it's
you
too
gotta
early
throw
too.
darts
So.
in my life, man? Why you gotta throw darts in my life? What you mean?
Oh, snitty rats. I didn't know that
shit.
was you.
High school sweetheart gotten pregnant, man. What the fuck? Why you throwing darts at me, man?
Ronan, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Now I know you got kids and you love your kids and
Yeah.
all that. But if you could start over,
would I be in a different
would you start
position if
over?
I had not had my son at
Exactly.
19 years
Yep.
old? Absolutely. I had my whole life mapped out for me, man, but life happens. Obstacle said it.
Mhm.
You know, I had my scholarship to go full ride to KU, you know, School of Architecture and Urban Design as an architect. Absolutely. I'd be a multimillionaire right now, way beyond that, you know. But life happened. I dropped out of college, did the responsible thing, went into the military to earn money, but also support my kid, you know, and that was at 19. I graduated at 17, by the way. So not only did I have a scholarship by the time I was in 11th grade, I graduated at 17 and was already in college. You know, by 19, I dropped out because of that situation that happened. You know, young, dumb, full of cum, doing what you shouldn't be doing, going against your mom's will and all that other shit. You know, and this is the example, but it's not to say that you can't recover. You know, but is it going to push you back a whole hell of a lot? Hell yeah. You know, can you still reach your goals? Can you still, you know, forge ahead and not, you know, throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm never going to be successful. I'm never going to be able to do anything else. But yeah, you can let life defeat you, or you can find ways around it and keep pushing forward to become successful even after that fact. But yeah, 19, I had my first son, went into the military, got married about a year and a half after I was in the military, had 3 more kids, you know. Did I ever finish school? No. You know what I'm saying? Did I teach college level courses all the time? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, by the time I got done, you could say I had a master's degree in business. By the time I got done with the Fortune 100 companies I went through and all the extra training I've gotten into, executive level management to VP level experience. Yeah. You know, was I able to recover and become successful? Absolutely. Are my sons all grown and healthy and well adjusted, not criminals in the world? Yeah, it's all in who you are and what you let life beat you down about. So, do I tell kids, knowing my experience, what they shouldn't do at 20? I would tell you, hell, you know, do what you need to do. Build your resources, build your assets, build your knowledge, start earning an income, get yourself established. By the time you're 30, you should be good to go to start trying to have kids, because you don't want to wait too long into your life to start having kids if you're going to do it. Now, that's my opinion. Some people might say wait until you're 40. You know, everybody has their own different life goals and their objectives they want to have, and how they feel like, if I have a kid at a certain age, I don't feel like I can be active enough with the kid and give them more time. You know, by the time I got married to my second wife, and I had a stepson at 8 years old, I was able to support him based on my resources and my income and having an agency. You know, I had the football team sponsored with my fucking banner across the fucking football stadium, you know, booster club member, and all the other things I could do to support him and his team, you know, all through fucking middle school, high school, and into college. So, you know, are there different directions in life that you can go? Absolutely. Is it the safest way to go? No, absolutely not. It's not for the fucking weak of heart, you know. But, you know, so I would tell you, yeah, if you're in your 20s, I think you should go ahead and build up your education, get your degree if you can. If you're not the degree kind of guy, and I've told this to my own kids, if you're not the degree kind of guy and you've given it your all with trying to go to college, go find you a good trade. Go find you a good thing that you love to do, and you wake up wanting to do it every fucking day. By your exuberance and whatever that career is, you're going to be successful at it. And you're going to make the type of living and enjoy your life, regardless of what level of income it is. Don't let society dictate what success is to you. You dictate it to yourself. And that's my answer.
All right. Okay. I appreciate that input, from the older gentleman on the panel. So we got Daniel Victor. Hold on, let me take that down because people probably don't know you on. So Daniel, is there anything you want to elaborate on, from the super chat? Or, oh, wait a minute. I think I muted his mic. Yo, Daniel, you there, bro? Daniel, you there, bro?
Yeah. Here's the thing about the super chat that was asked earlier. If you are a highly ambitious man and then you're in your 20s, don't focus too much on dating because it's gonna affect your life and it's gonna add a lot more distractions in your life. And that's the same thing that I'm going through right now. I'm not putting too much emphasis on dating because I'm highly ambitious and I wanna move to a higher level of my life. I wanna be a higher value man. So if that's your ambition, if that's your priority, then I suggest go 100% on it and don't allow dating to be a distraction on your life. So that's my thing.
Yeah. I'll say this last thing and we can get back to it. I think you shouldn't necessarily completely discard yourself from dating because when you finally got your resources and you decide to date, you will be at a deficit because you don't really have no experience, and it'll be to a situation to where you will be using all that money to find your significant other because you decided to, put all of your time and efforts into, investing into your career or whatever, which is actually a good thing. But it's like at that point, like you don't really have no skin in the game, like you don't really know women that well, you feel me? Because you decided not to date women, you feel me? So I think it should be a delicate balance. You should, I would say, invest more of your time into building yourself up as a man. I say like a 60-40, but I don't think no man should 100% discard himself from dating. I think you're doing yourself a disservice, and you might have to rely on another dude to teach you, how to date women or find a woman that you want. But that's really all I got.
Like Obstacle says, protect yourself at all times and put a condom on. Don't do it what I did.
Yeah, man. I mean, I slipped up too, but I mean, my ex, she had a miss, what. So, so yeah, man. It's like I guess it just wasn't for me, but it is what it is. All right.
My clients, and it's like, yeah, but they're not learning a skill. And I'm like, but they are learning a skill. You can't assume that I don't teach them those same skills. What you're assuming is that because they don't get to do a bunch of cold approach and fuck up, they're not going to learn them as fast. And I'm telling you that they do, because they're around so many beautiful women quicker, and that is how they learn.
Well, they're around the same amount of women, right? Like,
I disagree. I could totally disagree. I totally disagree.
If you put Bob, let's go back to Bob. If you put Bob in a party of 500 girls, he's not really around 500 girls, right? He can only talk to one girl at a time or a group of girls at a time. It's not like he's up on stage for 4 hours speaking to 500 women and interacting with all of them, right? Like in cold approach, you might go to a group of 4 girls at a time. You might speak to one girl at a time. Like you're probably speaking to the same amount of girls during the night of a cold approach, actually probably more.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying speak to, not to be around. Got it. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, because I mean, like, be around. I mean, if it's just being around women, then I should just go to like a feminist march or something and just be around 500 women.
Bro, great place to pick up women. Great place to pick up women. Feminist
true,
march.
I know.
Great a place to great. No, I don't. No, I would go. Definitely go. Hey, let me just so we're on the same page about one thing. If you are advanced, if I bring you Marcus to this right here, if I bring you Mark, can you show the screen?
Yeah. Here you go.
We don't need the audio, but Marcus, if I bring you to this, you're getting laid at this, right, Marcus?
Well, that's a promo.
Mate, if I snuck into that and no one knew who I was,
what do you mean? What do you mean snuck in, Marcus? Marcus, you wouldn't have to sneak in. I'd make you a fucking judge.
Every girl
you wouldn't have to sneak in anything.
If every girl knew I snuck in and I didn't know anyone, I'd still get laid. So of course,
okay, that's my point. But remember, there has to be someone with the skill set to put that many attractive women in one room, right? I do 100% of the recruiting for that. There has to. You're asking about a skill set. That's
these
the
guys just good party planners, right?
No, but then they all hang out with me afterwards, though. That's the thing. Like, so the thing is like going to be this. If I bring a bunch of girls together, then I'm a party planner. And if they all hang out with me afterwards, then it's because I'm a good looking guy. Like,
not
there's-
you. No,
Let-
you. Sorry,
Hey,
when I
pause
say
that
you,
for a
I'm talking about
second.
students, right?
Yeah.
I think you're very competent. Like once again, like I'm not.
Go ahead,
I'm
Ronnie.
just going to throw out one word. All he's doing is leveraging. He's leveraging his access to
That's an
different
excellent
types
word.
of guys, and they're leveraging their beauty in order to get access to those type of guys. That's the only word that you have to throw out in the middle of what he's trying to say. He's leveraging his access and resources for other things and other people.
Hating on
That's
social
all he's
circle
doing.
all over,
Yeah.
right?
Go ahead.
Well said, man. I mean, pretty much. Is there anything anybody want to add on to that? And
Yeah.
I think leverage is a huge component of
Okay.
dating. You know, that's really all dating is about. Like, or that's what dating coaches do. They teach men how to get the leverage into the situation. You know, so yeah, and they can be
And-
extremely hard because women have the leverage in the beginning because it's, you know, via access of sex. You got to get consent from a woman to get sex. So if you can flip that dynamic, then that's where you winning. But yeah, go ahead, obstacles, man.
Nah, and I think also these both of these guys are talking like the women, they don't play no roles in their own life. Like they're just
Exactly.
masters of the universe. They're not. Like the women aren't using both of these men. Like you get like so they going crashing out, enjoying themselves, having a great time with Michael, and they know Marcus is the guy that's fun and they can have fun, and he don't necessarily have the connections like Michael do, right? We ain't gonna be on no yacht party like with Wolf, but net he's a good, cool guy, and he commands this. So I agree with everything that Wolf is saying, but we act like these girls ain't having their cake and eating it too. They're going to both
Right.
of these dudes. Like, so they think, oh man, I'm super alpha. Man, I got super game. And it's like those women are using both of you guys. Both of you guys are building up these strategies, plus a whole online course. And then you not realizing that these women are like access both of these men. Got him on the phone. Wolf, the good, cool guy we're going to have fun with on a calm night. And Michael, the extravagant guy in Las Vegas that we're about to turn up like never before. Click, both are on the phone, and they utilize both of them. End of story. So
You said
I'm trying to
it,
figure out
man.
what the hell is going on with my camera, man. Why all of a sudden is it cut like that? Hold on.
No, is that a?
Go ahead.
Is that a?
I'm messing with my
yeah,
camera.
is
Go
that a-
ahead.
All right. Well, I ain't really got nothing to say. We can get back to it. Well, I think Daniel in here too, but I don't know if he got anything to add since his mic muted. So yeah.
I got nothing to say.
Like for me, the most efficient way now, if I wanted to sleep with a bunch of hot girls, is going to be spending more time on my social circle because I have amazing game, right? And this shows. I mean, in Sydney, we've done this over and over again. Like, but the thing is,
Let me see if I can maybe bridge the gap a little bit. So what Marcus is saying is that for guys like you and him, social circle game is great. You guys would both absolutely crush with social circle game.
yeah,
I guess
sure.
what the question he's asking or his argument is making is like, well, let's not look at guys like us because we're kind of the exceptions. We're both very socially competent. Let's look at guys who are socially awkward, who have, you know, just bad social skills, bad game. And those are the guys that he's not confident that could get results from social circle game. Is that correct, Marcus?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'm
Go
just
ahead, Marcus.
thinking if Bob comes to me, right? I always ask like, what's your goal? So if he says like, I want to be better with women and end up in a relationship with a girl that really respects me, that I like, and if I say, do you want a model? And he's like, no, listen, I don't want a girl. It's like I'm happy with a nurse. I don't care if she's like, I don't want someone sitting on Instagram all day getting DMs from other guys and like wanting to go to other parties and stuff. Like and this is the reason I'm saying is that most guys. Now, if you had a guy that says, look, I'm a promoter, I'm a photographer, and I just want to bang hot models. Yeah, maybe you want to take a networking course. Maybe you want to get, better at this and build that up. Sure. But if I'm Bob, I don't want to spend a year getting really good at all this networking to sit down with a girl and not have any more parties, right? And especially like if I'm sitting down with a girl, I want to have those skills that you do learn, in my opinion, a lot better from cold approach. And those are the skills that I want to implement for Bob. So I think like for me, you need to be a little bit more specific who you're targeting when you're talking about social circles. Amazing. I think for very advanced, competent guys, amazing. For people that have networking in their job, if they're a promoter, if they're a photographer, if they're a DJ, amazing. But if you're regular old Bob, right, and you've been on Alex Playing with Fire stream and you've got some advice, I think social circle is horrible for you. I think it's teaching you to be more friendly. I think it's teaching you to supplicate a little bit. I think it's teaching you to like select for a certain type of girl. I think that it's not allowing you the right environment to be able to actually fuck up a little bit. And it seems like these social circle skills that you're teaching is very much based around networking and very little about if I took Bob and threw him in fucking Poland and to walk around for a bit, like what does he start another whole new social circle over again, or is he good with women?
No, let's let Michael respond to all that.
Yeah, so it's a great question. The thing in Poland, he brings it with him because of his social media. But going back to what you said before, I've been in this since the beginning. I got Neil Strauss's number in my phone. Pickup in general has made more guys fucking weird. I understand what you're saying about a skill set, and I believe that maybe if you're the guy who can teach it properly, the vast majority of dudes who I see do pickup for a while, what they do is they become so desensitized from feedback from women that they just become weirder and weirder as they start to try to escalate in a club. They get kicked out of clubs, and then here's the main thing for me, Marcus. I am on stage at the Marquee Skydeck at EDC. I am backstage at Burning Man. I am in these places where I'm looking around and seeing these Fortune 500 CEOs, and I have yet to see one single pickup artist up there. Because whenever these guys are around, they're always just doing weird things in GA that is weirding them out, and they're getting kicked out of the clubs.
Who are you talking about? Sorry. When you say, oh, you've never seen one pickup artist, who are you talking about? Neil Strauss? Like, who do you mean?
No. I'm talking about, we can go anywhere from Todd Valentine to Owen Cook to whoever you want, any pickup artist. When I'm on stage at XS, I have yet to see one guy who's a pickup instructor or pickup students up there ever.
Yeah,
I just don't see them get to the
goal
places.
for these guys, right? I don't think that goal.
Yeah, but that's where the hotter women are. That's where the hotter women are.
Listen, there's hot women. You got to listen. I just came back from Poland. Okay, you want to every second goal there is hotter than fucking half the models.
There are some hot women in Poland for sure.
Yeah, and even like I went to Austin not too long ago, right? Now I'm not going to sit here and pretend like the girls up on the stage at XS the normal that you get in Austin, but they're really cute, attractive girls in Austin. And I would argue once again, I think in a relationship, I wouldn't want my girlfriend to be one of these girls.
I think you misunderstand. I think you misunderstand what I'm saying. You misunderstand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I should see some pickup artists eventually be able to walk up to the ropes and get into a club easily instead of standing in line for GA. At some point, I should be in the Marquee Skydeck and see some pickup artists. And what I've seen for 15 years is pickup students become weirder and weirder and weirder, and more and more women complain about them. And those guys started off as basics. What I do, though, honestly, Marcus, so here's the thing. I don't think Alex told you this. I don't teach a dating course. I teach a networking course, right? And one of the things that I do is because of what happened. So I've had Adam Lyons. He's a buddy of mine. Adam was sitting there talking to me about what happened with Owen Cook when RSD, when they canceled Alex Jones. Adam Lyons calls up Owen Cook and says, hey, we got to take this content down because you're going to get canceled. Now, I have a bunch of clients, and you know as well as I do, a lot of uncalibrated guys come to us. So I have a decision to make. Do I start teaching a course where I start teaching guys, well, you can escalate, but maybe a little bit like this or not like this? Or do I teach a course where you can get 7 girls to every guy? I have a book literally by one called The Evolution of Desire by David Buss, which teaches this, and another book called The Setup by Dan Bilzerian, which shows exactly what I'm talking about. I use this framework and I say, do we do this, have women compete over us and not end up with a fucking grape charge and not end up in that type of situation where we see it over and over again and then have my content pulled off of YouTube? So what I'm saying is, from a beginner standpoint, I have been watching for the last 15 years pickup make dudes weirder and weirder and weirder. And what I do, guys never get kicked out of parties. They end up dating fucking beautiful women. They get access to incredible places. They get better jobs. They end up starting businesses. They end up getting connected with venture capitalists. They end up with better social media. And yes, do they do some cold approach? Like I said before, I got 20 guys we're coaching on cold approach tonight. If you go to Omnia, you'll see them all. But what their job to do is, Marcus, is when you were talking about before about transactional. One of the issues is if I'm playing basketball. Can I
respond to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I agree with you. Okay. Most pickup guys are fucking weird. Most pickup coaches are awful, right? I'm not disagreeing with you here, but you would probably say the same about social circle coaches. You already have.
Not to be arrogant, I don't think there's ever been a social circle coach before I taught it. And by the
There
way,
you go.
I can
So
show
you're literally
videos. I can show you videos of me and OE8 teaching
we
this
don't need
before
this.
anyone else. Go ahead.
So basically what you're saying is like social circle, everyone that's taught that and coached that before has been absolutely rubbish, so ignore that. I guess I'm kind of saying the same for pickup. Now, I had a bit of a nuance here in the fact that I think a lot of guys are probably weird before pickup, right? I don't think pickup made them weird. I think if you follow a lot of RSD advice like lying in the street, maybe it made you a little bit more weird. But if you take some practical advice that something like Alex or myself would teach, then it's not going to make you more weird. It's going to actually allow you to calibrate, right? But it's going to do it in a way where you can, once again, you can have the ability to fuck up. It's a better learning environment. So just because Owen Cook.
I'm going to stop it right quick. Shout out to Darnell with the $2 super chat. Neil Strauss warned about that in his book. I don't even know who Neil Strauss is. Is he like a PUA or? I have no idea.
He must be a PUA or something like that. I'm not
He's
really.
the originator of the book, the game, the PUA, the game, the pickup artist book.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a book?
Yeah, it's
Go
a
ahead,
book.
Yeah.
The game by Neil Strauss.
Yeah.
It's called The Game by Neil Strauss. Okay.
Yeah, it's called The Game. Yeah, it's an old cool book. My friend read it. He was like, yo, you gotta read it. I read this. Then Ninja ain't never read nothing, but he read that book like 8 times back to back. And I was like, dang. And the book thick as heck. It's like 300 plus pages.
Are you serious?
But yeah, it's dumb thick. And it was kind of cool because it was like, oh, okay, I don't need the book because I'm just living my life. Damn game. But exactly. Right? Like, come on, bro. But I get it. Other people have to map it out. I believe in
game, but I am living my life, and I don't need to like go off. Of
I get it.
Ideology. You feel me?
There you go. That's what I meant to kind of say. So thanks for cleaning that up. What I think also is, man, dang, these guys keep going back and forth.
Don't they?
And the interesting part is, guys, it seems like guys keep going into the market. This is the reality. Let me goddamn drop the bomb for guys, yo. Most of you guys will never get access. Most women repopulate and reproduce. Most men don't. That's the reality. It used to be times before when y'all say, let's go back to the old days. A man like me that's at the top 1% can have a West Wing of 100,000 women. That was legal. That was okay. Today, you can't be Elon Musk rich and have that many women because society will kind of shame you away from it. So net, the kind of market is already in your favor. So what I kind of hear from this, especially from the markets guys, like, well, no, I just don't want a girl like that. I want a girl like this. It's like they want this girl that's peach cream, everything nice, is not on Instagram. She doesn't want to party. It seems like they're talking about so much of what they want from women in the marketplace, but women don't have this own approach to their own life. Like, again, most women are not going to be with you, period. Now, you could try to help guys game and all this other stuff, but what's going to happen is what? Women are going to continue to date the guys at the top, and even guys at the bottom can get it too if they have all these games and they're himothy. But at the end of the day, that's just life. I think it's hard to try to game life and try to like put it in this thing where everybody gets a woman and everybody gets a woman that stays at home, cooks and cleans, and then loves them only, don't want to be on Instagram. I think it's just like, it's just unrealistic. And men are trying to go to these coaches and be like, yo, I can help you get game and get that regular girl. Okay, cool. You can get her, but she's going to have fun. She's going to enjoy her life. And then on the back end, she'll sit down with a guy like you. That's why I said earlier, True, it's like sometimes I'll come at a girl and she's like, guys like you, I'm done with my spill of that. I'm looking for a beta now. I want somebody to take care of my seed or, you know what I'm saying? Like to do this guy I can basically rule over. So women have their own perspective in the dating market. And I think guys just completely ignore that and just focus on what they want and what they want to create and not understanding that this is how women are using guys in the dating marketplace, period. Yeah. And they're just arguing about it.
It was something you said earlier. You said like most women are going to be able to reproduce and most guys aren't. So what you're saying pretty much is 99.9% of women, no matter how attractive or unattractive they are, they're going to have access to sex, and most men aren't. So you're saying because of that fact that a lot of guys aren't going to be chosen because of that, right?
Yeah, aren't going to be chosen, and that's just how history plays out. That's been the human story. I think just people think it was this time period where every man got issued a woman and every man was good. Now, even if that was something that happened, it was a social imperative that they forced happen, right? But now they all gave women freedom. They got the freedom of choice. They ain't going to do that no more. But again, that was never how natural, the nature doesn't work like that. You go to any animal species, right? The woman sits there and watch men compete against each other all day and select the winners. That's all nature is.
Yep.
And then now we're kind of like, what? Why is it happening? Why can't I just be a welder and not change who I am and just increase my game and the ability to talk? I don't have to chase money and resources and none of this stuff. I just want to be me. I just want to be me, an average guy.
I think a lot of
And
dudes
that's just
have
not how
that
it's
delusion. I think a lot of guys
Yeah.
have a delusion to where,
Facts.
like, but because they get a little bit of attention from women, like, man, fuck it, I'm gonna go and say it. I know this one. I know.
Yeah,
Well,
go ahead, say
he
it.
well, it's a dude I know. He might end up saying this, but fuck it. So this dude, he think just because he get a little bit of attention from women, he think just for the fact that like he don't have to approach women and like he don't have to like put himself out there, even though he don't really be getting women like that. You feel me? But just because he get attention from women at his job, he think just because of that fact that like he don't have to approach women. He say like, why even approach women with they hoes and sluts and all this stuff? Like, bro, how do you know how women are if you're not even going after the women you want in particular? Like, if you like Spanish women, if you like black women. Like, I think his preference of woman is like Mexican or whatever, but he don't talk to no Mexican chicks at all. You feel me? Like, well, no, I said that wrong. He don't cold approach or he don't approach no Mexican women at all. He don't even create social circle settings to where he could get these women. But you got this delusion to think that you don't have to put forth effort to get women when the only women you've ever gotten in your life, it was women that you work with, and those women, like, bro, you got a body count of like 5 women, but you think just because you got some experience dealing with women that you don't have to put forth a whole lot of effort. It's like some dudes have that like delusion. You feel me? Like, I just don't. I don't know. I just think that's idiotic, man. Like, why don't you get off your butt and actually go after the women that you want and stop crying and bitching? Like,
There you go.
Like his experience is extremely limited because he only deal with women at work, like ratchet hood chicks at work, I should say. But if you want the high caliber, high quality women, you actually have to go to those venues where those women are going to be at. But you never go to those places and you just assume all these women is like the same or whatever. Like, no, man, you got to put yourself out there and get out of your comfort zone, man. I be telling him that, but he don't want to listen to me. So, I mean, that's the situation. I hope you watch this.
It's bad, man. Like, dudes got a job from Google and think, man, all the girls should want to be with me because you got a job from Google, homie. Yeah, because I'm a computer engineer. Like, that's not realistic. You get me? I get what you're trying to say. Like, I could afford this life. I could be a good provisioner, not much a protector. We don't know, right? But net, it's like, bro, that's not it. There's other things that need to be done, right? And then what they just do is shame people like Pookie. Pookie and Ray Ray get it. Like, yeah, because he got things that's just off the cuff. You get me? Like a shorty get inside his zone and feel like, oh my gosh, like she feel like a protected and etc. And he got no money. So it's just like, and it depends on what type of phase she in. If she's looking for that, if she sees that valuable. So again, I just think like guys are delusional and they're just going to the marketplace like, this is what I want. And coming to these two guys and asking them to do it. And then so Michael's like, improve yourself, do this, build a network, build your own world. And they're like, I don't want to do that. I just want a regular girl who will set me for the way I am. I mean, I don't want those Instagram thoughts. I want a good, clean Christian girl. And it's like, man, all right, cool, man. Don't build out no network then. I don't know why plumbers can't have a network. I don't know. It's like, it's not promoters and photographers. That's stupid. Like, I don't know why a group of syndicators can't have a network and command presence. So it's not only just people in the club and stuff like that. I did real estate. Those guys commanded massive amounts of respect in their spheres. And even when they traveled to Poland, competence creates confidence. So they didn't lose anything. You get what I'm saying? We just in Poland now. So at the end of the day, and girls in Poland ain't all preppy and great. Like, he capping. He was just there for a little bit. they're just like girls in America. This stuff is global. So at the end of the day, I just think guys are just arguing about nonsense at the end of the day.
Pretty much,
Yeah, and
man.
also
Real
I'd like
shit.
to add something to that it's never been easier nowadays to get into the top 20% of men because so many guys today just suck. They're playing video games, they're smoking with their friends, they're drinking every weekend with their friends. So they got no job. So the problem is that if you're not ambitious, if you're not gonna be grinding it out for the rest of your life, you're gonna be left behind. But the reality of the situation is that it's never been easier actually to get into the top 20% of guys because nowadays guys just don't have any ambition and they don't have any drive. There is a crisis to masculinity, and the problem is that it's not because of women, it's not because of the economy, it's not because of politics, it's because of guys. Because guys nowadays are just way too distracted on their own self pleasure than actually working on themselves and actually becoming better for themselves and not being dumbasses so they can actually get the woman that they want and they can actually afford the life that they want. So
Real
that's
talk.
the problem, is that most guys nowadays are just not too ambitious to actually achieve the things that they want out of life.
Real talk, man. And I'm gonna say this: you don't even really even need to be a 20% guy or 10% guy or none of that, man. You just have to be a dude that put forth effort. You feel me? Now, being a 10,
Exactly.
top 20% or being a top 10% guy, it could be a whole lot easier for you to where you won't have to do as much work, right? But I'm saying, like, as
Exactly.
long, like, I'm not a 10% guy, I'm not a 20% guy, I'm not even a fucking 40% nigga. But I'm just saying, the fact that I put forth effort, to get my desired outcome, like, that is enough. You feel me? So
Yep.
yeah, and that's just the
And
whole
they still gonna
situation. It's just
select you
instant
too.
gratification. Exactly, man. Like if you were like if you a guy with some level of experience, man, and you attractive to some extent, like you can get women off that alone. Like it's really not that difficult as long as you're just willing to put yourself out there. So, yeah. All right.
No, I'm not saying Owen Cook. Please stop. Like Owen Cook Owen Cook is great. I'm not talking about Owen Cook.
Well, I
I'm saying what's
disagree. I
happened
think
in
he's getting
general.
drugs,
Okay, you
but-
don't think Owen Cook's right. Well,
That's fine.
he's been a buddy of mine for a while. But my point is this: what I found is over time, what's happened is taken this calibration we were looking for. What we did is we pushed them into these environments where instead of actually learning the skill, like you're saying that they're learning the skill, and my whole thing is I think they're learning to avoid calibration by just consistently going up and up again and doing it over and over again. But you've seen it before where these guys like turn into fucking Marines and they just go after every single girl they see to the point where they get kicked out of a bar. And the thing is, there's a way to do this with social calibration. Bro, you know as well as I do, Marcus. If you have a playmate on your arm and you walk up to the hottest girl ever, she's 100 times more likely to not
Marines
be
gonna
weirded
get
out
kicked
by
out of
you.
bars.
It's just so much easier with
do
hotter
that,
girls.
to have a playmate on your arm to get to this.
You said Marines don't get kicked out of bars?
Hell no. Crazy.
I actually don't think I actually don't think they do.
No, you got two Marines on this panel. I'm telling you, we don't.
Yep. They don't.
I mean, he said it, so I don't know no Marines got kicked out. I know two Marines outside of you and him. I know two, like my two uncles, so they never got kicked out. So yeah.
Marines get lead a lot. That's what I think.
Level, you need foundational
Well,
skills.
we
This
get
is my
asked
point.
a lot,
You
too.
said yourself you're running a networking course, right? So
Yeah.
once again, I think a networking course is really good for someone that has the basic social skills, that is already good with women, that maybe like is doing
that
it
what-
to
hold up.
increase their money or wealth. Like going
Is
back
that
to
is that what Passport Blueprint said, or hold up?
Marines get removed from bars. Stop it. He's Army.
Oh, okay. I guess that's y'all back and forth.
Yeah, that's what it is. And he claims to be some kind of officer in the military. So I'm sure he has a hate for us. Everybody hates us, man. They want to be us, but they can't beat us. So they hate on us. Wait a minute. I got a specific soundbite for that. Hold on. Here you go.
He's motherfucking peanut butter and jealous. These fuckers hate us because they ain't us.
There you go.
That was funny. That was the perfect soundbite for that. But yeah, let's get back to it.
to that point, you said how it's helped guys in other areas of their life. Guess what? So does cold approach, right? I myself just, and I'm sure Alex can speak to this as well, is I change drastically the type of person I am because of cold approach. I think is the greatest therapy you can actually do is putting yourself in front of a girl and letting her actually reject you and let you know what's not right, as opposed to thinking, oh fuck, he's hosting a party, whatever, I'll just ignore him then. I think with our students, we've had many guys that have given testimonials not just for the cold approach skill, right? They think they come in and trying to get hot girls, but they realize they change who they are as a person in terms of like self-esteem, confidence, the ability to get like work and jobs, the ability to network, right? It also comes from practicing cold approach. Now, I agree, just to finalize this, I agree you need guidance, right? If you just have these RSD fucking guys that are going out non-stop, just spam approaching, doing the same thing over and over again, ignoring feedback from girls and being just retarded about it, then yeah, of course it doesn't work, right? There's banging their head against the wall. The same way someone did that in social circle, right? Even if they were advanced and did like a retarded method, of course they're just not going to get anywhere. So I think like, yes, they need guidance. And that's why, people like
this is
cold approach.
Let me say something right quick. See what he said. That's what I don't really like about the dating coaches, because in order for you to effectively teach your students or whatever, you need to actually be in front of him the same way a father would be in front of his son, showing him what he's doing right and what he's doing wrong. That's really not something a dating coach could do unless you paying him for in-person coaching, So it's like you're gonna approach 20 to 50 women consecutively, and you can consecutively get rejected by all of those women because you don't know what the fuck you doing. You just going off of what the program say, but it's like you're taking that information and you are utilizing it the way that you think it should be utilized, off your own frame of mind. You feel me? Of how you perceive it, but that's not really the accurate way to do it. So you're going off of your flawed ideology of what you should do, and that's going to allow you to go further down the rabbit hole to a point where you might cold approach don't work. I don't even know why I'm wasting my time doing this. I approached 200 women and I didn't get one, because you don't have nobody with you to show you how you should do it properly, So that's my whole problem with dating coaches. That's why I don't want to be no damn dating coach.
Well,
go ahead.
Let me push back on that just a little bit. And you cold call or cold approach. And Gen X, we cold approached. You get what I'm saying? So it's not something that's far off, and it was trial and error. You learned from your mistakes. You learned to, like you said, to perceive body language when you approach somebody. You learn how to tweak your conversation so that you can get that phone number. You learn these things through trial and error.
Yep.
The whole point now is everybody wants that participation trophy. They don't want to put in the work. They don't want to self-analyze what they're doing wrong each time they make an approach. They want to blame everything but themselves and critique themselves on maybe they said something the wrong way or their demeanor came across a different way. Or like you said, maybe she's just not in the mood that day. She just came out with her girls to come out with the girls. Maybe she got a man at home. She don't want to explain that to you. You never know what the situation is. But it seems to me that guys nowadays, they whine too much about being able to do a cold approach. And I'd rather have an easier way. Let me just do it online. Let me just avoid the whole conflict thing altogether and just not do it. Yeah. Instead of just getting in there, shutting the fuck up, focus on what you're doing, and start talking.
Real talk, man. It's just so weird to me. It's like, why wouldn't you want a cold approach? Because you're gonna eventually have to go out on a date with this woman. You're gonna eventually have to want to, hook up with this woman or whatever, or just be in close proximity to this woman. So why don't you already start off that dynamic where you are in front of this woman as opposed to you getting her on social media or whatever, or on dating apps? It's like you already in front of this woman, she already got a feel for your personality and who you might be, as opposed to online to where, and I'm not against dating apps and social media. It's just that I get, it's more of an advantage with me when I approach a woman in person, because it's like I'm skipping steps. There is no middleman. It's like I'm going directly to the source. My whole point is to get to the woman, right? You feel me? So that is what I'm doing. You feel me? Like I'm using other avenues like social media and dating apps, but it's like eventually I want to just get in front of a woman. So that's the situation. And going back to the cold approach, you feel me, and dudes being lazy. I got a quick story. I know this one dude I used to work with about 3 years ago. Right hand to the Most High, he can strike me down the hair right now. This dude told me he approached 25. I think it was somewhere around 25 women, and he said out of those 25 women, he smashed one of those women. And he showed me a video of the woman he smashed. She was like a 62, 63-year-old black woman.
He aimed real high, didn't he?
Hold up. Let me finish. It was a 63-year-old black woman. It was 60 something. It was 60 something. I don't remember the age.
That's
what he
fucked up.
told me. But not even just that. This chick was ugly and overweight. She was extremely overweight. I'm not like right hand, like God could strike me down the head right now. He showed me a video, and this dude, he wasn't necessarily a bad looking dude. You know, he was like he was average height, but he was like a Puerto Rican looking dude. But he told me, he said, I mean, that's what I started doing. I just approach every woman and tell them I want to fuck. Like, I'm right hand to the Most High.
Wow.
That's what he did, and it's like, I never asked him or told him like where did you get this information from, because I'm not coaching him or nothing like that, or the idea of coaching a man wasn't really on my mind at that point. I just said, hey, at least you getting it, you feel me, like better something than nothing. So that's my whole thing. It's like if you're not doing following the correct steps, it's like those are the situations that you can end up with. Like you're hooking up with women that you really don't want. You feel me? And I think this woman was paying for. I think she was like taking care of him too. Like she was like paying for for like some of the stuff he had.
Oh, so she was a sugar mama at that.
Yeah,
She's a
that's
sugar
what he
mama.
told me. That's what he told me, but I don't know that for sure. You know, maybe he probably was lying. I don't know. But that's the situation he had, and it's like if you are, first of all, if you're not the best version of yourself, you're not self-improving. And there's no reason if you are a young dude, 20, 30, and even in your 40s or whatever, there's no reason why you shouldn't be self-improving. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't. So it's their point. If you're not self-improving, if you're not constantly going out and approaching women to get that experience and critiquing yourself, bro, those are the type of results you can end up with. Having a rehearsed script and saying that shit to every woman that you meet, hoping you get something. So
yeah.
I mean, man, y'all got it.
Go ahead, Oscar.
No. I think the code approach and social circle, I think it all applies. Let it fly. But again, I think it's like, man, it seems like most guys just have this. Most guys just have this.
Let me ask the question real quick. Who is anybody?
I know who
Richard?
he is. Yeah,
Okay,
Richard,
cool.
American Talk.
Yeah,
America
yeah.
Talk. Yeah.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, opportunity, bro.
No, I spoke before. Let Richard say, or if he's up next.
No, you were next. He wanted to clarify who the guy was. He didn't know him.
Okay. Yeah, no, man. It seems like even the dates coach. It sounds like, man, they sound like your mama trying to like make the world all come together and kiss and rainbow shine. Like, man, I want all men to get an opportunity to have kids and all be in a relationship, and no matter what level they're at. And me, I'm kind of more realistic. Like, look, bro, historically, everybody ain't get some. So with that being said, hey, here's the formula to perform very well. Now, again, oh man, the Pookies or the Ray Rays, they'll get access. Yeah, because they have something too. So I think it's also that you don't have. Just because you went out and studied and did networking and got a Google job doesn't make women want to sleep with you. So at the end of, or even be with you, right? So net across the board, I think there's massive different skills you need to do. Cold approaching and social circle are both good things that you need to leverage. Also improving yourself. And you don't have to wait for that $20 million bank account. Heck no. I've seen guys like, I know a guy, he don't got money like me, but he's Himothy. Like, he been getting broads, like, since I don't even know. But even him, I just shut up and look at him and even take lessons from him. Even though I'm more, quote unquote, on paper, the 1%, and he's not. He's really good at doing things that I could see I'm not as good, and I need to improve on my game. So I even just say, unfollow losers and follow the winners, because he has a recipe, he has a knack, and he has a burden, drive that women really fall in love with. And that dude, we was in the middle of Thailand. He just woke up some random Thai girls where, again, most people do social networking, but he just commands that presence. And shorties just took him out on a journey, paid for the whole trip. Like, they were having fun with the guy. So again, I think every guy has his own elements, but you need self-improvement all day if you want to get girls. Not necessarily you could come in there and be like, how do I make it work just being me? I want girls to love me for Sean. Like, like I don't need to do all this. Like, you're wilding, okay? It's a sexual marketplace. People are exchanging time, energy, attention, and money on this bad boy.
Yeah, exactly.
We got
and also my bad with people,
right,
if you're not my bad, I just wanted to add this, my fault. And then stop using, oh, she's using me. That person's using me. Look, like Kanye said, if you're not useful, you're useless. So it's just about misuse and abuse. So you just don't want to be misused and abused. But people ask me, man, this girl might like you because your money. Man, I am my money.
And?
My money is not me.
Right.
You get me? And you know what I'm saying? I don't want the girl that does. That means she open for everybody. You could be a brokey and get the opportunity. But at the end of the day, it's not necessarily the money. It's all these other things. That's a part of me too. And so net, I think it's, again, people are going to look for your usefulness, and that's not a bad thing. It's just misusing and abusing you. If that girl wants me for the money, but is not giving me nothing in return and says, hey, you should just be giving me your money, that's abuse and misuse. The girl who understands, oh, he spent a little something on me, but I do this for him and I'm happy. I love to see him happy. I cook for him and I love the smile on his face when I cook something good for him. That is my daddy. That is my man. Then I'll take that. That's an easy exchange, even though I got money. So again, I think it's just misuse and abuse, but everybody looks to use each other. Just a healthy dose is what you're looking for in the marketplace.
Absolutely.
All right, we got
And
Richard.
that's how reality works.
All right, we got Richard join the panel. What's up with your family? What's good with you, man?
Gentlemen, greetings.
Greetings.
Salute to the chat. How are my levels?
Good.
You
Always
sound
good.
okay. Yeah, you sound good, man.
What in the incel factor is going on up here today?
What you mean?
What you mean, man?
Two things. If you need a coach, if you need dating coaching, if you need someone to walk you, dog walk you down the path of how to meet girls, you're already in trouble. The second thing is this: hot girls equals nasty girls. The more opportunity women get, the less you're going to like them once you get to know them better. Those two things. If you need a dating coach, you're already in trouble. Two, dating hot girls, they got lots of options. They're not yours. They're just yours for the moment. So I don't understand where this conversation even comes from, how you got these three weird looking white guys on your screen, none of whom I've ever heard of. None of whom I think, if I took them, to places that I used to hang out at when I was a sporting man, would have ever pulled a girl out of there, particularly not hot girls. These three corny little white dudes you got on the screen there, Ronan, or whoever is hosting this show.
That's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
Yeah, it's me, man.
So, yeah.
So first of all, wait. First of all, let's bring them up to speed. How old are you, Richard?
Old enough to be a man.
Ah, brother, come on. Just give them your background. They don't know.
I'm 67.
Thank you. Okay,
I'm
so he's
67.
67. So he's from the baby boomer generation. So he ain't used to hearing all this crap. But here's the thing, Richard. This is the reason why these things have to be talked about. Because currently in society, you got a lot of young men that are incels. They don't even know how to have a conversation like we grew up knowing. So these conversations and these men are making money off of these young men that don't know how to have a conversation. And again, I'm on Obstacles team. A lot of these guys don't necessarily need to know how to have a conversation. If they want to sit in the house and die on the vine and let their genetics die right along with them, then that's on them. Survival of the fittest at the end of the day. But yeah, the conversations are being had because unfortunately society nowadays and these young men that were raised by single mothers are stuck in their homes in their basement because they're too scared to go out because these women are scary nowadays. That's what's going on. So that's what you
I
walked up in.
understand.
Okay.
No, I understand. I've been listening for a while. I was going to take a nap, but I figured maybe something I could
Well,
add.
maybe you do need to take that old man nap.
You think so?
Yeah. Sound a little grumpy.
Don't tease me with a good time. But look,
that's funny.
At my age, pal, it's only 8:44. I've been up since 3.
Yeah,
I could.
Yeah, you need to take that morning nap at that point. Yeah,
I woke up a little grumpy listening to this for about the past hour. And
that's what happens when you're. That's what happens when you're 60-something years old and celibate.
Yeah, and I am celibate, gentlemen. Just in case you don't know, I am voluntary celibate. And I wanted to get to that point. I'm glad you brought that up because you brought me a full circle in that discussion. What's wrong with celibacy? Because let's look at the sex scene throughout the world today. You got to wear condoms, so you're only having rubber sex. I hope you're not going down without a dental dam.
I ain't heard that in so long.
He said rubber sex. God damn.
What do you get from it? What's wrong with celibacy? I mean, what are you getting out of it?
It's nothing wrong with celibacy. Hold up. It's nothing wrong with celibacy. If you want to be celibate, if you want to be celibate, then there's nothing wrong with it. Like if you
There's
have
a lot of guys doing it.
Yeah, like, but don't complain.
And do you prefer
about
rubber
being
sex
celibate.
over celibacy? Would you prefer rubber sex over celibacy? I'm just curious.
I'll do the rubber sex.
raw.
I don't care. And raw at that.
Since you gave me an ultimatum, I prefer rubber sex. But honestly, I prefer raw sex. But I prefer raw sex with like 1 or 2 consistent women that I'm seeing. But if I had to choose between those two, I prefer rubber. So,
hey player, look face first at the camera.
Who are you talking
Brother
about?
at the top. Look at your camera.
You
Man.
talking about
Look face
me? You talking about
yeah. Man, you ain't having no trouble getting girls. What's your problem, man?
He didn't say he was. What you
I didn't say I was.
This is his room. What you mean? No, he ain't having no problems up in here.
The way that I came into the room and what it sounded like an hour ago is like, oh, you guys are struggling with how to approach women. Maybe he's not.
We have to. Here's the thing. You got to talk to
I'm
your audience.
I'm just bringing the situation to the I'm just bringing the conversation to the forefront. You know, just to spread awareness or whatever. You feel me? But I'm not necessarily having problems. You know, talking to women and nothing like that. But yeah,
I don't imagine so. I'm just poking the bear, stirring up the conversation a little bit. I was a little surprised by some of the commentary that I heard earlier from some of the other brothers. And I said to myself, hey, have you ever been cold approached? Have any of the men on the panel been straight up cold approached by a good candidate? Has that ever happened to you?
Yeah.
Have women walked up to me? Absolutely.
Yeah, I have. For sure.
I get approached all the time. Anyway, before we get into all these questions and answering, we got another person on the panel. Passport Blueprint, who is currently in Mexico City, just landed, but we appreciate you joining the True Prodigy Show. What's going on, bro?
I'm about to change my whole name, the True Prodigy Show.
Hey, man, sorry. You muted. You muted.
Oh, somebody
For some reason we can't hear. Yeah, he's muted.
Okay, sorry.
There you go.
I'm not gonna stay long because I'm like super tired. My flight been delayed like several times before I even got here. But I want to share a story of, back in the day, which I'm gonna go back. And I think it may help with some of the problems, and because I think the problems overall is being sociable rather than this whole cold approach and social circles and stuff like that. Well, me and my friends, we always go clubbing in New York City, and me just starting out in the whole club scene, I'm always like trying to get the girls, and getting rejected. So I know how the guys are feeling about that. But a friend of mine's told me this. He said, because the people I hung out with were the old MTV dancers from back in the day when they had the old dance shows back then. They said, just freestyle, which is basically dance by yourself. Go out there and just have fun and enjoy it, because if you spend all night trying to hook up and chasing girls, you're going to have a bad night. You're going to feel miserable. You're not going to want to go out anymore because it's a waste of your time and all this other stuff. Just go out and have fun, bro. Everything else will come to you, man. Don't worry about trying to get her. When I started freestyling and dancing and all of us doing our thing on the dance floor, like we putting on a show. Let me tell you something. Girls were, could you dance with me? Guys were like, could you dance with my girlfriend? And, you know, all this other crap. You know, not like I'm like the best dancer in the world, but just the fact that I go out there and have fun and have a great time. Women will look at me as like, damn, I wish he can dance with me. And you get those girls. But the thing about it is being sociable. This society is all into Xbox and, you know, PlayStation.
X.
Oh, trust me, I know this firsthand.
And talk to people. Have a conversation with somebody. You know, that's the only way you're going to start breaking the ice. Just like when I was in the, I was at the American Airline Lounge, you know, chilling out. I was breaking conversations with people left and right. It wasn't hard. A simple hello, how you doing? Breaks the ice, you know? But, you know, these people, it's just like, oh, I'm scared because you're so busy trying to want to be with her and just saying hi. There's a lot of people, you know, just get to know the person. You know, you may find a flaw in getting to know this person that you may like, you know, on second thought, maybe I don't want to mess with her. But get to know the person. Not stop thinking about, oh, I want to get in there and just.
I agree with that 100%.
Know the girl.
No. I disagree.
No,
I disagree. I disagree.
Hold on, wait.
I disagree. No, wait, hold on.
Let me preface it right quick. Hold on.
I got to hear obstacle, bro.
So let me say this right quick. So I would say and I did a video about this, but I would say for guys that are like learning how to attract women, I would say them just approaching a woman and just like not having sex on their mind and just genuinely having a conversation with a woman and just being comfortable being around women. I think that's the best course of action to take because it's like you already like socially anxious, you know, just looking at the woman, and then like most dudes, you know, if they see an attractive woman, like they're gonna the house, the cat, you know, the white picket fence, the 2.5 kids, like they're thinking of all these things just off looking at this woman. You feel me? They thinking about having a whole family just off looking at this woman. So I'm saying, don't think about none of that. Just think about you having a conversation with this woman, you know, and just honestly just paying her a compliment. You know what I mean? Just you walk up, I find you attractive. I'm new here. What's your name? And then you just go from that point moving forward. Like, don't ask for contact information, any of that stuff. Just get comfortable just talking to women. You feel me? Now, if you a seasoned guy in the game, if you actually know how to attract women and all that stuff, then, I mean, you can pretty much do what you want at that point. I'm just speaking in the context of a guy that's learning game. But, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, obstacle. You can chew my ass out.
Nah, and pause. But I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's nasty work, there, big fella. That's nasty work.
Yeah, chew my ass out, obstacle.
Oh shit, no.
Hey, it was a guy, Adam. He actually said he disagreed with. I think it's Opportunity. He said he disagreed with you. He said I disagree.
Yeah, he said bums are getting women left and right. Oh, my bad. Go ahead. My bad.
No. You got it. You see, I mean, pretty much said that. It was something that you said earlier in the stream, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
because
elaborate on that.
Yeah, I was just joking. You know, Ronan kind of messed it up and said I was being sarcastic, but yeah, the brother was right, man. He should say more. That's what I was saying. Like, he's spot on right. Go out, have fun. Women are going to come to you, period, at the end of the day, and just enjoy your life. I'm telling you, I'll be like, guys be like, yo, let's go out. Guys be inviting me out because they know I have fun and the girls are going to come around. Well, they don't even know that. They just know the girls will come. And they don't really know why. And I'm like, bro, it's just because I dance, I have fun, I enjoy myself. Shorties will be in the other side of the room and be like, damn, who that? They turn. Man, I used to go out and be like, man, we the Roman Empire. We do as we want, where we go. We enjoy ourselves. I knew the bouncers, not because I was special. I just built human connections with them. And so when I came in, they were like, damn, who's that? He's got social clout. And it's not because I had a big Instagram. I was a nobody. But I was nice to people and built relationships with them, right? And then net people saw that and was like, yo, I want to be around that guy. Let's go over and see if we could put ourselves in his orbit. And again, it's just having fun. But guys would go in and be like, yo, all right, how many numbers we get? Everybody got their number 2 pencil paper? Like, if that's the game and the strategy, women can smell that stuff on you. Like, bro, just go out and enjoy yourself. This way, this is the best strategy. I used to tell the guys to go out with me. I'm like, listen, bro, if you don't get a girl and we have fun and we enjoy ourselves, that's the top priority, right? What happens? We go home and we had a fun night, period. If you go out and only try to get the girls and don't get a girl, now what? The night just was terrible. So net, have fun. You get a girl and you have fun, we win. You didn't get a girl, but you still have fun, we win. Both situations, men's is winning. So that's what I agree with him 100%. When the guy said, the other guy in the super chat was like, bums are getting girls. Look, guys, y'all keep trying to call Pookie and Ray Ray bums. Stop doing it. They have something that women are seeing as valuable. It's called sexual power, sexual paralysis. They're probably charismatic. They're probably spitting game. They're probably talking to way more than you can because you had Google working all day. But either way, whatever, the alpha male can leave the pack, right? And go protect the perimeter. But the little ape that comes and start digging for ants out of hair and listening to her and talking to her on the side, he can get inside of her too. He can get some box while the alpha male is gone. So at the end of the day, everybody has different ways. And what you're trying to call is bums. Maybe those guys are exchanging and giving those women something. Maybe it's what they want to hear. Maybe it's like he looks the part, right? But he doesn't play it. But at the end of the day, you guys are missing that out and want to call them bums because you got a job and you think you're more valuable than him. Not to that woman. She's going to exchange that box for something he got. So it might be, like I said, his charisma, his ability to, wordplay, to intrigue her, create mystery. All these other different things that the game try to teach ninjas. So again, stop trying to just call men bums and learn from them and see like, dang, what is it? He ain't got no job. He ain't got no car. How is he still getting a girl? And it might just be a low-level girl. But go ahead.
Can I comment on that?
It could be a low-level girl, or it could be the fact that he got a big Johnson and he know how to convey that to a woman. I mean, that could be another reason. So,
and then watch this, especially if he. Wait, let me do that. Oh, go ahead. Because I was about to say, man, everybody's got money. Everybody's got some level of money, especially like depending on your level. But what I'm really trying to say is, there's a big gap between when women reach, what kind of word can we use? Climax, the pinnacle, right? That's a big deficit. So most women are not even getting pleased sexually by most men. That's facts. Most of 90% of men are getting pleased when they have, relations with women, but most women are not. So if a guy's rolling out here, like you just said, with the big John and doing all this, man, that dude got a lot of quality to a lot of women, more than what you would believe. But go ahead.
So much to unpack about this portion of the conversation, but I'll get to my points and put it in part. I've had so many women tell me that a dude, I just want to get this off the table up front, that they dated men who are well endowed and they complain that it's like having a baby every time you have sex. So that's not necessarily, that's a myth amongst women. The size matters. Passion, compassionate, those things matter more to a woman in the long run. She might want to go out and, bust it down every now and then. But I've had so many women tell me that well-endowed men, if you sleep with them on a regular, that it's basically like having a baby every time. Now, let's talk about well-endowed. If a woman can pump a 8-9 pound baby out, then let's talk about well endowed. Let's get that off the table, fellas. I think that's a myth that men have been laboring under for far too long about what women really want. Now I'm going to go back to going to the club and leaving the club without a phone number. That's the same way I approach golf. I had a good time walking those 18 holes, but I didn't break 100 score wise. I didn't shoot par. So that's kind of what that's like. But to the brother who joins us here at the bottom of the tiles, You're absolutely right, brother. You know, one of my greatest pickup lines was I would stand, look at a girl secretly long enough to figure out something she's wearing. And I'd go up to her and say, "How you doing? My name is Richard." And that would open up the conversation. Now, if she turned away, you know, it's the game. You know, sometimes you lose. But I found that to be a perfect icebreaker when I introduce myself to a woman first. Then, "Hey, how you doing? What's your name?" So in the end, I think men have a lot of misconceptions about what women want or like. And I have dated a lot of women, and I say dated euphemistically. I think the idea of the cold approach and you need coaching on how to approach a woman. I agree with the brother down here at the bottom, man. It really, if you want to attract women, be attractive. Fundamentals are there. O2O talks about it a lot. Clean yourself up, blah, blah. We know the script. But if you want women to be interested in you, be interesting. And I'll put it in part.
That's facts.
All right. So
Okay. No, I was gonna say, nah, man. Guys want to be like this, man. Hold on. Hey, what's going on, True? What's going on, True? I've been trying to get girls, and you feel me? I can't. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why they don't like me.
Upside down. With a fucked up hat on.
You know, I don't know why they don't like me. And you know, with social networking and Instagram and these Pookies and Ray Rays, I can't get no girls. Can you help me out, True? You know, I got my note. Wait, hold on. I got my pen and piece of paper. I can take notes. Tell me what I need to do in order to get the girls to like me. Wow. And I don't want to change myself. I don't want to change who I am. All right. So don't try to change me, True. All right. Go ahead. I'm listening. Please help me out.
Only thing you needed with that was the point.
All you need is the snap of the movie thing and scene. Okay.
That's wild, man. These dudes, you know, they want an objective method that could work for them without actually probably not even doing a method. They gonna dream. They have a dream. They have a dream. They did it.
It needs to be rock solid and guaranteed. And I, like he said, I ain't changing a thing. You got to make it happen for me.
That's crazy, man.
But like I said, this is a generation that's all into doing everything online. You know, meeting women and all this others. Go out in the world, just have fun, meet people, talk to people. You know, that's the only way you're gonna get out of this thing. Cold approach. Oh, let's do cold approaching and stuff. Once you get into these little categories and stuff, I got to do this. I got to do you. There's nothing organic that's going to come out of it.
That's why the 140 module course is like insane to me. I'm not sitting through somebody giving me 140 fucking options.
That's way too much detail, man. These dudes trying to break the game down to a science like that. It's not that complex, man. Like, but yeah,
because everybody talks to people, you know, just like what we're doing right now. We're talking to each other. If you can be able to come on a panel and talk to guys, you should be able to talk to women. Even if there was women on this panel, you should be able to have a conversation with them, you know, interact in this way.
Yeah, y'all don't see me blast women online, so I don't know.
Well, but still, I mean, some of these guys, they'll get on social media and they'll talk. If that's what it is, you got to just have a conversation.
Yep.
It doesn't have to be about trying to get, you know, some poo-tang or whatever and stuff like that. It's about, you know, building your confidence.
Rubber sex.
Man, stop it with the rubber
sex. Not about getting rubber sex.
But my thing is, sometimes we used to call it planting seeds. You can have a nice conversation with a chick one day, just so she gets to know who you are. You might not have another conversation for a week or two, but she knows you initially. Next time you can be a little more familiar. And then, like I said, you catch her on the right day. You know, next thing you know, she's speaking to you.
Spoken like a true player, Ronan. Spoken like a true player. Don't be thirsty. Don't be desperate. Don't be needy. Women like strength. They like self-determination. They like to see a man who is self-contained. That's always one for me. And in case you guys don't also know, I'm a simp.
Yes, he is.
That was out of nowhere.
No,
No, it's not out of nowhere. That
Hey
I
guys,
say this on every
by the
panel,
way,
brother.
hey
I'm a
guys,
simp, man.
hey guys, by the way, I gotta run because I have a class later, so I gotta leave. So it was nice chopping it up with you guys. I gotta run.
You as
I gotta
well.
run, guys. Peace.
All right, Daniel.
Yeah. Same
Daniel,
here.
Daniel,
I'm exhausted. So
Yeah,
I
you
just
just
don't-
flew in, man. I'm surprised you even had time to get on. Appreciate you jumping in, but looking forward to that Mexico content.
Oh, this is going to be quite interesting, especially the live that's going to happen Monday. Dropping a big surprise on that one.
Okay.
But one
They ain't got no senoritas involved in that surprise, right?
there is a senorita who's helping me out with something, but nothing like that.
Okay. I didn't know Bambinos were involved or a ring or something like that. You know what I'm saying? You
Nothing
talking
like
big.
that.
Oh, okay.
But the senoritas
Ronan,
are going
may
to
I-
be on their way pretty much. All right. But one last thing, guys.
Before you go, my brother, I want to tie into your channel. Is it True Prodigy 27? First of all, because I'm already on a page.
Yeah.
All right, and then my brother down at the bottom. What's your channel?
It's Passport Blueprint.
Got you. I just subbed.
Thank you. Appreciate
that.
Just want to leave you out with one thing. You know, me being older, I went to college up in Israel, and let me tell you, the women, both Israeli and Palestinian, if you would have seen the women that were around me, and I wasn't even hitting on them at all. I was just, just their classmate, just hanging out afterwards. They needed help with their homework or research paper and stuff. I was there to help them, stuff like that, kind of like a father figure.
Research paper.
Come on, Ronan.
Thursday.
But anyway, just doing normal stuff. If you saw how beautiful these women is, you swear I was the pimp daddy and stuff like that. These women were straight gorgeous. We're talking Palestinian, Israeli, German, Italian, British. Mwah. Gorgeous, all of them. None of them less than a 7.
That's what's up, man. You making me curious.
But I was just cool with them.
But a lot of Arabic women have pretty eyes, man. I get lost in certain colored eyes.
I fall in love with the Iranians.
Yeah, bro.
Well, anyway, let me bounce out of here. You guys have a good one.
Passport Blueprint. Before you leave, how would you rate yourself?
I would rate myself a 6. And that's honest.
Okay.
A 6.
All right.
And that's mostly because of my personality.
I just subbed to you, my brother, and thank you. And one more time, I apologize because I know this stream is going to get cut short soon. The brother hosting the panel, one more time, what is your channel?
True Prodigy 27.
One word?
Yep.
It's spelled all together. True Prodigy 27.
All right, I'm there. Thank you. That's all I want to say. Thank you, guys.
All right, let me bounce out. You guys have a
All
good
right,
one.
bro. You enjoy yourself down there.
All right.
Do you guys hear something in the background?
No.
Okay, cool.
All right, now let's huddle up.
What you mean huddle up? Let this man run his show.
I'm joking. Come on, Ronan. I'm just joking, man. I'm saying let's huddle up in terms of like how do we educate these young brothers?
Hold up, man. Let this man run his show. Go ahead, True.
All right, man. So with that being said, let's get back into the content. You know, we've been off of it for about an hour or 40 minutes or whatever. So let's get back to it.
The other thing I want to bring up, Marcus, because this is also another misconception, is that I never did cold approach. That's all I did for 10 years. That's where I came up with this. What happened for me was, I remember I was going out with a bunch of pickup guys, and then I lived in Atlanta, Georgia, and there were these club promoters that I met, and it was like so crazy the effortless manner that these guys could get 30, 40, 50, 100 girls to show up, and they always had the hottest girlfriends. I disagree with you on this one point, this idea that if I bring a bunch of girls to an event that they wouldn't hang out with me after the event. I find the complete opposite to be true, because they look at the alpha quality of me being a leader and a connector. And I'm the first person that they call when they want to go do. I am the first person most girls in Las Vegas, when they come visit Las Vegas, you should see my DMs of all these stunning women that hit me up. I'm the first person they hit up when they come here. All I can ask for is the ball in my hands, right? Just when you do cold approach, all you can ask for is the girl to be in front of you. All I can ask for is the ball in my hands so that I can take the shot. So what happens is, repeatedly, because I'm that guy that they want to come to for these to lead these groups and to do all this fun stuff, I get more opportunities, I get more interactions, I get more possessions with the basketball, I get to score more points. And so that's the difference we're talking about. Definitely don't want to bash RSD. I think they've made a huge pivot. That's not. I'm not calling out specific pickup. Okay, you can if you want to. But my point is, like, because I really don't like to talk bad about people. But the thing is, one of the issues is I have found net that pickup overall over the last 15 years has really hurt men in general. And I have a business specifically because of all the men that pickup has really screwed up. And what I teach is what I teach, however, is a way to, you can still learn those skill sets, but you can learn the skill sets in a way where today I left and I had 5 friends, and tomorrow I've got 10, and the next day I've got 15. And you can do that from a very low level. You're saying before is you need a foundation in order to get the playmate to hang out with you. You don't. There's ways for you to friend zone women that I can teach very easily, where you friend zone them and you pick specific women. Like, for instance, I have this weird thing where every girl I've dated for the last 10 years has like large fake breasts. So girls that don't have boob jobs, I immediately friend zone. It's very easy for me to friend zone. Or girls that are like married, or girls that are like unavailable, or someone who's dating one of my friends, immediately friend zone them. Those girls are often the ones that assist. I had one of my clients, we were on stage for Dead Mouse the other day. We're on stage for Dead Mouse, and I had these 2 girls with us. And I know you're going to say, well, that's super advanced.
No, but I don't know what you're arguing against, because I'm agreeing with you. Like, you can do this. I've done this as well. Like, all my
Marcus, if you were friends with me, hold on, Marcus, if you were friends with me, which is not hard to do, if you were friends with me, I get you on stage with Dead Mouse. That's one step. That's not advanced. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, the networking part, the access part, then gets you into these unbelievably advantageous situations. And I don't think you need that much game to get laid in the. Well, I know you don't. That much game to get laid in these situations.
Your students aren't able to get me on stage with Dead Mouse, right? We're talking about.
Well, actually, some of my students could. Like, I'd say there's probably 20 or 30 of my students that definitely could. But the point I'm trying to make is, when we're up there.
Cool. All right, sorry, go on.
No, Marcus, it's a little different here. On industry nights in Vegas, if you're a local, you can get on stage. Like, if you go out regularly.
Oh, I thought you meant like me and Dead Mouse are hanging out on stage.
No. When I say, I'm sorry. Oh, well, in Vegas, we have a DJ booth, and then we have stage tables around it. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what I mean. Stage area.
Dead Mouse and me and Dead Mouse are going to hang out. I was
excited. Yeah. No, Joel probably isn't going to want anything to do with you. But but frequently you'll see in my videos, it's me and my students, and we're up on stage at different places, and it's because they bring big groups of women. Anyway, so what happens is,
my goal isn't to get on stage for Bob. Like, Bob's goal isn't to get on stage with Dead Mouse, right? Like, Bob's goal is to have like a girlfriend that he can settle down with. And so someone mentioned like the time investment in chat. I was just reading through. Like, I think that's probably the next thing we can probably discuss is like the time investment. Because from the outside, I know, even with my lazy social circle game, it's a huge time investment. And I think, like, to do that for a year, like, I'm just wondering, like, if Bob's your student, like, what do you do? Yeah. How long before Bob actually is in like open relationships with women? How is it until Bob's like in like fuck buddies?
Open relationships? I love that. Yeah. We require Bob wants. Yeah. Right? Yeah. We require 4 to 5 hours a week for the first 3-4 weeks. That's generally what we ask in the beginning. The guarantee for us is in 90 days to completely change everything. And then it gets progressively easier from there. So, like, for me, one of the reasons why I have so many networking coaches, Marcus, and you bring up a great point, is that I can't go anywhere without people recognizing me. We go to I love your chat, Alex. I'm reading your chat. Like, there are people I know that I'm telling the truth, and I'm really hitting a sore spot, because there are people just blatantly lying about me in the chat. It's hilarious. One of the things that I'll do is that this works in Los Angeles.
Everyone, don't worry about it.
Yeah, this works in London. This works in Los Angeles. I'll show you videos of me doing this in London, me doing this in Miami, me doing this in Los Angeles, me doing this in San Diego, me doing this in San Francisco. It doesn't make any difference what city you do this in. It's really easy to do this. But going back to what I was saying before, with my students, we'll put them in these situations that are like massively advantageous for them, and then they can learn from those. They can learn from being hyper calibrated in those situations. I forgot what the original question was. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if
They're calling us all liars, bro. I'm just reading this chat. Like they're just getting dude. They're going after you, Marcus, and like I wanted to fuck you.
I'm a
Fuck
chat.
you for
Okay,
saying that
listen.
about Marcus.
No,
That
no,
is
hey,
fucking
hey,
bullshit.
No, whoa. Listen, don't go on my black pills.
Don't
like
say that shit
okay?
about Marcus. That's fucked up.
Listen. No, listen. According to the black pills, I'm tall, good looking, that's why I get girls. Okay, so
yeah, for
don't,
sure. I know.
Don't badmouth them. I like them here. Okay, they keep telling me how good looking I am. So,
dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to have Marcus at one of the bikini competitions, and it's gonna be me and Marcus, like a bunch of girls behind us. And it's gonna be, we're gonna sit there. We're gonna send the shit to
you need to come
Alex.
to Sydney to some of our sex parties. Okay, that's what you need to do.
So do you know all
so
the girls in
my-
Swimsuit USA? Like half of them are from Australia. Have you seen this? Like of the top 10, half of them are Australian. It's crazy.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
You need to find some honestly Ukrainian and Polish. That's that's
for sure, for sure.
Get them over.
Yes. Those Ukrainian, they're homeless. The Ukrainian girls. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to say that. I'm not supposed to say that. I'm sorry.
You're good, man. You can say whatever on my channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead, Marcus.
You distracted me with Ukrainian women. I forget what I was about to say. No, Bob. Yeah, this is what we're saying. So if on Bob, right, like he's making 6 female friends, right? He's getting them invited to other parties. He's going to those parties with them. At what point is Bob hosting his own parties? Fucking bitches.
Yeah. Bob, I mean, usually like 30 to 60. Okay, so the couple things I need to make this absolutely clear. If you come on the call, I will describe this in detail. I'm not going on camera and saying he's guaranteed to fuck bitches at this point.
Yeah,
I don't teach a dating course. And Alex, because Alex has a previous friend that lives in Brazil who lies about that shit, and I don't do that. So we're not ever going to talk about that. What we can say though.
Look, yeah, I'm just worried. I'm just curious, like the time investment. Like, is Bob trying to set up a party every single week? Is this something he's got his VA doing, and he goes to a party once a month, and he's only closing a girl there if he closes?
FYI, the guy they talking about is John Anthony Lifestyle. You know, John Anthony and Michael Sartain, they don't like each other. They actually threaten to fight each other. So, FYI, the guy in Brazil, that is who he was talking about. But
a girl. Like I'm wondering about the amount of time investment, because it feels like,
so great.
Especially in the beginning, you're investing a lot of time for something you might not continue if you're not in this like industry.
Yeah. So it's to be fair, the majority of people in my course are U.S. military officers. I have a whole lot of guys who are like digital nomads.
Get the hell out of here!
The number one thing that I have in my course. A lot of doctors.
You got some pushback, Ronnie?
I don't believe that at all. Why the hell would a military guy need help? You know how many chicks he done ran through while he was in service?
How many, Ronan?
I'm just saying.
Tell us. How many, Ronan? Tell us.
Depends on where he was stationed at. Let's put it that way.
Well, I'm in Thailand.
That is the least. That's the least of anybody's issues in the military, is knowing how to talk to women and going through women and getting used to being around bad chicks. That's the least of their problems.
I'm going to give Michael Sartain. I've heard of this kid before, and what a goofy. I could tell why he can't get girls normally, but I'm going to give him, maybe he's in his 30s.
No, he's older than that.
All right, so could he tell you
he's had work done? He's had his work done. I think he's in his 40s.
Could he have told you anything in his age?
Yeah.
All right, so Ronan's in his mid 50s. Could he have told you anything about getting girls, Ronan?
Nope, not at all. Not at all. This motherfucker couldn't have told me a damn thing.
Nope. How about Marcus Wolf?
Nope.
And
He's still
Alex,
up behind the ears. Alex is half asleep. I don't even know why he's sitting on the panel. He half asleep. He hadn't said like 50 words. He ain't said like 50 words. And it's funny how you pause that right when his eyes are closed. But he ain't said 50 words this whole time. And you 5 hours in on this thing. This is crazy.
Why did you pick this particular topic, my brother?
I mean, come on, man. Why are you analyzing the guy? This is his show.
Well,
I'm asking. I'm joining his show. I'm going to support his show. I just subbed to his show. Come on, man.
Well,
I'll say
this. Hold on. I'll say this, and then we can get back to the video. So, I have a vested interest in cold approach because it's something that I do. You know, I approach women, I talk to them and stuff. And I just wanted a better, more thorough understanding of like social circle, you know, from a guy that specializes in social circle. I could barely say that. So yeah, that's me really getting two different perspectives, you know, from a guy that specializes in cold approach and the guy that specializes in social circle game. So that's mainly the deal, and maybe me giving my perspective, other guys joining my panel, giving their perspective. Hopefully, somebody can learn something from it. But yeah, that's really the thing. I just got a vested interest in cold approach, and just me getting educated on like social circle. That's not something that I really do like that. But yeah, that's it.
All right, push the button.
All right.
Count and stuff like that. Very few club promoters in my course. I do have like 4 or 5 of them that are in that, and obviously this course helps them out a lot. But no, going back to saying before, we require about 4 or 5 hours a week. That's generally what it is. And by the way, that includes the audiobooks. There's a 30-book list that we require everyone to listen to in the course. And the course is not all about picking up women. This is not a dating course. This is about how to build a network to fix your entire life. We also, this is a really, really important distinction. I require guys to bring girls to other people's events before they're allowed to throw their own events. Let me say that one more time. It's really confusing for a lot of guys because they jump in my course and I give them this blueprint on throwing a photo shoot and getting like 15 girls to show up. And I'm like, stop doing that. That is not what I'm telling you to do. What you need to do is skill set is being able to get large groups of girls to go with you, to acquiesce and to show compliance in those situations. And when you get that, you just having women showing you compliance generates attraction with other women. What you're talking about before, which causes women to have that ick feeling, is when you supplicate or you don't enforce your boundaries or your voice inflection changes. Like you're talking to your buddy, oh, what up, bro? And you go talk to the girls and you're like, hey, guys, you guys want to go get a drink with me? None of that. That is one of the key points we talk about in our program. You are instead of being a leader of men, you are a leader of women. And you should see me like with the bikini competitions. I'm telling girls, line the fuck up here. This is what we're doing. We straighten all the stuff up. And it's funny because if you've ever been on Fresh and Fit, if you ever watch after the show, after Myron has been like mean to the girls the entire show, you know what fucking happens? 2 or 3 of the girls like want to go home with it. I swear to God, every single time. It's crazy. I watch this. And it's because you can show alpha qualities without directly hitting on women. And you can do so when you're in groups of large women. That's what you're able to do. So the answer to your question, 90 days. 90 days is the most.
If you told Bob to do that, he's going to tell some girl she's a slut for having a high leg.
Oh yeah, well we don't do that. Yeah. So there's no slut. There's no denigration.
No, but my point is like that. Myron does it in somewhat of an articulate way, even though I think like most of what he says is absolute bullshit. But I think like when he does it, it does come across as very alpha and dominant. If I tell Bob to do something like that and he tries to replicate him, it's gonna look really bad.
No, you're right. That's a bad example. I think what I mean more is he stands his ground and he does not, like, again, what I say is treat them all the same, make them talk about themselves. So treat them all the same. You guys, I'm sorry, this is the 3rd podcast I've done today. I'm getting the caffeine crash. For sure. So what I mean by that is for Bob, when you and Marcus, I have no doubt whatsoever. I introduced you to the hottest girl in the world. Marcus has the same tonality.
Listen,
Marcus,
okay.
Marcus has the same tonality. Marcus has the same voice inflection. Marcus has the same body language as if he's talking to me. Marcus doesn't change at all. Marcus is bulletproof.
I'd
Marcus
be a bit more sexual with the girls, probably. No offense, you're a good-looking guy.
Okay. Well, so maybe. But my point is, for me, is it wouldn't make you supplicate because a girl showed up. And for me, when I say supplicate, is there's your autonomic nervous system will fire when you're in a high stress situation. So, for instance, sweaty palms, cracking of the voice. What's it called? Dilated pupils. All these things happen. Elevated heart rate. Those things happen whenever you're in a high stress situation. And those things don't happen with my guys because we immerse them around women, which we're going back to the original point, which is I think that men being hyper comfortable around attractive women allows them the leniency and the leeway to be able to get better and better and better with women. But as far as making mistakes, no one calls anybody a bitch or a hoe. There's no barking at women or laying down in the street or any of that shit in my program. We don't do that. I have so many.
You guys don't lay down in the street?
We don't lay down in the street. It doesn't work out very well. We don't.
Yeah,
I have definitely planked on a DJ booth before. I've done that before.
You're
such a cool guy.
Yeah.
I mean, we're kind of going back to the immersion thing, which I still think, like, even if a guy has zero automatic response, which I'd like to expect.
Autonomic, yeah.
Sorry, autonomic. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'd still like to expect Bob to have a little bit of a heart rate rise. I'd still expect Bob to maybe get a little bit excited if he sees a hot girl. I mean, I do, right? My heart's going to race a little bit faster.
Yeah, but outwardly, you don't have to.
I was
show
about
it.
to say, right? I was about to say, but it's not just about
These
not
dudes
having a reaction.
busters.
It's about
Thank
being
you.
very optimal. So you mentioned I would still have a good tonality. Bob doesn't have that. Bob doesn't have a good tonality, right? He needs to learn all these things. But this is going back to the immersion point. I'm going back to the time point, right? For Bob the engineer that doesn't worry about wanting to be a promoter, DJ, blah blah blah. So he gets 6 friends. He invites them to other parties. He's friend zone with all these girls at the moment. At what point in this journey? And I know it's going to be different for everyone, obviously, right? But like, at what point in this journey is he having his own parties, right? Because to me, like in cold approach, I think there's a lot of skills you're learning right away. These skills are more
This
just
is
like
the
befriending
sixth
and
time
network,
he's
befriending and
asked
network,
this
befriending and
question of
networking.
Michael.
When does he
You do
actually
understand that,
have a
right?
hot girl in front of him that he can say, "This is the girl I want"?
You say that's the 6th time he asked that
This
question.
is like
Does
the
he,
6th
constantly,
time he's
dodging
asked
it?
him that question, and he's constantly not answered the question. Well, I don't want to give a number, but dude, you got 140 freaking modules in your training. What do you mean? You ain't got a progress of when to actually start to talk to women, to by time they should be actually out on dates, to by time he should be close enough to having some type of a consistent relationship where he's getting a little something. You ain't gave him a time frame of return on investment. You ain't gave him none of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For the record, that's why I'm a Vocel.
Okay.
That's
Thank
what.
you for clarifying that. But
I said for the record, that's why I'm a
this is
Vocel.
a good time for me to pull up. Pause. I'm 4 hours in. I didn't think I was going to be 4 hours in on a panel. So,
nah, you good,
I
Ronnie,
think-
man. You good, man.
I appreciate you allowing me on the panel, brother.
I appreciate
But
you coming. It's been a minute.
I gotta tap out on this one because these dudes are no offense. Mm-mm.
Well, they busters. I heard
They
somebody say they was
making
busters.
way too much out of this.
Nah, I would just say he was a buster for saying he gets scared when a good looking girl, like, she probably got makeup on. What the fuck? Man, come on.
Plus,
So I'm just saying,
I got to work on my hairline and get these waves together. You know what I'm saying? Get these waves together.
I thought that was a kufi.
That's funny.
I thought you were wearing a kufi.
No, that's not a kufi. That's my shit. That's my.
All
real
right,
shit.
fellas, I appreciate you, my brother. Thank you for having me up. I've already subbed to you. I'll join you. I'm gonna put you on all. I'm gonna come up and talk my talk until you kick me off. But I appreciate you brothers having me up, man. I really do.
Real talk, man. I appreciate you for joining, for sure.
Indeed. Good night, gents.
Good night. Well, good night. It's the beginning of the day for you two over there. You both of y'all over there in goddamn Thailand.
Yeah, me and O2O.
Yeah.
What you got going on today, kid?
man, what do they go to the
I do.
grocery store and enjoy retirement?
Nothing.
That's it.
It's
Yeah.
Thailand. This is Thailand. All right, y'all. Good night. Good day.
All right, man.
At this party, and I'm going to make it happen, right? Whether that is
Okay.
like getting into play fuck, marry,
Yeah.
kill, or like these games, whatever. But
Yeah.
when does that point happen?
So that can happen in the first 2 weeks, but usually what we'll say is what the Marcus, the ultimate limiting factor for us is the location. If you're in Cheyenne, Wyoming, it's just going to take longer because of the number of girls that you can get around you IRL. If you're in a place like Los Angeles or Scottsdale, if you're in a place like Dallas or Austin, then it's going to take probably 30 days. You can probably do it a lot quicker. So generally for us, as far as that's concerned, I can get more attractive women around you, the more attractive women that are around you. So if you live in Clark County, Nevada, with Las Vegas, it's a lot easier to get more attractive women around you than if you live in like Wichita, Kansas. So to me, the ultimate limiting factor, we say 30 to 90 days. 90 days is going to be more difficult if you live in a place that's more austere, and 30 days if you live in a place that has just a lot more women around you. The other thing is, Marcus, we actually build networks inside MOA. So for instance, if you were to join, since I have, you're in Sydney, right?
Everywhere, but yeah, I spend a lot of time in Sydney.
Yeah. So I have about 12 clients in Sydney right now. They would share their list with you to begin the whole process, and so that would jumpstart that part of it. And then from there, you'd be able to use that list in order to create events or otherwise invite other girls to your events. The other thing, Marcus, is that like a guy goes to a new city, like for instance, San Antonio, Texas. When I was a second lieutenant in the Air Force, I was living there, and I would go to these bars that the other guys in my unit would tell me about, and they were horrible. The women were hideous. They were so ugly. I went to a strip club one day and I saw this really attractive woman. I go up to her one time and I said, "Hey, listen, I'm not trying to hit on you, but if you weren't working here tonight, what club would you be at?" And she goes, "Oh, I'd be at the Falls in the Quarry." Never heard of this place. Go to another strip club, ask another, just all I cared about that they were attractive. Didn't give a fuck about anything else about them, tattoos, nothing. "If you weren't at this club, where would you be?" She goes, I'd be at the Falls of the Quarry." Marcus, I go to the Falls and it's the most stunning women I've ever seen in my life. The reality of the situation is because we're men and we come to a new city, the guys who are already established in that city don't want us around. They're actual barriers for us to get into the best parties and the best places. And so how do we get around those barriers? A lot of times it's women that are going to put us in those positive situations. And that's something, being friends with women and having women as teammates, that's something you can teach to a beginner. You definitely can teach that to a beginner, because the thing is, you don't have the problem of escalation screwing things up. So you can teach a guy in a beginning situation, "Hey, I have these other girls. I call them my sergeants or my lieutenants. I got 6 sergeants with me. The sergeant, you go get that girl, you go do this, you go get me in here, you go to that person. Next thing I know, I'm on stage. Next thing she's introducing me to this person, this person, this person." One of the things I do, go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, no, like going back to the point, I think it's a lot of effort. If using like networking and all this as an example of like to find a good club. I think like any guy, like you go to a pickup group and they're always going to tell you like where the hottest girls are, where the easy girls are.
Do you believe them though? I have found that pickup group always tells me the place that's easiest to get in where there's no cover. They never tell me where the hottest girls are, because they usually can't get in.
They will, if you ask just where is good, they will tell you that. If you say, okay, where are all the hottest girls at, they'll know. It's the place they avoid most of the time, right?
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we agree. Yeah. We agree on that one.
Yeah, but I mean, you can still find out. And these guys, I think, are super helpful, right? Like they will tell you the spots to go and everything like that. I don't think that's like an issue. But going back to like the time investment is like what I'm really worried about. And also, like, say Bob, for example, he's hosting all these parties. Let's say he does close a girl from one of the parties that like made a move on him. He probably didn't escalate, probably didn't select her, but she made a move on him. Let's assume that she's hot enough anyway, and it's like someone you want to sleep with. Now what happens? Like, is social circle teaching him how to retain this within a social circle?
Marcus, so this is definitely an issue that we do have in the program. Guys will join my program and very, very frequently within like the first 30 days have sex with the hottest woman they've ever been with in their entire life. And they will immediately try to wife the girl up. And we tell them, we play that song. What's the song by Juicy J? These hoes, they for everybody. We play that's like the anthem in Men of Action. We play that song for them, and then they always run off with some girl, and then a couple of months later they come back in the program like, okay, my bad, I wiped up the first hot girl that I met. And we have another saying in MOA, which is don't stick your dick in crazy. And so that's one of the issues that we have, Marcus. You can stick your dick in crazy.
Crazy is the best. Okay.
No, it is good.
Listen, we can argue about whatever you want,
Marcus.
No, we can argue about whatever you want.
Sometimes they don't leave though.
Crazy is the best. I'm sorry.
Okay, how about this?
You've lost me here.
We can have a threesome with crazy. We can have a threesome with crazy, but then she has to leave. Is that okay? Like I don't like sticking. I've stuck my dick in crazy too many times. And the problem is there's always. I agree with you that they're hot, bro. I'm not the girls with BPD. Oh my God, they're incredible in bed. I'm not disagreeing with you on that one. But the point is, my issue is they'll do this situation where they will end up like meeting a super hot girl, and we have to reel them back in, bro, because we're almost like AA. We're almost
how
like
you teach
a support group.
So how do you teach them this? Like, so say they do sleep with a girl. She doesn't have to be crazy. She doesn't have to be like bipolar or something, right? But like, say they do sleep with a girl who like situation is probably like his friend zoned her, right? Or they've been like friendly. Yeah. He's been networking, inviting her stuff. She makes a move, right, on him, is what we're assuming in this scenario. Then he closes her. How is he now framing this as something casual? What happens to the next event? Does he invite her to the next event?
Yeah.
Like, does she get weird at the next event?
Dude, these are great questions, man. Actually, I'm going to record this and use this in one of the sales videos. Such a great question. So whether or not a woman is your friend and whether or not a woman is sleeping with you have nothing to do with each other in my course. They have nothing to do with each other. So frequently, Marcus, if you ever came to one of my competitions, you would see me go up and talk to a girl. Hey, this is my friend Marcus.
listen.
No. I know. This is what I'm explaining to my. This is what my clients do. I would go up to them and I'd be like, "Hey, man, this is Marcus. And you would meet them, and then you would have no idea we were sleeping together because we keep things casual until I pick the one I want, and then I tell her very clearly, let's go out together. But most of the time, if I sleep with something, like 85% of the women I sleep with are my friends.
How are you teaching your students to create a frame that is, hey, this is casual, right?
But it's their choice, though, right? It's their choice.
What do you mean?
Well, so they may want it to be more than casual. It's
no.
The client's choice.
I think that's bad advice for Bob. I mean, you mentioned this, right? You don't want him to wife up the first girl. So let's
sure.
say
But you tell Bob to do that. Yeah, but Bob's never had pussy like that before, so Bob's going to do whatever the fuck he wants.
No, but let's say it's a fifth goal then, right? So Bob keeps making the same mistake. Like, how do you teach him to actually set the right frame? Because telling a student, hey, make sure this girl knows that it's not serious. Like, what does that even look like for Bob? He has no idea. And he's not just going to learn that by himself, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, how are you teaching these frames?
Yeah, it's interesting, like because we're getting kind of deep into the program. Oh, so one of the things I do is very early on, I explain to them the terminology I use is, "Hey, I just want to let you know I cannot be in a monogamous relationship with you." That's what I say. Generally, that's what it'll usually happen either before the first time we have sex or right after the first time we have sex. I just need to let you know I love hanging out with you. This is fantastic, but I cannot be in a committed relationship with you. I'm usually very direct and upfront. I don't like passive aggressive communication. Marcus, I really like as far as spinning plates is concerned and dating.
I'm sorry. Like, I think for a lot of students, that's just not going to work. I think if you come over, if you have a girl and you tell her right after that first meet, hey, I don't want a monogamous relationship whatsoever, I think a lot of women are just, one, never going to want to see you again, never going to want to sleep with you again, right? Two, you might get a little bit of slut shame that comes up, like, oh, you just fucked me and now you tell me that you don't want like a relationship at all, right? They could feel a little bit perhaps used if the student's not like saying this in the most appropriate way. I think there's a lot of issues that come up with here. If you just
Marcus,
instinctually just say, hey,
yeah.
The other thing that happens, sorry, third point, just real quick.
Yeah.
Third point is some students will say, hey, I want this to be casual, which I think is better than saying not a monogamous relationship. But if you say that, they don't act that way. They invited to these events, they say every second day, they're fucking you, and the girl gets the wrong idea because your actions are different than your words. Sorry.
Yeah. So one of the things we do in Men of Action is our credo is integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do. So because integrity first, I am going to just have the guys say that. I don't really like this idea of, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but a lot of pickup artists would do this idea of, I'm going to see multiple women, tell each one of them, or allow any one of them to believe that I'm in a monogamous relationship when I'm not. I don't do that. And so is that difficult? Does that shit? Right. But that does scare some women away for sure. My whole point is whatever words you choose, as long as honesty is included, that's the main point. And if you're asking me,
really, sorry, if you don't like finish that point, sorry.
Yeah. So for me, my main point is if he's grown his network and he's had sex with 5 women that are more beautiful than he's ever been with in his life, there's mistakes that are going to happen. And what I found is, man, when guys are in that space, I give them the best advice I can, and they just do what they're going to do. Just like in Alcoholics Anonymous, you have some people who are going to listen and stay on the wagon, and some people are going to fall off. I just have to be there to support them when they come back. That's generally the way I do it. I try not to judge my students. I try to tell them, hey, listen, this is probably what's going to happen. You're going to be with a super hot girl. You're going to be like, I had a client one time, he was hitting me up and he was like, hey, man, this girl just fucked this dude. And then afterwards, she wanted to fuck me. And then she didn't call me back the next day. And I'm like, who gives a fuck that she didn't call you the next day? She just fucked some other dude. Like, you have to explain it to them sometimes because you're bringing them from the $5 a hand table to the $5,000 a hand table at poker. And when they lose, it hurts more. And so a lot of times there's just lessons that they have to learn. And I'm there to help them. I'm there to try to guide them. But I can't, I have this saying about my friends. I'm there to protect you, but I'm not there to save you. I'm there to protect you, but I'm not there to save you.
So this is where I again disagree. Like with my students, when they start fucking goals, right? They build up that skill, they start attracting women, then they will get some rejections, they still learn to overcome those, then they start having sex, they learn to have better sex, they learn to retain goals, they learn to not be so needy. When they go through all these stages, for me personally, I think it's a really bad idea to like think about it as AA, and it's like, well, you kind of got to do your own thing and figure it out and blah blah. Again, I think it's all about guidance. I think it's all about that. So when it comes to like setting the right frame for,
I agree with that 100%.
But if you want like a casual relationship, I think it does need to be very honest. But just coming out like almost, it feels lazy. Just being like, by the way, I don't want anything monogamous, carries all those issues. I would rather teach a student do it in a little bit more nuanced way. Even before you're having sex, the girl should know that you're a bit of a fuckboy, or like however you want to define that, right? The girl should know that you're not looking for something monogamous right now and you want to get married right now.
Yeah.
So they should start feeling that through being a little bit more sexual, through talking about other women, using pre-selection, as you mentioned. You can use this through stories without having to have that girl on your shoulder, but that could help. Then after sex, I'm not even thinking or talking about whether it's monogamous or not. I mean, you've just slept with a girl. That to me sounds super, like, in my opinion,
yeah, Marcus,
super weird. I wouldn't
let me add context.
Yeah,
let me add context. It's if she asked. The thing about the stories and the fuckboy thing, of course, I totally agree with you. Like that's what we do. Like I guess what I'm assuming is we met her on stage at a nightclub. She kind of assumes the fuckboy position in the first.
All right, look, man, I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here. Let me, matter of fact, hold up. Yeah, I'm gonna go and end it right here. I got my other guy. Hold up. Let me. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go and end it right there. I guess we pretty much get the context or the idea of cold approach and social circle. You feel me? I got a more thorough understanding of the two dynamics of two ideologies. So that's pretty much it, man. Like, yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and do closing thoughts, and I'm gonna just end it, man, because it's like they pretty much going in circles, you know, saying the same shit. You feel me? Like I mean, that's what I see. You know, like I'm trying to see if it's anything, like any golden nuggets I could take out of what they're saying. I don't really get anything. I can't find nothing. So yeah, maybe it's some elaborate that they say that I could speak on. I just don't see it, man. So I just don't hear it, I should say. So yeah, man. Is there anything you want to say before I close it down?
Nah, I mean, yeah. Shout outs to you, first of all. Shout outs to True. And I also subscribed. And guys, support the channel all day. We got to support the content creators we want to see promoting the messages that we believe. So ain't nothing. It don't cost you nothing to hit the like button and hit the subscribe and notification so you get that hot ether and the truth when he come live onto the stream.
Speaking to you speak like you. Hold on, wait. Let me say this. And my bad for cutting you out, but let me say this. The reason why I made this is because, like I said, I have a damn word I use, a vested interest in this topic, right? Because this is something that I actually do. You feel me? Like I am a PUA, you know, a self-declared PUA, I should say. So since I do this, and I think that my picking up women is better than social circle, I'm like, okay, maybe social circle is a better strategy to pick up women. And honestly, I think it is. The only problem is it's a lot harder to do it, you know, because it takes time to become a high value individual, you know. So yeah, man, like you guys are talking to a dude that actually do this shit, you know, so I actually have a right to talk about this. So yeah, that's really all I want to say. You got it, man. My fault for cutting you off. I just had to.
No. It's all good. I kind of also get that from your perspective, and the way you came at it wasn't like, let me prove these guys wrong. I'm PUA, pickup, and cold approach. You kind of was like, yo, what does this mean? Hopefully I can learn something from it. But it looked like it was just a round robin going back and forth. Both of these men ended up like virtue signaling, like, no, I'm trying to be the most genuine with women. And I think this is the best strategy. And it's like, okay, whatever. Like the guy, like they were virtue. Like the guy said, be truthful, whether you do it here, there, before. I mean, they were trying to break it down to nuclear science. And I get that. Some people need it on a piece of paper, point A, bullet 1 through B. Remember, they're just talking to a demographic versus people who are like going out and learning in the field. So there's many different people. Some people are not that, so I get it. But as far as, pickup, I think a lot of times like people clown pickup artists. I don't. I just like to learn from other people. You know what I'm saying? So if they got a perspective, I think it probably all works. Hence PUAs get results. Hence people in social circle gets results. So this is like, I'm going to learn from both of them. I'm not going to take a side. I'm going to see what both of them have and then try to use what works for me. You get what I'm saying? And I get what you're saying. You know, social circle requires you to build out this thing. And I think you could do it also along the way. But also, I think, man, I'm a man. This world is mine. If I see a girl I want to talk to, I'm going to go talk to her. Like, and if I get rejected, what, bro? I've been to combat. I've seen worse things in life than having a girl who might have a boyfriend or just didn't even like the way my hat was turned. Just say, no, it ain't going to break my like it's not gonna destroy me. I'm not going to do none of that. If I see something and I like it, I'm gonna say something. And this is the thing I always say too. If the
She
girl don't
rejected me
want me,
because of how I. She rejected me because of how I wore my hat. I wore my hat backwards. She don't like guys that
she don't
wear
like it like
backwards
that,
hats.
and that
She
happens
she
too.
rejected me. Like, don't nobody give a fuck about that. Like, women
No,
reject dudes
like
for all different types of reasons. Yeah, man. Like,
all
dudes make a big
types.
deal out of nothing. So yeah, man.
Yeah, exactly. And you see how much volume they get of men. I don't think it's crazy. I'm thinking if I was a man and I got 1,000 girls coming at me, I'm gonna have real picky criteria. You know, I'm gonna be like deleting them out of for the dumbest reasons, and people will be like, "How are you doing that?" That's most women. And so at the end of the day, I think it's no big deal. And again, again, if a woman says, "Hey, I don't like you," I always say this: a girl that don't like me or don't want to be with me is like another dude. Like it's not a problem to me. I'm not really tripping and mad at the woman. Like, oh, bump you. Huh? I only like girls who like me. So
Real
if they
talk.
don't rock me, you get what I'm saying? And all girls who don't like me, I'm talking about in a romantic sense, because they probably still think I'm a cool human being, right? But they just don't like me romantically, right? Then that's cool. It's calm, man. I don't want to be in a relationship or, romantic intimacy thing where a girl don't really dig me and I gotta fight for her love and for her desire to, nah, bump that. I definitely want to be in a power position at the end of the day. So net, it's nothing wrong with that girl. So I think guys just need to take that and understand it and stop thinking about winning and losing and code approaching and social network. All of it's valuable. But if you broke and you just bottom line, then start code approaching. And I don't think it's going to kill you. But I say don't code approach stuff that you really don't want. I say that's a big thing. You get me? Like some people just do it as a game. Make it authentic. You get what I'm saying? So when you're really talking to somebody, you really are interested in them. Not just like, oh, I'm just shooting the stuff, trying to just get my, game. Like, nah, talk to people that you're really interested in. And I think that it's kind of like me. I could create a YouTube channel, right? Based off of selling news and what I want people to hear, or I can build it off of being authentic. And I think people are going to respond better when you're authentic about what you're trying to do. So the same thing is with relationships. Build that off of authentic energy and vibes that you want to seek with a woman, and that will go far.
Real
Cold
talk,
approaching
man.
is on the map. Ain't nothing wrong with me.
Man, you just dropped a whole golden nugget again. Real shit, man. I appreciate you. All right.
Yeah, I
So,
appreciate you too, man.
hold on.
Peace, peace.
Peace, man. So I'm gonna go ahead and close it down. So yeah, man. I appreciate everybody that joined the panel. You know what I mean? I didn't know I was gonna have this many people fuck with me on this. You know what I mean? But it's all love. You know, it's all good. Yeah, I probably won't be streaming next week. You know, I got some stuff coming up. You know, we'll see. Maybe not. But yeah, so just stay tuned for that. But yeah, like I said, like, comment, subscribe, fuck with your boy. You know, with that being said, peace. I'll holler at y'all.